everybody, and welcome back to Daily Wire's coverage of Turning Point's AmericaFest. I am your host, Daily Wire senior editor Cabot Phillips, joined once again by Daily Wire senior reporter Margaret Olohan.
We are here with so much more wonderful content for you guys today. So many great speeches, influencers, lawmakers, commentators, and we're joined by our very own Michael Knowles.
Michael Knowles, golf clap.
Thank you. You just said, though, you said we're joined. There are so many great speakers. There are so many great people. And we're joined by Michael Knowles.
I know, you're on to me.
That's devastating.
That felt intentional. Wow. Michael, you gave a speech yesterday. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
I saw people crying.
Yeah.
I saw them applauding.
Yeah. I think you were crying, weren't you?
He was crying profusely.
It was tears
sobbing,
of jealousy that I was
tears.
not up there with you. Michael, one of the things you said that really stuck out was the message to the people who have left the left, or the people who are sort of politically agnostic, who've now come to the right.
Yeah.
And your message to them, talk to us more about that.
Well, I'm so happy about it. I don't want this to be misinterpreted. I am really happy that people are coming over to the right. We would not have won this election had that not happened. Right. Not only did we win the Electoral College vote, not only did we win the popular vote, not only did we win all the branches of government, not only did we already have the Supreme Court, not only did we win 1 in 5 black guys and 46% of Hispanics, and you all know the statistics, we won 17% of Democrat presidential candidates. From the past 2 cycles. We got 2 of them. And I did the math, and I said, okay, from 2020 in the primaries, plus 2024 in the primaries, 2 out of however many it was, and it's about 17%. So, look, that's great. But now we're talking about people who have been Democrats for a long time. And so I want them to come over, but the fear of a big tent party is, at a certain point, your goals and your objectives become a little confused. So I said, okay, what do we believe, most basically? First and foremost, we believe that God exists. We believe in God because of religious experience and because of revelation and a lot of other reasons. But even if you don't have that, we believe in God because the existence of God can be known with certainty from the created world by human reason. All of our founding fathers understood this, perhaps with some exception around the edges. Some of them were a little heterodox, but they would have understood this fact. Our Declaration of Independence is predicated on the existence of God. It's on our currency. It's in our national anthem. Our first national holiday is a holiday of thanksgiving to God. You have to know that God exists with certainty. From there, you can get to the law. What is the law? Law is an ordinance of reason for the common good. Some people say you can't legislate morality. In fact, you must legislate morality. It is not possible to legislate any other way. And the first precept of the law is do good and avoid evil. So we can have all sorts of debates about that, but you have to have that. The fact that God exists, the fact that we can reason about the law, tells us something about human nature. We're made in the image of God. We have intellect and we have will. The lower beasts don't have that. The lower beasts have instinct and appetite. Sometimes human beings seem like they have instinct and appetite, but we have intellect and will. We can be held accountable for things. And we have to know what politics is. Politics does not come down to the individual. It's not just about me, or you. It's the basic unit of politics is the family. Politics is a social phenomenon, and so we have to get together and do things. There are going to be some people, I know, who say, look, I don't like the craziness of the left, but I don't know, all this moral, religious language, that's a little scary to me. I know, it's okay. Come on in, the water's warm. It can seem a little scary if you've been raised as a liberal. Yes. But those are the basics. You can't. If you say, look, I'm not willing to say that we can pass laws. I'm not willing to come to moral conclusions. I'm not willing to acknowledge that God exists and I have reason because God exists. If you're not willing to do that, then what are we doing? Then we're really not on the same team. We beat Kamala Harris, okay, but in order to have any kind of coherence moving forward, people got to get with the program.
Yeah. So 2 of the big issues that brought so many people into Trump this election were the MAHA movement, the Make America Healthy Again, and then the culture wars transgender movement, which I think are kind of the outlier issues on top of the economy and immigration. What would you say to the people like pro-lifers, for example, who are nervous that their issues are going to get lost in the shuffle now?
Well, I think Bobby Kennedy has said he's not going to push the crazy abortion stuff. Right. I've even heard some people around him say that he's personally pro-life or whatever nonsense the Democrats would say. Again, I'm hearing this second or third hand, so take it with a grain of salt.
Right.
But Trump at the rallies was really good, specifically on Bobby Kennedy. He said, we love Bobby on food. we're not going to let him touch energy, but we love him on food. And so I think that Mr. Kennedy knows the occasion. I think he knows he's not there to promote abortion. But of course, we need to make sure, this is all the more reason that we need to make sure, as we welcome these new people in, we really welcome them. We really acculturate them. Yeah. It's not as though people are born on day one, they've got tweed and a bow tie and they're smoking a cigar or something. Even me. Only me.
You.
But as I've thought about politics, as I came out of a liberal culture too, my political views deepened. My conservatism took on greater shape, and so we should extend the same grace to these people who have come over. But we won the election in large part because the Republicans had the common sense, and the left, because of issues like transgenderism, seems like a trivial issue, but really, if a guy doesn't know what the difference between a man and a woman, you probably can't trust his judgment on anything. I think it was a really consequential issue. Okay, we're bringing them over now. Okay, well, why is transgenderism wrong? Transgenderism is wrong because there's a difference between men and women. Well, if there's a difference between men and women, then you probably can't redefine marriage, or you probably can't push this radicalism in the sexual revolution. If there's a difference between men and women, you're probably not going to be a feminist. Feminism claims that men and women are practically identical. And all of a sudden, just as ideas have their own logical momentum over the last 50 years, so too, if there's going to be an unraveling, if there's going to be a swinging back, so many people joining us, that's going to have a kind of momentum too. And we'll see how far it can go.
What do you expect to see from the left in the next few years? I mean, is there a reckoning that happens to where they become more difficult to defeat in the future? Do they embrace the far left and maybe stay easier to be? What are they going to do?
The reckoning is happening. Even AOC after the election said, hey, which right-wing podcast bros should I listen to? I've spoke to even members of my own family and friends who despise Trump and they love the liberals. And they said, we lost the popular vote. I think the popular vote was a real shift. Had they won the Electoral College vote, the Republicans won, but lost the popular vote, that wouldn't have mattered. That's not how we conduct the elections. But the libs could have still said, well, this was somehow unjust. They really have no excuse. So now I think there has to be a reckoning, and you're already seeing over in California someone taking advantage of that. You're seeing Gavin Newsom launch a $25 million fund to showboat and basically launch his presidential campaign. If the Democrats gain any bit of sanity, they're probably going to pick someone like him for 2028. Now, he's awful. He'd be absolutely terrible. But he plays the moderate really well. However, if that reckoning doesn't come to pass, I don't know, they can put Kamala up again. Yeah. Make my day.
Well, maybe she'll be governor of California by then.
She might be.
Maybe she will be. I heard about a Kamala-Hillary combo that's being floated around right now.
Did you hear about that in my fantasy of fantasies? In my absolute...
Fantasize about Hillary
Clinton? Well, hold on, that came out wrong. But truly, if you, in perfectly wholesome dreams, if you told me pick the perfect ticket for a Republican to run against. My only question is, would it be Hillary Kamala or Kamala Hillary? But I cannot think of two more despised candidates in the whole country. So, great, go ahead.
It'd be a great news cycle.
What does success look like for year one of the Trump administration?
They have to deport a lot of people. I know that sounds a little unpleasant. That's what people voted for.
And still support by almost 60%.
And still support. It's going to be hard for the political chattering class to fully appreciate this. Mass deportations are a mainstream majority political issue right now. So Trump really has to follow through on that because I think he'll follow through on tariffs to some degree, but that is going to cause economic hardship. It just has to. I think it'll cause long-term economic gain, but there will be a little economic hardship in the short run. That's how tariffs work. So that's going to be a tough seller politically. Trump is going to have to herd the cats of the Republican House. Good luck with that. Even though you have unified government, the problem on the right is that we have so many different ideological interest groups that we're not unified like the Democrats, virtually all of whom are progressive. So he's only going to be able to do a handful of things. The best thing he can do without the help of the other branches is just try to drain the swamp, try to gut with the help of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, try to gut the bureaucracy. That'll be held up in court. That's going to, they're going to have all sorts of bureaucrats suing for their pensions or whatever. It's going to be nasty.
Right.
So you think most politicians, most presidents, when they come into office, they replace about 4,000 to 5,000 people. In order to really affect the bureaucracy, you'd need to replace about an order of magnitude more than that. So if he can deport illegal aliens from America and deport mediocrities and corruption from the bureaucracy, that would be a big win.
Speaking of draining the swamp, which of the nominees right now do you think is most likely not to make it, if you had to pick one?
I think Matt Gaetz is probably not going to be the Attorney General.
Prescient.
Have I missed anything?
Very
Any news stories?
futuristic right there.
I think Hegseth gets through. I think Pete is a good pick. I think the knocks on him are double standards, and I don't think it's going to fly. And I think he's stood up very well in the Senate meetings. Trump has stood by him. His family has stood by him. I think he's going to make it, though the Democrats wanted to pick him off. Kennedy is going to be a little tougher because he's threatening deeply entrenched interests. However, he might get through. He's a Kennedy after all.
Yeah.
He could probably get through. Tulsi's going to be hard because she is threatening some of the most deeply entrenched aspects of the federal government that are more or less totally disconnected from the electorate. So I think if the Democrats could snipe any of them, they'd probably try to pick off Tulsi.
We will leave it there. Our good friend, Michael Knowles, thank you so much for your time.
Wonderful to be with you both. See you back in Nashville.
We will continue the party here at AmericaFest, but first, let's have a look at some of the wonderful students here and their take on who they would fire in the federal government. I had a lot of fun with this. Let's have a watch. All right, Elon Musk just called you. You are now in charge of DOGE, government efficiency. You get to fire one government employee. Who's getting the boot?
Nancy Pelosi.
All of them. I don't know.
All of them is a very good answer.
Mark Milley. You're fired.
This one's kind of controversial, but Mike DeWine, governor of Ohio.
You're firing one employee. Who you starting with?
I'm starting with Rachel Levine.
Quite frankly, I'd say you're fired.
You're fired.
And we'll get Nancy Pelosi out.
Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Hands down, Nancy Pelosi.
You're fired.
Pick somebody. Who we fire?
I'm not educated in this.
Fauci would be really solid.
Nancy Pelosi.
You're fired. You're over.
You are in charge of DOGE. Which government employee are you firing? That was so insightful. I was not expecting that. All right, joining us now is a very special guest, Nicole Shanahan, vice presidential running mate for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and really one of the leaders of the Make America Healthy Again movement. It is such a pleasure to get to talk to you, Nicole. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here at AmFest.
So let's start with the MAHA movement, which really took the country by storm, brought in an entire new segment of the country. I think a lot of people were shocked how many millions of Americans were fired up about these issues. Were you shocked at just how much of a factor this was in the race?
I actually was not shocked because I did the research before I went all in on Bobby Kennedy. And I did the research. At the time, 70% of Americans wanted something different. All of them resonated with this message that we need to focus on family health, childhood health, chronic disease plaguing the nation. Everybody cares about trying to improve our water and our food systems and our soil systems. And you know, if they don't immediately understand the problem with the water and the food, it's one of the easiest things to understand because there's something so innately human about it.
Yeah.
Like when you taste water that tastes funny, 100% of the time people will say, this doesn't taste right.
Yeah.
And where does that come from? That is an instinct. That is something you were born with. It's something that keeps you safe. It is so deeply an immutable characteristic.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. And were you surprised by the massive amount of response from all these Americans who came out for Kennedy and then for Trump in the 2024 election?
You know, I was so enamored. I started to realize that my understanding of MAGA was wrong a few months into joining Bobby Kennedy's campaign. And people would come up to me and be like, I'm so torn. I love both you guys and Trump. And I'm a hardcore MAGA person. Yeah. And I'd have these conversations, and they'd be with doctors and farmers and mothers and pilots. Oh. Right? It's like it unlocked this zone of socialization for not just myself, but millions of Americans to be able to reconnect again and to overcome these horrific biases that have been planted and programmed in our mind through the social media and the media, So all of the attempts that have been made to control and divide us, and these are intentional. Yeah. And the psychology and the messaging has been so powerful.
Yeah. So. Now, the response to you and Bobby endorsing Trump was very quickly, you guys were embraced. I mean, we saw Bobby come on stage and people were chanting RFK and chanting Bobby. But there are still people in the Republican Party who might be viewing you guys skeptically, saying, this is a Republican administration. We want people who've been dyed-in-the-wool, longtime Republicans staffing this administration. What is your response to those people who might not know how they feel about the presence of outsiders like Bobby and like Tulsi Gabbard and others?
I'd say just get a chance. We're not trying to force any messaging down anybody's throats. What we're trying to do is tell stories. We're trying to tell the story of Americans that have been forgotten and left behind. And I think that resonates with anybody who really cares about this country. How do you maha, right? Like 10 steps to mahaing, is not to ram a party line. There's no party line to ram down anyone's throats. It's really telling story after story and allowing people to connect with these stories through their own experiences. Right. And what we find more often than not is everybody has somebody vaccine injured. Yeah. Somebody has had these strange blood clots in the family. Right. Yeah. Somebody is having fertility and issues around irregular menstruation since getting the vaccine. I mean, we are connected because we have the same biology. Right. And I think that, anyone who's resisting this from a political standpoint is, I'm not worried about them, because they will come around. You must come around on this. It's your job, if you're in politics, to care about this. Right.
Now, slightly switching gears a little bit, I know that you have had a lot of thoughts on Trump's Secretary of Agriculture pick, Brooke Rollins. Can you fill us in on how you feel about her?
Well, so I've had a lot of thoughts about the ag sec that I was hoping to see in there. I actually haven't thought much about Brooke Rollins. Okay. I've gotten a chance to talk to people about her. I'm working really hard to get to know who she is, what her agenda is for agriculture, and how she sees making it more healthy, bringing through some of the reforms that I hope she's interested in bringing through. But I really don't know much, and I'd love to hear more from her on what her concrete plans are. I'd love to see her out there visiting some of the farms that I know and love and have crossed the country visiting. We have some of the best farmers on the planet here, true magicians of soil transformation, and the whole world needs this talent. This is not just America that's in need. You can take any of these individuals, put them in an arid area, and they will grow food for you. I mean, we're lucky. We're really lucky to have them here as Americans.
So this is a very broad question. I'm hoping you can condense it, though. So for people who aren't familiar with the MAHA movement, in the best way you can, describe what the problem is in this country and what the solution is. Yeah,
I mean, if I'm really to zoom out, because I can put together a laundry list of issues from, chemical inputs and just about everything we can consume, censorship of real sciences. I mean, look, I could go on and list like 90 very quickly, but we don't have that kind of time. Luckily, I have, there's a MAHA team out there that will, if you give them the time, they'll just start spouting them all off. But I would say at the end of the day, what is behind that all, and I've followed this inquiry quite deep down the rabbit hole, and I think that there is a true lack of empathy, a lack of care towards the human condition. The word care, to care for. When people say, my government doesn't care about me, what do they mean? They don't care about your cellular needs. They don't care about your human needs. And that's what MAHA is. MAHA says, we're going to care about your cellular and biological needs because that is how you show love.
Yeah. Amen. Wow. Nicole, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate the work you're doing for the country and appreciate you making time for us here.
Joining us now is TPUSA reporter Savannah Hernandez. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys so much for having me. It has been a whirlwind of a year, so I'm very excited for us to discuss everything.
Yes. So wait, we want to hear about your amazing border coverage. But first of all, talk to us about this crazy story that we reported at the Daily Wire, the Biden administration selling off the border wall materials.
You know, Mary, you and I have both been to the border, and first off, it's already so insecure. So the fact that Biden's taking this extra step to sell off the border wall is just a slap in the face to Americans. And we all wish that this man would just go ahead and go into retirement like he's already been doing for the past couple of years of his administration. But no, in the final slap in the face to Americans, he's like, let me go ahead and sell off the border wall too.
Yeah, and there's another big story that you've been tracking in Aurora, where the narrative first was there are no gangs taking over apartment buildings. And then it was, well, there might be, but is that really so bad? And now we're getting even more details on the brutality of these illegal immigrant gangs. Talk to us about what's going on in Aurora lately.
Okay, Cabot. So absolutely insane. Tren de Aragua has established themselves in the United States of America. And if we look at the timeline of this, they established themselves in October of 2023. So this is absolutely tied to the Biden-Harris administration, and they are responsible for this. Now, Aurora was in the news because, of course, Tren de Aragua was taking over entire apartment complexes over there. And then the police chief of Aurora, the mayor of Aurora, and the mayor of Denver were all trying to pretend that this actually wasn't happening. And they were working in tandem with liberal local media to absolutely kill the story. Now, of course, we figured out when we went to the apartment, and there were bullet holes in the glass, and there were residents who were packing up in the middle of the night because they were like, yes, we are being extorted, please help us. Independent media figured out that the police chief and everybody was basically lying. I even found out as well that an NGO group that had rallied the migrants and written in English poster boards that says, there's no Tren de Aragua here, this apartment is safe, this is the landlords and slumlords issue. I found out that NGO was actually paid for by the city of Aurora and the city of Denver, which was actually crazy. And so now if we fast forward to where we are at today, Tren de Aragua is still a very big issue, and I have a local police source who has been feeding me leaks on what's going on because, unfortunately, they can't even talk publicly about how unsafe the city of Aurora is. And so what happened this past week is you had a mob of 13 to 16 Tren de Aragua individuals. I believe 14 got arrested in total, and they kidnapped, stabbed, bound 2 individuals, broke into their home, and then the police came out and said, yes, this is an issue, blah, 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 but then they privatized the reports immediately so that the public wouldn't see these extra pieces of information that came out. And what did come out is that these TDA members were actually forcefully taking off the fingernails of the female victim that they had kidnapped, which, again, this is a torture tactic. My source himself saying, I think this is why the police chief in his press release this morning used the word torture, because we typically wouldn't see this. And the fact that we are talking about a violent Venezuelan prison gang taking over apartment complexes, kidnapping and torturing people, because, by the way, this isn't just in Colorado, this is in Texas, this is all over the nation. What is going on in this country?
Right. And looking ahead to 2025, we know that deportations are on the horizon. Based on what you know, how is this going to look?
So, Mary, 2025 and the next couple of years are going to be absolutely insane, because what is happening right now is the NGOs have been preparing for the past year to teach illegal immigrants how to stop ICE deportations, how to resist arrest, and they're already rallying. This week in LA, they were protesting for immigrant rights, and then in Philly, they shut down a bridge. I'm getting wind that in LA, they're planning on supergluing themselves to ICE vehicles. So come 2025, it's going to be absolutely insane. I was in New York as well, and you have illegal immigrants in the street protesting against Donald Trump's election, protesting against the laws of the United States of America, and pushing back against what the American people voted for and what they want, which is a safe and secure country. These illegal immigrants have gotten completely out of control and so entitled because of the Biden-Harris administration rolling out the red carpet. So that's what we are in for over the next few years.
I actually have no problem with them supergluing themselves to the ICE vehicles because that just makes it easier for us to just get them out of the country.
Yeah.
I'm interested in your take on the mayors and governors in deep blue cities and states who are openly telling Trump, we're not going to comply. We're going to be a sanctuary state, a sanctuary city. When when push comes to shove, do you think that those governors and mayors will back down? Will they be forced to by the federal government, or are they going to actually put up a fight, or is this just posturing?
I think that they will absolutely try to put up a fight because that is what the liberals and Democrats in this country love to do. Let's not forget what happened during 2020 and the riots with BLM, right? With Mayor Ted Wheeler of Portland. I feel like what we saw with that pushback against the federal government, that pushback of this is my city to keep unsafe if I want to. I feel like we're going to see that now translated to these various cities and towns in, let's say, Massachusetts or Colorado, for example. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, and what these Democrat mayors and governors are already doing is trying to move these illegal immigrants from the hotels that they're staying at into homes. So by the way, I know we're all dealing with a housing crisis and you and I are struggling to be able to buy a home. Well, it's because illegal immigrants are, again, being given precedence so that way Tom Homan and ICE can't find them.
It's insane.
Tom Homan is, in my opinion, better than any Marvel character.
Cabot.
He's a real-life superhero for MAGA.
The families can be deported together line lives rent-free in my head. It really does, just on repeat.
Oh my
and it
gosh.
should live in the minds of people breaking our laws as well.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Turning Point reporter Savannah Hernandez, we appreciate your time so much. Thanks for all you do.
Thanks, Cabot. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a lot more coming your way here at AmericaFest. Stay tuned. Just a few minutes, we'll be going live to the main stage. You get to hear from a lot more speakers. But first, are you a Daily Wire Plus member? If not, now is the time to join. Get 6 months of Daily Wire Plus for free. Hold on. That can't be right. 6 months for free. That is right. When you join a Daily Wire Plus annual membership, you will get 6 months for free. That is a full year of uncensored daily shows, groundbreaking entertainment, and investigative journalism for half the price. Your support is not just a membership, it is the fight for truth. Every single dollar goes back into the battle to fight the left and build the future. So go to dailywire.com/subscribe to join today for half the price. Mary Margaret, this has been a lot of fun.
It's been so much fun.
And
so
we
many
still
great
got more
people.
coming.
So much more coming. And I love talking to these young people who are here. They're so much fun. They're all decked out, so engaged, so up to date on the news. It's impressive.
I love the just unabashed pride in the movement. It was interesting how many people I've spoken to who said this is the first time they've ever come to an event like this.
Yes.
And I can't help but wonder how many of those people would not have come if they were in college in 2020 or in 2016. And this is something that Ben talked about on stage earlier this week, was the fact that the movement has now grown to the point where it's more socially acceptable to be pro-Trump or pro-conservative, or just that there's less fear of what they might do to you. People are saying, screw you guys, I don't care. I'm going to be proud.
It's a new era. It's okay and it's cool to like Trump, and we see that in the way all these kids are walking around here, but we also see it in the airport on the way here, all the MAGA hats. Our culture is changing, and it's socially acceptable to embrace Trump and the Republican Party, and I've never seen that in my lifetime.
One of the big messages that has really stuck out on this stage and in the conversations you're hearing around this conference is the fact that people are not complacent.
No.
People are not taking their foot off the gas and saying, whoo, we won. Time to just relax for the next 4 years. That is not the message we're hearing at AmericaFest. That's not the message we're hearing from the speakers on stage. It is an encouragement saying we have the mandates. Now it is time for us to act the left is not going to give up. They're not going to say, well, you guys got this one, okay, we'll go away now. No, they're going to come back with a vengeance.
Yes.
And so we have to stay vigilant.
No, it's very aggressive, and more along those lines, too. There's a sense of, we have the mandate from Trump, whoever doesn't fall in line and act on that, they should get out of the way. We're seeing that in Washington right now, where a lot of controversy on the same topic, but it's an aggressive push to make change, and I think that's exciting to see.
There's a big banner back here over our shoulder that says, give Trump the cabinet he deserves. I really like that one.
I like it too.
But we have so many great speakers coming right up in just a few minutes. Scott Pressler, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, Glenn Beck, our friend Allie Beth Stuckey. Plus, we'll be back tomorrow with the big man himself, President Donald J. Trump. It feels very good to say that.
So exciting.
I am Daily Wire Senior Editor Cabot Phillips, with my wonderful co-host, Daily Wire Senior Reporter Margaret Olohan. Thank you guys so much for watching our pre-show. Let's get now to the main stage. Thanks for watching.
They are rebelling against a kind of ideology on the left that holds them responsible for all the world's failing.
Turning Point is very much to credit for that.
This is a group that operates under the auspices of Charlie Kirk.
It is big and it is very organized.
They've unleashed parents to object to material in the school library.
If you don't want to hear it in a school board meeting, why should children be able to check it out of the school system?
They started teaching kids, you know what, we're going to teach kids how to run for school board office.
Conservatives are seizing control of the American classroom.
38% of Americans say they're conservative now on social issues. This is the highest percentage ever.
Nobody works harder, nobody pushes harder than Turning Point, and nobody produces results like Turning Point USA.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a, let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
This year, I visited nearly 50 college campuses, meeting thousands of students and sharing with them why America is the greatest country ever to exist. We've been the driving force of the grassroots movement, getting young Americans to the polls and standing up for conservative values. But we're just getting started, and there's so much more to do. None of this happens without our generous supporters like you, so please donate to Turning Point USA and help us keep this movement alive. Together, we'll continue to shape the future of America. Join us. Let's keep pushing forward.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started, we decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The question everyone in America is asking,
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist.
Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to?
I can help you guys out.
Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile, how do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still
racist.
on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist.
Am I Racist?
Everybody racist.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
Lights last whose broad side and bright star through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly straight, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Chief Executive Officer at the Sentner Academy in Miami, and she's on a mission to build schools that put kids first.
If our kids are safe, why are we torturing them? Why are we forcing these kids to wear a mask for 8 hours a day? And so I stood up against all of it. They tried to cancel me with every bit of their power. And at the end of the day, I'm building a community. I look at every child as a child that's a part of a bigger ecosystem of our future leaders that are going to be here to make this world a better place.
Hello, everyone. So I am Layla Sentner. Is the screen up? No, so I'm Layla Sentner, CEO and founder of Sentner Wellness, Sentner Academy, as well as we've got some amazing farms and ranches. I'm going to play a little video for you guys to take you back to 2020 to just remind you all the lies that were told to us during the pandemic.
A Miami charter school that made national headlines for its controversial vaccine policies is back in the news again.
COVID vaccine controversy still simmering at a South Florida private school.
Just absolute quackery. So I filed an amendment that basically prohibits any business in the state of Florida from doing that.
A new controversy at Sentner Academy, the private school near Miami's pricey design district, which made headlines last spring for a controversial email warning staff from getting a COVID-19 vaccine, now in the spotlight again.
And here we go again. They are now asking students that if they get vaccinated to stay home.
Here we have one of the most powerful tools in our arsenal to protect ourselves and get out of this problem. And they are discouraging the use of it. It's tragic.
Leadership at the Centner Academy in Miami called the COVID-19 vaccine an experimental injection.
Centner Academy here in Miami has used false claims to ask people in their school to hold off from getting vaccinated.
The author has a very primitive understanding of what a vaccine is.
She called it an experiment, took issue with the fact that at the time...
What is going on, and this has to do with the school in Miami.
This story has taken off across the country. As Pete said, networks are picking it up. It's coming across all over.
The White House is responding to the school's controversial stance on vaccines.
I have seen this report about a private school in Miami that's telling its staff and teachers not to get the COVID vaccine.
Now they are telling vaccinated students to stay home.
It's absolute lunacy, and it goes against everything that's well understood and well accepted in the scientific community.
Our objective is continuing to convey that it's important to abide by public health guidelines, that they're in place for a reason.
An educational institution is even more misleading.
False. I'll say it again. That is false. There is no credible study out there that indicates that the COVID-19 vaccine will in any way lead to any sort of transmission.
That's not written by anyone who has any understanding of the science, the science, the science, the science, the science.
Good. I'd like to see a round of applause, a round of hands for everybody in the audience who remembers all the lies that were told. It's something that we should never forget. And it's something that we should also remember to use our voice and never just blindly follow. Recently, there have been studies that have actually been coming out proving that we were right. And that the propaganda that they were spewing to us actually was completely false and inaccurate. You can actually even see here one of the doctors clearly said Miami school policy was far ahead, scientifically ahead, of what pretty much everything the federal government was saying. Thank you. And in fact, in Florida, our Surgeon General, Latipo, has been banning the use of the COVID shot. Yes. And in Idaho, already 6 counties have banned the use of the COVID shot. But this isn't the first time we've been lied to. We've been lied to for many, many, many years prior to this. And if you look at this image right here, you can see in 1986, there were very few vaccines given to our sweet babies. And today, there are substantially more. What has changed since 1986 to today? Well, many of you might know about the 1986 Act that President Reagan signed at the time, giving complete and utter immunity to pharma. What does that mean? That means they can injure your child and not have to pay $1 in liability. Yes. This is why it's so important for us to be involved in politics to stop these type of things from continuing. So our government tries to tell us that Richard Levine is a picture of health. Can I see a raise of hands who thinks he's a picture of health? No, that's good. No raise of hands. Versus Bobby Kennedy. Yes. Who is, 65, 70 and looks amazing. So again, don't believe the things that are just forced down your throat. So how did this become my mission? Well, I'll tell you. It was around the time of COVID where my husband asked me a very mundane question. We were sitting in the living room, and I told him, honey, I don't remember. And he looked at me, and he's like, what do you mean you don't remember? You graduated magna cum laude. You remember everything. You remember what we wore on the day we met over 10 years ago. And I remember sitting there with tears just rolling down my face because I started to realize that there were a lot of things I didn't remember and that didn't feel the same. I was falling asleep every night at 7 o'clock. I tried to blame it on the fact that I had a newborn baby at the time. She was only 2. You know how terrible 2s are, right? I had brain fog. I would have conversations with people and I would be pulling for the words because I couldn't get my words together. And I looked at him and I said, honey, I think I have a problem. And I don't know what it is because I've never felt like this. And I've been ignoring all the symptoms and the signs for the last year because I was hoping they would just go away. And now they've gotten worse. So I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to figure this out because that's what I do. I'm a problem solver. I figure everything out. But I couldn't figure out this problem because I didn't know I had a problem. I was ignoring it. And then I remembered, wait a minute, I had seen something like this before. The image on the screen is my dear sweet brother. And he was kidnapped when he was about 5 years old and taken to Saudi Arabia. And when he was taken to Saudi Arabia, against my mother's will, and she couldn't go there to get him back, what did they do without his medical records? They injected him with all these vaccines to get him up to date so he can go to school. And within 12 months of all these injections, both him and his older brother were diagnosed with diabetes. I didn't know this now, but I know this today, that childhood vaccines are one of the causes of childhood diabetes. And he was dependent on insulin because his pancreas was no longer producing it. This led for a lifelong of things that were constantly going wrong with his body. And I'll never forget the day that I called him up on the phone. Fortunately, he lived right up the street from us. My husband and I bought him a house to be close to us because he had a life of hardships, and now it was my turn to take care of him and completely turn everything around for him because that's what an older sister does, right? So I remember having this sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I called my husband crying. And I said, go to Omid's house. I'm too far away. You're up the street. I can't get to him in time, but something is wrong. Something is really wrong. And so my husband rushed up the street. And next thing you know, he's calling 911. My brother's barely conscious. And the ambulance got there just in time. I got to the hospital just in time. And acid had filled his blood because he wasn't taking enough of his diabetic medications. He wasn't listening to everything that his body was telling him. His body was telling him that there was a problem. He ignored it. He blamed it on the fact that he was tired. And I looked him in the eyes that day and I said, Omid, please, God is giving you another chance. You need to listen to the signs. Your body is telling you something's not right. He made a promise to me that day, but unfortunately he still didn't listen. And within 6 months later, we were burying him, and he was only 38. That made me realize that I've got 2 beautiful young kids that need me. I have a husband. I have 2 stepsons. I need to take care of myself. I need to listen to the signs. So I had to begin my own health journey. And from going through this journey, I learned that I had Lyme disease. At the time, I had breast implants. And I realized how toxic those implants were and that I needed to get them removed because they weren't allowing my body to heal. I learned that I was living in a house full of mold. I had no clue. I didn't even know what mold was. I also found out that this toxic environment that my body was in, the terrain, was a complete disaster. So we all had parasites. And since then, I've been learning so much about parasites. Who in this room has pets? Raise your hand. Yeah, you all probably have parasites too, unfortunately. Dogs are the root cause of parasites and mold and just not being healthy. As part of my research, I also learned, oh my goodness, my mouth was toxic. I had removed my mercury fillings because I knew that wasn't good for me, but they replaced it with plastic BPA fillings. I had 4 wisdom teeth removed when I was in my 20s, and they removed the wrong way, and I had an infected mouth that I didn't know, and that was also preventing myself from healing. Who in this room has root canals? Raise your hand. Yeah, you're going to want to get that checked right away. Because from what I learned, in fact, my husband has his root canal removed and replaced with ceramic implants. It was infected and there was a cyst in there. So all of this journey that I went on, I realized the most dangerous information in the world is what you don't know that you don't know. And there had been so much that I didn't know. And as just the personality that I have, I'm going to dig and I'm going to learn and I'm going to do everything that I can to figure this out. So I traveled the world. I went from Spain to Mexico, all over the U.S., figuring out how am I going to get my hands around this, not only for myself, but for my family. Because I knew that if I was living in toxic soup, my family was being impacted as well. And I knew that I didn't need to do this just for myself, but I needed to do it for my girls. I knew that just going to traditional medicine, which is what I didn't do, because all they're going to do is put you on medications and want to keep you a patient for life. I knew I needed to figure out all the alternative forms of healing. And that's just exactly what I did. And that's how Setner Wellness was born. We have 3 locations in Miami, Florida, and I've taken all the mistakes that I've made, all the money that I wasted spending here and there on things that didn't work, versus all the places that did work. I brought it into one place under a 15,000 square foot roof, and I call it the Ultimate Wellness Center, because I know not everybody has the means to travel the world to get the help that they need to get. So what did we learn at Setner Wellness? Well, we basically put together a systems and a blueprint so that way everybody can be helped. And what we do is we go back and we figure out what the root cause of the issue is. You see, I had a friend who had Lyme disease, and she was taking 8 medications. And I'll never forget the day I asked her, I go, why are you on all these medications? She said, because I have to. And I remember her hands trembling really, really hard. And I go, why are your hands trembling? It was the medications. And I knew from the moment that I was diagnosed, there was no way I was going to turn to medications. Thankfully, I can tell you that I feel great. I am great. My Lyme markers are pretty much gone. Thank you. And it's because of the alternative forms that are out there that we all have access to. In fact, I think there is an infrared sauna booth that you all should visit here in the convention center. Detoxing your body before it gets to a point where your body can't handle it is key. So go visit that booth. Step 1 is to assess and understand. Anybody here that's getting chronic headaches or chronic fatigue, that's not normal. Dig in, figure it out. So phase 1 is assess. And you can do it for yourself first, but then you can also go to an alternative wellness center to do different types of labs. When I went to see a traditional doctor, they told me my labs looked great, I was fine. But the labs that they run are not the labs that we really need to determine what is going on. As part of this, we ran some stool tests. Has anybody ever done a stool test here? It's not the funnest thing in the world because you literally have to pick through your poop and put it in a jar. But the information that you get from these stool tests is incredible. And I couldn't understand, why didn't traditional doctors run these tests? So from the stool test, from the special urine test, from the special blood test, I was able to see exactly what was going on. My body was fully inflamed. So at least I knew, okay, now I know what I need to do. Because I'm high in heavy metals, I'm fully inflamed, my gut is a mess. And step 2 is, okay, I need to strengthen and I need to detox. And we all should be detoxing. Why? Because on a daily basis, you are being bombarded with water that's not clean. Even if you have a filter, your shower water has, especially if you're in Florida, it has fluoride coming out of it. Your food, if you're not eating organic food 100% of the time, you are eating food with glyphosate. And that glyphosate is ripping up your gut. And when your gut isn't strong, that's when all the pathogens and the bacteria leave your gut and go through your body. The metals in the sky, the metals everywhere. So it's key, even if you do feel fine, detox. Get yourself an infrared sauna. And at least start with that. And here are some of the things that we actually saw from one of my daughters. And as you can see on the left, she had a tremendous amount of bacteria overgrowth in her gut. And from detoxing her, and I'll tell you, I started with something simple that every single one of you can do in this room. I started with distilled water enemas to clean out her colon. Very easy to do. Doesn't cost a lot. You can buy the kit on Amazon. And there are the results after. After about 60 days, the bacteria was gone and she was back to normal. Number 1, proper nutrition. I know it's expensive to eat organic food, but in the end, it costs you a lot more money when you have to deal with medical bills that you wouldn't have had to deal if you just spent a little extra money on organic food. Try and reduce all chemical exposures in your house. What does this mean? Does anybody clean their house with bleach? Raise their hand. Okay, throw that away right away and go and buy yourself some hydrogen peroxide. It's pure, it's clean, it's something easy to switch to. Look at your shampoos, look at your conditioners. Limit the amount of chemical exposure that you have access to. And for my kids, we just started different protocols, detoxing them. Enemas, coffee enemas are amazing. And I'll tell you, this image is a little graphic, but I want you to see what came out of my family. Now, you might think, that's not normal, right? Well, since this, I've been helping hundreds of people through their parasite journeys, through their detoxing, and I'm finding this is actually a lot more common than you think. More people have parasites than you can imagine. Why? We live in a toxic world, and guess what parasites eat? They eat the metals in your body. And so the more your body is full of toxins, the more these parasites grow and grow and grow. And that one that's in the middle is about 18 inches. And it came out of a little 5-year-old girl. Step 3, this is a lifelong journey. Raise your hand if you know anybody who has cancer. Raise your hand. So I had a very good friend who did a study with a group of doctors in the 90s, and they figured out the root cause of cancer. It was toxins. It's something that pharma doesn't want you to know. Because if you are detoxing your body and taking care of your body, you are preventing cancer. Doctors will tell you that you can't get parasites in this country. It's a third world problem. It's a lie. They've known this. There are medical books in the 1800s where it was normal to deworm. It was normal to clear the toxins out of your body. But pharma doesn't want you to do that, because if you do that, you're not going to be a great patient for them. In fact, when you go and see them, when you've got really bad stomach pains, which is what my 5-year-old had, literally these worms were eating her alive, no one could help her. They'd say, oh, your markers are fine, you're fine. Because they want that to turn into something bigger. And because of the COVID shot, there's also this something called turbo cancer. Have you heard of that? 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, and 50-year-olds are all getting cancers. But that doesn't mean just because you got the shot, you'll get cancer. It just means you need to detox from that thing and strengthen your immune system. Don't wait till it gets to a point of no return. In fact, there are basic supplements that you can buy on Amazon to start cleansing your body from the shot. It's a lifelong process. And if you start now, you will add years to your life. That's the good news. Disease has become the new normal, but it's not normal. People with diabetes, it's not normal. You can see on this chart, 2 million people a year are being diagnosed with cancer. That's a lot of people. 25% of our kids are pre-diabetic. 45% are obese or overweight. And 77% aren't even allowed to join the military. Pull out your phones and take a little picture of this screen, because these are things that you could do right now. That you don't need to go to a wellness center to change the direction of your health and your wellness. And I tell you this because I don't like it when I see young people come to the wellness center that are broken to the point where it's a lot harder to help them. I urge all of you, because we have a country to save, right? Thank you. Start the process now. Where will you look for the truth? So what did I do? My husband and I are blessed to have the means. We built our own school. We built our own wellness center. We built our own farm. We're building a ranch right now. We've got about 15 bison on there. But for you guys, find local farmers. If you're not in Florida, find local farmers that you can support. Find local ranches that you can support. Make sure that when your kids are going to a school, you're fully aligned. You ask them the right questions. Does your school believe in anything more than 2 genders? And if they say yes, don't put your kid there. I'm running out of time, but I'll say this real quick. We have a very, very serious screening process. Anybody that wants to work at our school or any parent that wants to bring their kids to our school. And you know what the first question is? How many genders do you think we have? And anybody that answers more than 2 is basically shown the door. In fact, it's kind of funny. I'll share a quick funny story, but there was a super woke mom that came to our school. Don't know how she didn't know about us. You can just Google us and see who we are. And she starts crying after she hears my admissions director give his speech before you walk past the door. And she's crying, and he's like, okay, this is not going to go well. And she says, how are you not being inclusive? If my child thinks she's a cat, how can you deny her? And he says, actually, we would help you find a good psychiatrist, because this is not the right place. So she didn't make it past the front door, which is fine. We're fine with that. My point in this slide is find a community that's aligned. Don't blindly put your kids in just any school. Don't blindly go to your doctor and say, tell me, doctor, everything I need to do. Do your research. And don't blindly just eat food that could be poisoning your body. Figure out what you're eating and put in quality food into your body. Your body is your temple. And I will tell you, God did not make a mistake with our bodies. We don't need pharma to heal us or cure us. The only issue is the toxic overload. So sometimes we need to give our bodies a little push to help push the toxins out. And like I said, you can do this at home. You can do it with a sauna. You can work out. You can help your body give it that little push that it needs. Of course, Setner Academy, that's one of the things that we do here. Do we have any teachers in the room? Raise your hand. We are hiring, just so you know, we're always hiring. We feed our kids farm to table. We make them work out 5 days a week. We do mindfulness. We make sure that there's zero bleach, anything toxic in our school. It's super important that your kids are not breathing down bleach on it all day long. Of course, you saw the Wellness Center, and this is our farm. Zero chemicals at all whatsoever. Our kids at school eat about 720 eggs from our farm a week, which is pretty cool. And the chickens eat the composting from our school that goes back. So it's a beautiful cycle, yes, of really just not wasting, right? Thank you. If you're ever in Miami, Florida, coming soon, we have a super cool restaurant that's going to be farm to table, attached to another spa that we're opening, all organic. I'm starting a podcast soon. So anybody that's interested in health and wellness, that will be at my podcast. And then my husband and I also are starting a podcast called Erased, really highlighting people that have been censored and shut down. So my husband is out there in the audience. I can't see him. What does this mean for all of us? Empower yourselves. Hold yourself accountable and do whatever it takes so that way you can live a long and healthy life. If you could grab out your phone and take a picture of this, because what I want you to do is text health to this number, and I've got some cool parasite documents, parasite identifiers, and also for anybody that's going to be in Florida, I got some, a little reward over there for anybody that wants to visit our center. So take a picture of that. If it's easier to take a picture of this, you can do this as well. And let's make America healthy again. And I have just a quick little 1-minute video to show you of our Wellness Center.
Center Wellness invites you to embark on a transformative wellness journey. Our state-of-the-art facility is a sanctuary for achieving your highest potential of optimum health and vitality. At Center Wellness, we blend the latest technology and services with ancient, holistic wisdom to help you achieve your health and beauty goals. Our innovative treatments support bio-optimization.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this? We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremysrazors.com now.
Body and soul. Visit us today for a personalized path to optimum health backed by science and ancient healing wisdom. Centner Wellness. Wellness redefined.
Thank you. I don't know if there might be Q&A, I'm not sure. So thank you all for your time.
Morin, the mother of Rachel Morin, who was tragically killed.
You'd be a fool to deny that there's a problem at the southern border. We need to follow the laws that are already on the book. We need to close our borders. The American people should not feel afraid to live in their own homes. I want them to know who she was as a person. She was very important to so many people, and I want people to remember her because she's more than just a statistic.
Good morning, and thank you very much. This has been such a welcoming place. I'm so grateful to be here and so grateful for the opportunity to be able to tell my daughter's story. So thank you. My daughter, Rachel Morin, was a 37-year-old mother to 5 children. August 6, 2023, I was in Kentucky because I had a grandchild that had passed away from SIDS, when I got a phone call from my son, who is in Maryland. And the phone call went something like this. Mom, there's somebody on the phone that would like to speak to you. Okay. Hello, Mrs. Morin? This is the lead detective. There's no easy way to tell you this, but we found your daughter's body. I had just found out maybe 3 or 4 hours earlier that she had been missing. A day or two later, we made it back from Kentucky to Maryland. My kids wouldn't let me drive the 10 hours because they didn't think I was emotionally able to. I met with the detective, and subsequent months later, some of the things that I found out was that my daughter that day had finished work, had gone to the Mapaw Trail. It's a small public in-town trail that we've walked as a family for over 25 years. So it's a well-known trail in our town. No sense of fear. It's just very safe. She went for her walk in the afternoon after work. She was a small businesswoman. And waiting in the woods was what we found out later, an alleged illegal immigrant that was a got-away. He tried to come into America 3 times through the border, was denied, sent back. The 4th time he crossed over as a got-away. He was fleeing El Salvador, where he had allegedly murdered a woman. He had made his way to Los Angeles from the border, and in March of 2023, he attacked a 9-year-old child and the mother of that child. He evaded capture and made his way from the West Coast to the East Coast, where he, on August 5th, 2023, found my daughter walking that trail, grabbed her from behind, dragged her into the woods. They said she was so bruised that her body was blanketed in bruises. He dragged her into the woods. He strangled her. He raped her. And then he stuffed her into a drain pipe. It's to get that story, or to get that news that your daughter is missing, is bad enough. But then to hear that she was murdered, and then to go and see her body in the funeral parlor, and you have to decide if we're going to have an open casket or a closed casket. Can her children be there or not be there? It is so, so very devastating. It's the worst pain that I think a person can feel. I'm so emotional right now, I can't think. Since that time, from when they captured this person, it was 10 months from the time that they found her body to the time they were able to capture him. So for 10 months, he lived in the very town where she was murdered. He continued to live in our town, work in our town, and who knows if there's other victims, we don't know. It wasn't until he left the town and started making his way back to the West Coast that detectives and law enforcement and federal law agencies helped us to locate this person and to arrest him and bring him back to Maryland. My daughter's death is the second illegal immigrant murder in our county. There was a person, a young woman, a year before that had been murdered, raped, strangled, and murdered by an alleged illegal immigrant from El Salvador. The open borders that we have are so dangerous. You know, and when we found out that this man was an illegal immigrant, the Biden administration didn't say anything, didn't offer condolences, but President Trump, he called our family and he said how heartbroken he was and that if there was anything he could do to help us. And he sounded like a very caring man. He sounded like your grandfather who calls and says, "Hey, how you doing? Can I do something to help you?" And it's continued since that time. It's been over a year and a half, and they still continue to check in on our family and see if we're doing okay. These open borders, they have to be closed. They just have to be closed. I live in Maryland. Maryland is a sanctuary state, and there are several sanctuary cities. And if you live in a state that has a sanctuary city, you're not safe. You're a border state too. Because they will come to the sanctuary city, leave, commit crimes, and then go back to the sanctuary city where they hide from a prosecution. We have to close the borders. This is, and I've said this so many times before, it's not a bipartisan issue. It's not Republican. It's not Democrat. It's American. It's common sense. It's we need, as Americans, to secure our borders, to make sure that our national security is where it should be for the American citizens, that we should be protecting our families. And so I'm hopeful that in the future that we're going to make progress on this border policies. But it's very important that we tell Rachel's story because she's not the only one. I know that you've seen some news about Lakeland Riley and about Alexis Nungarier. I can't pronounce her last name, the daughter. And there are some other girls that have been raped and murdered. Most of the attacks happen on children between 9 and 12 years old. Most of the attacks, if they don't end up in murder, they don't get reported because the little girl is ashamed. Who wants to tell somebody what's happened to them? The police are downplaying the amount of crime that's going on in our country. There are at least 100,000 people in our country that have been affected by immigrant crime. Aside from the fact that we have 20 million people in our country here illegally, Not only does it affect our national security, but it affects every family in our nation. Every family. I know until they were able to find the suspect in my daughter's case, people were afraid to walk the streets. Women would come up to me and say, I lock my doors, I lock my windows, I'm afraid to open my doors, I don't even want to walk down my walkway to check my mail. People live in fear. We shouldn't live in fear in our own homes, in our own towns. And I really believe the only way that we can get a grasp on this is to sanction sanctuary cities, remove funding from sanctuary cities and states. Put policies into place that remove the criminal, illegal immigrants from our country. If we did that, that's at least 150 to 200 million illegal immigrants that we would be deporting. And I know that the current administration says we need immigrants in our country because of the economy. There are almost 7 million Americans that are out of work. Most of them are college students. Why can't we train college students to do some of these jobs? It would help with them getting a foot into whatever industry they want to get into, and it would help spur on the economy. It would help the unemployed. I'm just so grateful to be here. And I just wanted to thank you again for this honor and opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If you're ready to step up your political influencer game, I've got you. I'm Kyle Campbell, and my show, Politically Basic, gives you everything you need to be the most effective political advocate by breaking down the basics of all political issues and current political events. Rockstar guests give you insider.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60 there. I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
Not just as a representative from Colorado, but as a voice for the America we love, the America that we have been fighting to take back. You were given a directive from the real president of the United States of America. You were given a command at a moment when God himself intervened. You were charged in real time when the enemy attempted to defeat God's plan by setting literal sights on Donald J. Trump in order to assassinate him. And in that moment, you are the ones who heard the words, fight, fight, fight. And you took that seriously. And you have fought the good fight. You went out and reached people in your spheres of influence. You were communicating to them the importance of the 2024 election. And you, my friends, won us the 2024 election. God laid it out long ago that the just must live by faith. And if we are going to live by faith, we have to know there is going to be a battle. And in this room, there are men and women who are prepared for that battle. But also remember, this fight of faith, it's a good fight. A fight that has already been won from us when Jesus hung on the cross and said, "It is finished." You fought and won this battle to such a degree that Time magazine had to come out and declare President Donald J. Trump Person of the Year. But here's the deal. The people already spoke, and you declared him Person of the Year November 5th. Together, now with a representative government working for you, let's show the doubters. Let's prove to the world that our America First policies, those policies that we have been so desperately yearning to bring back, that these are the actions we must take so America can continue to stand for our allies. And we will, and already are, making America great again. Envision with me our Congress, a place where the policies of freedom, with the principles of limited government, and where the biblical values of our founding fathers resonate through the halls. With Republican majorities that you have delivered us, we can legislate now with integrity. We can protect our Second Amendment rights, secure our borders. Who wants to build the wall and deport them all? We are already seeing an end to the woke agenda, all of the corporations pulling out of the woke nonsense, because America is fully awake and not woke. We are going to ensure that our economy thrives through these policies, not through government handouts. Because under Bidenomics, that wasn't working too well for us, was it? In Congress, every legislative action could now be a step towards less regulation, lower taxes, de-weaponization. Do you know how many stories I hear just walking amongst you all of a weaponized federal government that has far overreached and overstepped its bounds? Well, now we get to rein that back in, and we can stand for what we believe in. And this isn't a daydream. It is our reality. This is our mission, a mandate by you. And we're not just talking about control. We're talking about taking power back from those elites in Washington, D.C., those self-proclaimed elites, and giving power rightfully back to we, the people. We will transform our economy through innovation, and our future will be stronger than it ever has been before. We are on the brink of something so revolutionary with the DOGE Commission. DOGE is led by none other than Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. And this isn't just about waste, fraud, and abuse and holding those agencies accountable. And just a little insight, we used to call that Congress, right? But Congress has let you down year after year, decade after decade. And now we are going to hold these agencies accountable to their funders. And that's you, the taxpayers, filling this room. Actually, Lord knows these politicians, they love to get to Washington, D.C. and go to their swanky dinners and have the lobbyists tell them how wonderful they are and have their staff write their talking points and tell them which way to vote. But to me, that's not a representative of the people. That's a welfare recipient. What if the 535 people that you sent, that you've actually elected, were good stewards of your money? You know, the money that's been stolen from you. Taxation is theft. But this is a new era where President Trump and the commission that he has created, called DOGE, are redefining how government works for you. A commission that ensures transparency and to reduce all of this nonsense that we are tired of. And you saw maybe more than ever this week that your voice matters the most in what happens in Washington, D.C. Your voice is stronger than every lobbyist in Washington, D.C. And when you say we don't want a 1,500-page bill filled with pork, we don't want to have endless wars and have all of this random spending that's unaccountable, well, politicians are forced to listen to you. And in Washington, D.C., nothing happens without force. But you have proven to the world that your voice is stronger than every swamp creature in Washington, D.C. Now, be forewarned, I do have colleagues who will stand before President Trump and Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and say, please, dear sirs, save us from ourselves. These are the same politicians who have been voting and approving this reckless spending in Washington, D.C., who have been covering for the agencies that have not been held accountable. But you have that power to put them in their place. And I just want to leave you with this. Your voice is so incredible that God created your words to have power, creative power. When you speak life or death. So I need you to speak life, call out the lies, and speak truth. Because if you remain silent, we lose by default. Fill your heart with God's words, and out of your heart, that's what will come out. I am so happy to have our president back. You have accepted the invitation over the years to join us in the fight. We have won this fight. It was a long 4-year battle, but we are back. We are stronger than we have ever been. And now I'm asking you to continue to stand alongside of us, to not only make America great, but to keep America great for our children and our children's children, and for many more generations to come. I love you all. Thank you for supporting Turning Point and Charlie Kirk. Thank you for giving us our country back and the greatest president we've ever seen. God bless y'all.
Creators, it's time to take control. Turn your creativity into captivating content instantly. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV by Parler isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut Shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
Stopped being a thing for adults, and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Hey everybody, thank you for this warm welcome. As you just saw the trailer, we're here to talk about the upcoming documentary. It's a Daily Wire Turning Point collab, Identity Crisis. This is about the transgender issue that we're all very familiar with. It's been a huge problem in this country, and that is a problem that we're fixing. So, you know, the theme of AmericaFest this year has been very obvious in every speech almost that I've heard. We're all talking about how things are moving in a positive direction because people like you have got involved, have spoken up, and made a difference. And there is no issue on which we are beating the left better than on this issue, the transgender issue. They overplayed their hand, they showed their evil, and we have risen to this challenge and are winning the PR war. But this documentary, which comes out, what was it, January 10th, right? It's going to be streaming on X first on January 10th. This documentary is extremely important because while we are winning the culture war on transgender issues, we have not yet won the legal war. And we have not yet won the medical war, and we need to. Things are happening around the world. Some countries are waking up to this too slowly, but the United States is way behind, and this is going to be very, very important. So let me just give a couple of simple, self-evident truths, and then we'll jump into this excellent panel that we have here. Here's one for you. There are men, there are women. They cannot change into the other. This is a very simple truth. You have no reason to be ashamed or afraid to say that. You all know that here. Here's another truth. Gender doesn't exist. Gender is not real. Gender is a state of mind. It's a set of personality beliefs. It is not something you can perform medicine on. Right? And so these are some very important things for us to understand. We also must understand why we have to win the fight for this, and we have to understand why we need to win the medical fight. Because this is, and this is maybe the most important of these truths, this is the greatest child abuse and medical scandal since the Nazis and maybe even child sacrifice cults in the ancient world. And it's our duty to stand up to this and to fight this to the very last everywhere. It's not enough to win the culture war. But we have changed that. So with this movie, share it with your friends, get it out there. Identity Crisis, again, January 10th, you're going to want to watch it. You're going to want to show it to everybody so they can understand the gravity of this issue. But we've made a huge amount of progress changing this, and I think that has a lot to do. I know that Charlie has really encouraged you guys and said that you are the media now. We are the media now, right? So the conservative media has spoken up on this. Conservatives on social media have spoken up on this. We've spoken compassionately, but we've spoken truthfully, firmly, and boldly to end this. And this is an extremely important part. So we've got Margaret Olohan here from Daily Wire, and she's written a wonderful book called D-Trans, telling these crucial stories. And I want to start with you, Mary. I want you to tell everybody how you think the conservative media has changed this issue in America and where that goes forward through 2025.
Absolutely. You guys, I'm so happy to be here with you today. Conservative media has never been more important than it's been over the past several years. We've seen conservative media report stories that the legacy media would rather you never, ever, ever heard about. And I'm not just talking about people like Riley Gaines, who broke her story with the Daily Wire. I'm not just talking about the Loudoun County sexual assault scandal, which broke in the Daily Wire, or the millions of stories about parents fighting school boards, parents fighting gender ideology, children being transitioned without their parents' consent. All of these things that broke in places like the Federalist, the Daily Caller, the Daily Signal, the Daily Wire, Fox News. You guys wouldn't have heard about them if these outlets didn't exist. And it's been a really pivotal time in history because legacy media, New York Times, Washington Post, is actively working against all of us to hide the truth about these stories. When it comes to things like the euphemism, gender-affirming care, that was crafted by the left to give to the New York Times so that they can confuse you into thinking that it's somehow caring to push children through irreversible transgender surgeries and hormones. There is nothing caring about gender-affirming care. It's a euphemism and it's a lie. And we have conservative media to thank for exposing that.
Thank you. She's absolutely right. We have got to keep leading on this issue. Conservative media has to keep leading on this issue boldly, unafraid, telling the stories. Before I jump in with you, Chloe, what I want to say very quickly is that while we're winning this war, like I said, in the cultural sphere, we've got to win this in the legal sphere, in the medical sphere. So what I actually want to talk to you, you've told your story a lot of times. I don't want to take away from your story, but I want to hear actually from you. I'm very interested to hear that looking at a 2025 where this issue starts to turn, not just in the culture, but it starts to turn in the medical field. This, you know, maybe Trump's, NIH does a systematic review, and all of a sudden these state medical boards have to listen, right? As this issue starts to transform legally, what is that going to mean for people who have been through what you have been through?
I think now we're at a point in time where detransitioners or other people who have been hurt by this so-called medicine are going to be vindicated, especially with Trump in office and with RFK and his movement to make America healthy again. I'm really hoping that I can get a meeting with him and that we can make it so that we can seek legal retribution for what we've gone through and also force our providers who did this to us to take care of us, to give us the care that we need and that we deserve after they put us down this mutilative, dangerous path that will affect us for life. There's this lie going around still that these procedures are reversible in some way. The moment that you start on the puberty blockers or the hormones, or once you go through the surgery to get rid of your breast, or you go through the cross-sex mimicry surgeries, you cannot go back.
So let me just ask you really quickly, just very unequivocally, so in case RFK is hearing this out there somewhere, in case the CDC director is hearing this, any of these medical people are listening, just yes or no or whatever, you can add a little bit, whatever you want, just answer this question. Does this so-called gender-affirming butchery actually produce healthy outcomes?
Never. There is no such thing as a healthy transition because you cannot actually become the opposite sex. No matter what drugs or what surgeries you get, it only makes you into a disfigured man or woman. These are distressed boys and girls who deserve better than this.
Good.
And as it is right now, detransitioners are not acknowledged by the same medical systems, the same hospitals and doctors who hurt us in the first place. There aren't even any standards of care. We have to force these same insurance companies to unequivocally cover these transition treatments to cover ours as well.
Thank you, Chloe. That's right. Thank you. And I hope they're listening out there. So, Riley, I'm going to tell you a story about Miss Gaines. As you know, Miss Gaines is a competitive swimmer, and she's pretty good at it. What you do not know is that last year, Miss Gaines and I were together at an event in California on the Pacific, and right there on the beach, and she came up to me, and I'm dressed, you know, like this, and I have to go to a meeting, and she's like, hey, do you want to go down to the ocean and have a race? And I was like, no, ma'am, I do not. And I have this meeting to go to. She's like, come on, blow it off. Let's go swim in the ocean, and I'll beat you. And I was like, you will beat me. And she was like, you're just afraid to lose. And I was like, ma'am, I am not afraid of reality. You will beat me soundly, but I am not trans, so I cannot get in a body of water and swim against you. So Riley, with the sports issue, this isn't the medical side, right? With the sports issue, and I do regret not swimming against you, by the way. You would have smoked me if smoke can be in water. But with the sports issue, the same question really, how do you see this changing in 2025, and what will it mean for all these young women in athletics if we can make the push to change this issue meaningfully in America this year?
Well, first of all, James, don't lie. You just didn't want to be seen in a Speedo. That's really what it was.
I'm not afraid of that.
We would have to shield our eyes from that. Look, this issue, the gender ideology movement as a whole, I think specifically the sports issue, it brought to life, it perfectly highlighted the concerns that so many people had. And it proved to us just how out of touch and how far from reality, truthfully, how anti-reality the left has become. Saying that men and women are the same, it's interchangeable, these things are synonymous. You can be one thing one day, the next thing the next, which, again, as we saw on November 5th, the American people wholeheartedly reject. So what this looks like in the courtrooms specifically, I will say, myself, there's a lawsuit going on right now. It is called Gaines versus NCAA. Myself and now, which to be very transparent, this is never something that I wanted to pursue. Okay, the emotional investment, the time investment, of course, it's a financial investment to pursue these lawsuits. But I'll tell you when I changed my mind. I was talking to the president of the NCAA at the time, President Mark Emmert. Of course, it's now Charlie Baker, which he testified before the Senate just this week. We saw some great lines of questioning from Senator Hawley, Senator Kennedy, Senator Blackburn, to which he falsely testified on several accounts, actually specifically pertaining to what's going on in the federal courts surrounding this issue. But I was talking to the NCAA president at the time, Mark Emmert, who publicly released a statement saying he unequivocally, word for word, stood in his decision to allow Leah Thomas to swim with the women because it was based in evolving science, whatever that means. But privately, he tells me, you keep going, you keep fighting. And I look at him. How can you tell me to keep fighting when you are the one that I am fighting? I said, where does the discrepancy lie if we both agree here? And he says, well, my hands are tied. I said, who's tying your hands? You're the president of the NCAA. And he says, well, you know, I don't want to lose federal funding. I don't want to get sued. And I looked at him and I said, I am going to sue you. And that's what I've been doing. But to speak specifically both at the state and federal level, what we're seeing across the nation. Now 25 states have enacted some sort of fairness in women's sports bill, ultimately protecting the categories of sports on the basis of sex. We've seen 8 states now codify and define the word woman in law. I can't even believe we have to do that. But unfortunately, not only is it necessary, I would argue that it's urgent that we do such. We have seen legislation introduced at the federal level, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, introduced by Representative Greg Steube, which fell entirely, believe it or not, on party lines, meaning 219 Republicans voted in favor of protecting women and girls in sports, and all 203, every single last one of them, mothers and fathers of their own young daughters, all 203 Democrats voted in opposition of protecting women and girls in sports. Yeah. beyond disappointing, especially coming from the crowd who claims to be feminists, who claim to protect women's rights. We know what they mean when they say that, and it doesn't actually mean protecting women's rights to equal opportunities, to privacy in locker rooms, to safety in our sports. And so I'm very excited with a new administration, of course, the Trump administration getting into office. It was one of his big issues on his platform, issue number 17, big bold letters, is keep men out of women's sports. He has vowed to, on day one, reverse course from what the Biden-Harris administration has illegally and administratively done.
Thank you, Riley. That was fantastic. For those of you, I'm sure you all know, but the Democrats know it's political suicide to step out of line with even one issue. And that's, of course, the strength of our side, is that we don't think that way. We allow people to think for themselves, to debate, to have different ideas. And you can see what happens. You get this absolute loss of perspective. You have every single Democrat knowing that they will be primaried if they don't toe the line, voting to say these horrible things, to destroy children's lives and to destroy young women's opportunities in sports, because their party has become a fascist operation, and we all know that. Now, I want to talk to you about my friend Adam Vina. I've got to know him over the last couple of years through this documentary. I was introduced to him, and Adam, I'm going to embarrass you a minute a little bit, so hold up. I'm sorry. Adam's story is central to this documentary, Identity Crisis. It's one of the most important stories in the documentary. And what Adam's story is, in the simplest way to put it, is that Adam is the truest demonstration that I've seen of a father's love for his child in front of this behemoth, this monster, and not just that, in not just the awful state of California for this issue, but in Los Angeles itself. Okay, so Adam.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
Adam, I'm so glad you're part of this documentary. I'm so glad you're on this stage with us. And I want you to answer kind of the same question. You know, what is this going to mean if these folks out here can help make a difference on this issue in 2025 and 2026, if we can help the Trump administration make a difference, if we can help our states, including California, where we're talking backstage, let them know. If we can make a difference, what's it going to mean for people like you who have had your child taken away by the state because you don't believe that your son is a little girl?
Yeah, I think what California needs is somebody that we can rally behind as governor. We need a Trump-like figure to run for governor in California. We need, because as we all know, when Trump does ban the puberty blockers and the surgeries, Gavin Newsom is going to fight tooth and nail to fight anything that President Trump puts in place. And at this point in California, we have nobody that is sitting back and protecting the children, my son, Jeff's son, a whole other bunch of fathers, kids in the state of California. So we truly need that Trump-like figure that we can all rally behind.
Thank you, Adam. That's a very important message. So Californians, get to work. Make California great again, right? So make California great again. We need all 50 states in this fight to bring America to where it needs to be. And this is a pivotal moment in our history, right? We all know, right? Charlie has been extremely good about talking about this throughout the entire conference, that we have had a win that we did not deserve, that we have been graced with a respite from the Democratic tyranny that we've been facing. And now we have 2 and 4 years that we must make use of. We must show our gratitude. We must celebrate. But even though it's a new dawn in America, and I'll give you guys the rest of the year for the Christmas holiday, even though it's a new dawn in America, it's Monday morning and we've got a long work week ahead of us, right? So I want to turn the attention for the rest of the panel. We've got a few minutes left. I want to hear from each one of you in terms of how this documentary is going to be an important thing to bring into the year in this new 2025 for this new administration, for the culture, however, that's actually going to be the ones taking to social media, raising these points, and changing this issue, again, legally and medically, not just in the culture war. So let's start with you, Riley.
This documentary, being a part of it, of course, is so special to me, being able to continue to tell not just my experience, but please hear me when I say this. It's not unique anymore. When I talk about my story, I am sharing the story of hundreds and truly thousands of women who have lost out on roster spots or podium finishes or trophies or medals and been exploited and exposed to in locker rooms, women who have been injured in their sports. I speak for so many of us. And that's what I think, truthfully, the key component to this. I hear from people every single day who tells me, this isn't going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to my family. I live in Tennessee. It couldn't possibly happen to me. That would be your first mistake. Nobody is immune to this. Nobody is immune to the gender ideology movement, and that has been proven over the past few years. So take this, spread it far and wide, share it with your children, your grandchildren, your best friend, people who don't agree with you, and typically, maybe would even call themselves a lifelong liberal. Let them hear from the everyday people like me, like Chloe, like Mary Margaret, like Adam. None of us expected to be here, and I promise you, none of us want to be here. But it's a necessary fight. It's a fight someone has to bear the mantle of. We on this stage, of course, have proven ourselves that we are willing to do it. We need all of you to be willing to do it as well.
Okay, Adam, I want to hear from you. What does this documentary mean to you, to regular people out there? What does it mean to have this out there for people?
I think this documentary it's bringing to light the war that we're having on children in America, the war that is on parents, the war that are on fathers in America. And it's really hard to see how we have gotten here, but this documentary really shows in great detail on what exactly is going on with our kids and parents in the United States.
Thank you, Adam. Last night I went to Shabbat dinner, and the entire message that was given was all about how the family, since you bring up the war on families and parents, the family itself is the foundation of society. This is such an important message for us to be pushing in this time, and I'm glad that you are a very real symbol of that, Adam. Mary Margaret, same question, really. What does this documentary present as an opportunity, especially for the conservative media, to follow up with it?
Yeah, I think everyone should watch this for many reasons, but one is that on no other issue than gender ideology has it been so apparent that the truth will set us free. Looking at the truth of this issue, no one is going to support pushing kids down this path. This is a very raw documentary. I'm warning you right now. There's some really brutal images in it, but you need to see them, and you need to show them to other people. You need to help people understand the reality of what we're talking about here. Because no one hears Chloe's story and thinks, yes, we should be pushing children down that path. You think, I want to help that girl. I wish I was there for her. And that's the way we're changing our culture, is with real stories like Chloe's, like Riley's, like Adam's. And this documentary does an amazing job of doing that.
Thank you so much. Now, as always, I'm going to let the inimitable Chloe Cole bring us home. Chloe, what is your message for regular people out here, for families, for parents, for medical providers? I know you already gave that one a little bit. What is your message, and how does it mesh with the documentary?
Well, first, I want to address you, Adam. Every time I hear your story, it's incredibly heartbreaking for me, because it makes me think of my own parents and what they went through. And you and your son deserve so much better than the cards that you have been given. But your love for your son and the efforts you make for him will not be in vain. God will use it for good. And that goes to all of the parents, all the families, all the friends out here, to people who are struggling with these feelings around their body or with the process of questioning their gender identity or questioning detransition. It's not going to be an easy battle, but you have to keep going for them. That goes for every single one of us. We all have a role in this fight for reality, for our true identities as men and women, as unique and beautiful as we are. There are times when it might seem hopeless, but in just the past few years that this movement has been going, it's moved so quickly, and there is so much hope. There is so much for us to look for. There is so much for us to look forward to. That being said, We cannot just look at our achievements of the past and just assume that it's all over, that we don't have to do anything anymore. Because there's so much work still on the table. So we have to continue to fight until the very end. Until this ideology is no longer infecting our institutions and no more children are being harmed by their doctors, by their counselors, by these irresponsible adults who think that they can get in between children and their parents who love them and know them best.
Give it up for the panel. Go see Identity Crisis, January 10th, Daily Wire and Turning Point USA. Let's hear it. Thank you.
As an investigative journalist, my job is to expose bad actors, but I have to also find the best people to work with. Good people, principled people, truth-telling people. I actually found Fisher Capital through Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA AmericaFest, and I decided to check them out. Now, in addition to exposing the deep state, the administrative state, catching them on tape like we did with the White House.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. And buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time, Foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
Still in store for you, and we want to take a moment here to do something very important. As you know, at Turning Point USA, we have the largest high school and college chapter network in the country. What we do at Turning Point USA is we train up the next generation of leaders to go fight for conservative values on campuses across the country. They are making change happen every single day. And we have thousands and thousands of students. We have 800,000 students involved with Turning Point USA. 800,000 students. And we started doing this last year to celebrate and to acknowledge and award the top students at Turning Point USA. We call it the Patriot Rewards Program. This is something where all of our thousands of students are competing to try to win the top award, to try to be Patriot of the Year, top chapter of the year. And understand, this is a very, very, very prestigious honor. And they are working to grow their chapter, to fight their administration, to get the fellow students on board. And at Turning Point USA, our students are the most impressive. They are out there fighting every single day, despite the opposition and despite all the adversity. And if you are in this audience and you are not yet involved with Turning Point USA, you one day can be on this stage. You just go into the exhibit hall, you go to that big thing that says start a chapter, and you sign up, and you bring Turning Point USA to your high school and your college to fight for America on your campus. You could do that right in the exhibit hall. Now understand, this is the student army that matters so much for the future of America. Our first honoree, our first recipient of the Patriot Student of the Year Award from our Patriot Rewards program is someone I actually had on my program on the Charlie Kirk Show just a couple days ago. You might have saw this. This young lady is in high school. And I hope all of you that are in your 50s, 60s, and 70s get inspiration by how hard these students are fighting for our values. This young lady in high school, the president of Clarkstown North High School up in New York, she was entering her senior season as a volleyball player. She was told by her coach, hey, good, you're going to probably have a year with a lot of playing time. And she showed up one day at tryouts, and there was a biological man on her team. And she was told that, hey, this biological man on now the women's volleyball team is now going to have to basically take your spot. Mary did not accept that. She fought the administration. She fought the powers to be and led a charge to say that men should not be in female sports. Join me in celebrating and welcoming the recipient of our High School Patriot Student of the Year Award, Mary Cupp. Mary, come on out here. Just amazing. Now we have our Chapter of the Year Award, the Legacy Chapter of the Year, our High School Legacy Chapter of the Year. We have, at Turning Point USA, over 1,200 high school chapters across the country that are organizing, that are fighting for our values. So this is a very, very big honor. And let me read this. The recipient is the TPUSA at Cedar Valley High School in You've got some members here in Utah of all places, but let me read this word for word. Turning Point USA at Cedar Valley High School in Eagle Mountain, Utah, stood strong against attempts by the LGBTQ club to shut them down for showing pride in their country, not pride in that other agenda. Refusing to back down, they confronted the administration head on, not only keeping their club alive, but making it stronger than ever. Their determination led to a remarkable achievement, participating in the flag in the classroom and raising funds to proudly display a massive 30 by 50 foot American flag in the school's main hall, a bold, historic first. Join me in celebrating TPUSA Cedar Valley High School. Gives you hope for the future, doesn't it? It's amazing. Now on to our college recipients. This is a big one. Now, of all the states where, this is the College Patriot Student of the Year Award, of all the states where you have to fight for liberty and fight for free speech, the state where you would expect it the least would be in Wyoming. You would think that in Wyoming, that we have robust free speech protections, but for those of you that are in very conservative states, you know that some of those conservative states can be the worst for our values. That some of those conservative states can have some of the bluest cities and bluest administration. The TPUSA College Patriot Student of the Year Award recipient is Gabe Saint. Gabe, a senior at the University of Wyoming, is a trailblazer for free speech and conservative values. Spotting an inactive TPUSA chapter on campus, he single-handedly revived it, transforming a 4-member club into a powerhouse organization, hosting record-breaking events and reshaping university policy, undeterred by backlash, by displaying pro-life materials or his viral Newsmax interview. Gabe turned obstacles into opportunities. He became a champion for the First Amendment. His leadership even ended up influencing the Wyoming state legislature to get this, to defund DEI and leading to University of Wyoming's elimination of the DEI office at the University of Wyoming. A bold advocate, Gold, Gabe fights for values every day. Join me in celebrating Gabe Sate from the University of Wyoming, College Patriot of the Year. Okay, our final award goes to the TEAP USA College Legacy College Chapter of the Year. Now, this one is very, very competitive. As you know, I visited 25 college campuses this last semester, and I saw a lot of things. This chapter is extraordinary. This chapter had they hosted me, had the most students to attend of any event that we did this last semester. The University of Georgia's Turning Point USA chapter revolutionized college activism. Driven by their president's bold vision after AmericaFest, they transformed University of Georgia into a conservative stronghold, hosting Riley Gaines, Dr. Ben Carson, and me, where, get this, when they did the event for us, 5,000 students showed up in the largest ever event at the University of Georgia. Their impact goes beyond events. They help serve their community, and here's the one that I really love. They were the first organization to step up, raise money, and to help Laken Riley's family after she was murdered by that illegal migrant. Join me in welcoming and celebrating the award winner for the Turning Point USA College Chapter of the Year at the University of Georgia. One more time for the future of America, high school and college chapters. How great is that? You can one day be on this stage. Go get involved, take back your campus, get involved for the future of America, and support your local Turning Point USA chapter. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back soon, and keep supporting your Turning Point USA chapter near you. Thank you guys.
What was the most alarming thing that you came across during your review of internal Twitter documents?
I think the most alarming thing that we saw was the regular stream, organized stream of communication between the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the largest tech companies in the country. This activity violates the First Amendment.
And a new disturbing lawsuit against Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, of enabling child sex abuse and trafficking on its site.
Help announced on Tuesday that it will cover the expenses for their employees or their spouses who have to travel out of state for access to an abortion.
Did you know that Google, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple make up 25% of the S&P 500? Are you tired of supporting woke companies with your retirement and investment dollars?
You want a better way of life for your children and grandchildren? Start paying attention to what others are doing with your money.
Monorail empowers real Americans to easily and effectively invest their hard-earned dollars in ETFs that align with biblical, conservative, and patriotic values.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
when it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Doesn't it feel good just to be here today? I mean, something about November 5th, waking up November 6th, the air just felt better, didn't it? I mean, so I want to say, hello, America. Hello to my flag-waving patriots that are here. Thank you for letting me speak to you today. Listen, I'm blessed, and I've been asked to share a couple of things with you about who I am. And then as I came up, they asked me if I would be willing to open it up for questions. So yes, I'm going to cut my speech short. We're going to open it for questions. So who am I? First of all, I'm a Christian with many faults. I'm also a husband to a beautiful lady of 27 years, and she's somewhere around here. Where's my wife at? There she is. Stand up. Stand up. She's also blessed me with 6 wonderful kids, so I'm a husband of 6 kids. You can tell why. She couldn't leave me alone, right? Obviously. And she always reminds me, well, Mark Wayne, 6 kids, well, 3 came natural and 3 we chose. And so what that means is we have 3 beautiful adopted kids. And when I say 3 we chose and 3 we got stuck with, I tell them, which one do you think we love the most, right? Because I didn't get any. Anyways, that's a joke in there, guys. So let me tell you a little bit about who I am, because it's not, I didn't come to politics because it's something I ever wanted to do. In fact, I was the last person you thought would ever be involved in politics. My dad told me at 17 that I was either going to end up in prison or end up successful. And I joke because I watched a movie one time about a prison scene and a guy in a shower, and I was like, never going to prison. I'm not going to do that. So I decided I'd take a different path. Fortunately, this lady right here came into my life in 3rd grade, and we were boyfriend and girlfriend in 3rd grade. In 8th grade, I knew I was going to marry her. She didn't know I was going to marry her. I knew I was going to marry her. And then she'd get a boyfriend, and I'd run them off, and we'd do all this stuff. And then she'd get mad at me for running them off, and I'd say, if they're not willing to fight for you, they don't love you enough. And today, that's called stalking. Back then, it was called determination. But it's who I am. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in a little town called Westville. It's a small little country town. I'm Cherokee. My family actually got relocated to Oklahoma back in the late 1830s. When I was born with my feet in. My hips were out. I'd have multiple surgeries. I was never supposed to be able to play a sport. I was never supposed to be able to really walk without a limp. On top of that, I had a really bad speech impediment, and I wore braces on my legs. As you can probably imagine, when you go to school with a really bad speech impediment and you have braces on your legs, there's a few things that's going to happen. 1, you're going to get picked on. And 2, either learn how to be really nice because you can talk and talk your way out of it. Or 3, because I couldn't run and I couldn't argue with you, you learn to hit fast. So I had a really bad temper. So by the time I was in third grade, I was very well known with the principal. I was in trouble all the time. By the time I was in fifth grade, I was behind in all my classes. I was behind in reading because I couldn't hear syllables. I had no idea what my speech impediment was, but I don't hear the breakdown of the words. So you're still going to hear my speech impediment. It doesn't bother me anymore. But when I can't hear the word, I had to learn how to speak by the placement of your tongue. So a lot of times when people are talking to me and I'm trying to learn a word, I'll be looking at you because I can't just repeat it. I have to focus on the way you place your tongue, because the way you hear a word and the way I hear a word is two different things. And so if I repeat it the way that I hear it, since I don't hear the syllables, it comes out all different. But because of that, I was behind in class. And in fifth grade, I told my dad, I said, Dad, I'm going to go to college and wrestle because I found a sport that I was actually pretty good at. And he said, okay, then what are you going to do about it? Because my dad's not a guy that allows you to have excuses. If you say you're going to do something, you're going to do it. And he's going to make sure you do it. And so he said, what are you going to do about it? Okay, fine. Dad, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. He says, no, if you say you're going to do it, you can't do it and be behind in school. So we switched schools. We switched speech pathologists. They figured out what was wrong. We started working on it by the time I got in 8th grade, because I'll be honest with you, the first time I was diagnosed with what was going on is the first time in my head that I realized I wasn't stupid. Now I understand that because I had a learning disability and everybody else around me was able to excel in classes, I wasn't. And it was hitting me pretty hard, and it was bothering me because I was good at everything else, but I wasn't good at school. But when this teacher told me what was wrong with me, I was like, hey, I got that. I can do something about that. Now that I've identified what the problem is, what is it going to take to fix it? Because no one can tell you can't fix a problem. You're the only one that says either you're going to try hard enough to fix it or you're going to walk away from it. For me, I was going to dig into it. So by the time I got to 8th grade, I was caught up in all my classes. I was focused totally on wrestling. We had switched schools 3 times just so I could wrestle. We end up going to Stillwell High School because I'd moved away from the school that I met this young lady at, and of course she followed me to that school because she's obsessed with me. Right, babe? That's not true. Oh yeah. Oh, did I tell you one thing about 27 years of marriage? You learn how to apologize quick. I'm sorry. See, that's how you're successful in marriage. So I find myself at the high school. Everything's going good. I'm caught up in my classes. I'm excelling in some of my classes, not all my classes. I'm still getting in trouble a lot. I still have a really bad temper. At 15 years old, I decided I'm going to move out of the house, and I found a room in a barn. So people say he wasn't raised in a barn. I can say, yes, I was. And so I found myself in a barn. I'm paying all my own utilities. I'm working every day. I'm getting up early. I'm milking for a neighbor. I'm hauling sheetrock during the day, yet I'm still going to school on time. I'm cutting wood in the winter. I'm doing everything I have to do to make money and pay for myself at the same time, making sure I'm staying on top of my studies so I could get a scholarship, and I'm wrestling and excelling in it. Man, I'm focused. I'm all in. I'm going. Everything's going great. Fast forward to my senior year. I have an impeccable record. I'm getting recruited by schools all over the country. I finally found my way out of the situation I'm in. My senior year, I'm wrestling at conference. I shoot in on a guy. My shoulder pops out. Can't fix it without surgery. I find myself going underneath a knife on Tuesday morning. I have regionals on Friday. I told the doctor I'm wrestling at regionals. He said, son, there's no way you're wrestling. And I said, yes, I am. By the way, I'm very stubborn. And I said, I'm wrestling at the state. I hadn't lost a tournament or hadn't lost a match all year. And so I go in and the surgery, and I wake up the next morning and I can't even lift a can of soup. And I think I'm still going to wrestle. So the doctor says, okay, fine. If you're going to wrestle, then I'm going with you. So we go to the tournament on Friday. I'm at the tournament. I forfeit my last match, so I technically take my first loss of the year. I go on to state. I'm in the semifinals at state. And a kid jumps over the top of me, grabs my shoulder, and rips it back out. And I knew it was ripped out immediately. Now, mind you, for 6 years, I'd sacrificed literally everything, including dating this girl, because in 8th grade, I said, after her and I broke up, I said I wouldn't have another girlfriend until I signed my letter of intent. And I was just devastated. It broke me. And I'm sitting there, And I'm in the locker room, and one after one coach after the next was coming in to me and was telling me he wasn't going to give my scholarship to me anymore because they couldn't give a hurt athlete a scholarship. But how many of you guys are Christians in here? Right? How many of you guys know the Lord's got a plan for you? Right? Jeremiah 29:11 is very clear by that. And I don't know the plan because I wasn't living for the Lord. I had no idea. And instead I end up going, it's just all in the Lord's will. I end up going to a small school called Missouri Valley. I go up there. I'm wrestling for them. I make the starting team. The coaches said, if you stay healthy, we'll come out and bring you out at D1 and probably end up at Oklahoma State. Christy's cheering in college. And my dad calls and said he needs some help. He had a small little plumbing company, and the plumbing company wasn't doing so well, and he needed some help, and he was sick and wasn't able to work. And so I came back home from college, and Christy was wrestling, and Christy was cheering, and she had an apartment. And I was 19 years old, and she was 18 years old, and I was like, hey, babe, I got a great idea. Let's get married. Really, because I was homeless, and she had an apartment, but I knew I was going to marry her anyways, so let's just go ahead and get this over. And the crazy lady actually agreed to that. I had no job. She was making minimum wage. I was making $7 an hour when we got married. That was June 14th of 97. August of 97, I gave my heart to the Lord. September of that year, whatever the Tuesday was after Labor Day, I just turned 20 years old. She had just had her 19th birthday. My dad came to me and said, hey, I'm done. You can have the company or we're closing it down. It's up to you. Now, mind you, I was just 20 years old. We were married. I needed a job. She was working there, so we needed a job. It only had a few employees there. And I said yes. For the next 3 years, Christy and I worked for 3 years straight and when we had one day off. It was February 15th of 98. For 3 years, we worked to build that company. For 3 years, that company grew and grew and grew. And by the time it was 3 years out, we got ourselves out of debt because we had got a lot of debt. Things were moving pretty well. We started growing the company. We started buying other companies. Fast forward to what led me back into politics. We had about 150 employees going. It was 2011. And you guys remember Obama put out and said, you didn't build that by yourself. You guys remember that? I was never mad at a politician until then. Because I don't remember you making payroll when my wife was doing payroll on the kitchen table because she was HR, she was payroll, she was receivables, she was payables, she was dispatcher, she was everything in the company. And I was like, I don't remember you doing that when we were building a company like that. And then they came out with an Obamacare and they said you get penalized because you're successful if you have more than 50 employees. You guys remember that? Well, then the EPA, then the president comes out and he says, we're going to create jobs through regulation because when you have a politician that's never done anything except been a community organizer, he doesn't understand what entrepreneurs do. He doesn't understand that Washington, D.C. isn't designed to create jobs. It's a place where they're supposed to provide an environment for entrepreneurs to create jobs. And so anytime the government says we got a 5,000 person package job out there or job package out there, you go, no, you don't. You never created a job in your life. Government doesn't create jobs. They're not supposed to create jobs. Right? It doesn't make any sense, but yet they were saying this, and what they did is they created jobs through regulation, which regulated one of our businesses out of business. And we have a saying in our family, you're never going to change anything you're willing to tolerate. Now understand what I said there. You guys aren't gripers, you guys are doers because you're here and you're wanting to learn more. But the rest of the country had to wake up to that. And that what took us putting Biden in office, not us, forgive me, it took some people putting Biden in office, and it took them 4 years to find out what happens when you take a businessman out of office and you put a woke, left, career politician in office. But you guys are here because you guys understand you are going to be able to change things if you get involved. And so when I say we're never going to change anything you're willing to tolerate, they literally shut down a business that Christy and I had been building and had been growing and growing and growing. And we're going to have to lay employees off for the first time at that time in 15 years of business. And I remember coming home and talking to Christy about it. And she looked at me and she said, you're going to run for office. And I was like, Lord, no, I'm not running for office. I never read anything from anything but the police. And I wasn't actually very successful at that. And she says, Mark Wayne, you're going to run for office. I was like, I'm not running for office. I didn't own a suit. I didn't know how to tie a tie. I had no idea how to do that stuff. Well, fast forward, she was right, because 3 months later, our first political event we ever went to in our life, I stood up and said I was running for Congress. And it hasn't been easy. I've made some stupid mistakes, and I'm gonna try wrapping up so I can get to some questions here pretty quick. I've made some mistakes because the first thing I had to learn is how to breathe. You know, in politics, you got to choose an attitude every day. Because how many of you guys wake up every single day and say, I cannot wait until I get in an argument today? Well, guys, can I tell you that's politics? And I'm actually a guy that likes to have fun. I mean, I can get pretty aggressive sometimes. Like, I can tell people to stand their butt up and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I really joke and I really like to have fun. And I don't like arguing every day. I like getting along. But in politics, it's all we were doing. We were griping and arguing and fussing and fighting. And the biggest lesson I learned in politics is one time I'm at a town hall meeting, and this group of people had been following me for days at every town hall meeting I went to. And they would just gripe and gripe and gripe and gripe and gripe and gripe and gripe. And she was trying to take over the town hall meeting. And I said, ma'am, sit down. This isn't your town hall. And she says, you're going to listen to me. I pay your salary. And I made one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made in politics. And I said, that's bullcrap. You don't pay my salary. I pay enough in taxes to pay my own salary. Which technically is true, but it was wrong. Because see, when I used to fight professionally, and when I used to compete in jiu-jitsu internationally, when I used to wrestle at high levels, I used to try to make my opponent mad. And if I could make my opponent mad, I could get in their head and I would win every single time. And I let her get in my head, and I spouted off something that wasn't something I should have said. It was all over the news, and I was just done with politics. And Christy and I actually got away for a little bit, and I was going to get out of politics. I was done. This is in 2016. And I was like, I'm done. I'm done with politics. I don't have to have this. It's a blessing to get to do it. I don't have to do it. Life is better. I'm going to retire on the ranch. I'm never going to complain about my baler ever breaking down again. I'm just done. And the Lord and I were having an argument. And I never win those arguments. But I thought it'd be good to try one more time. And Christy and I are out by the water, and we're having a devotion. And the Lord just hit me like this and said, love the people, love the call. Love the people, love the call. I've repeated that to myself 100 times daily since then. We were on the pier together, and we looked at each other because we weren't going to run again, were we? We were done. And she looked at me and says, we're running again, aren't we? And I said, yes. And guys, it hasn't been perfect since then, but I'm so blessed to be part of this fight. I'm blessed to be able to stand in front of you and just talk to so many patriots. I mean, who am I to even have this opportunity? Except God put us here because we live in the greatest country in the world, because who else could do that? It doesn't happen in any other country. It only happens in America. It doesn't happen anyplace else. You can't be a little kid with a bad speech impediment, grown up in a country town, not even able to talk right, have a bad attitude, fight all the time, get in all types of trouble, and still become a U.S. Senator. How does that happen? It's not because I fooled everybody from Oklahoma. It's because they trust me and they bless me to be able to do that. And now I get to call President Trump my friend. Who does that except God? And if we have the right attitude in this country, and we don't allow things to get underneath our skin, and we remind ourselves, love the people, love the call every single day, we can also win this country back, because it's worth fighting for. I don't fight to lose, and there's no way I'm getting involved in something that tells me we can't win. One thing I can't stand is when somebody tells me I feel the country's too far gone. Don't tell me that. Losing's not an option. Failure is not an option. And you guys being here today tells us we got a bright future. So I'm going to say God bless you all. And then I'm going to open it up for questions real quick. So may God bless you. Let's open it for questions. If we have mics around, I don't know how we were planning on doing that. We'll go right here. Please, I'll repeat your question if you'll tell me who you are. Did you say Morris? Like M-O-R-R-I-S? Oh, shoot, we may be kin. My side of the family is better looking, though. No, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, your question ready? Awesome. Okay. Stand right there. Stand tall. Speak loud. You got this.
Right. Don't back. So his question is, what do we do here? He's getting harassed on his campus. He was suspended from school. He appealed it. Now he won the appeal. Now he's constantly getting harassed at his college. Stay in the fight. The best example we have is Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie gets harassed all the time, and the guy sits there with knowledge constantly. And when he's sitting there, he's fighting with knowledge. He doesn't get angry. Does he get upset? The people at the mic are just furious at him. He stays calm, collective, and he fights with facts. Stay in the fight. Don't back down. Don't let anger get over you at all, because right's on your side. Let me get to these questions over here. Yes.
So my name's Jenna. I'm from Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky area. And I
love the hat, by the way.
Thank you. I actually was a former wrestler for 5 years. So.
Yeah. My daughters are wrestling right now at a tournament. In fact, they just won. Two just won the tournament, we just told. And my 16-year-old's reffing. And then my 3 boys, one's wrestling at University of Oklahoma, 2's wrestling at Oklahoma State. We're praying for the one at Oklahoma. We're thinking God might save you one day. Go ahead.
That's awesome. But I was just wondering what your favorite move was.
What mine was?
Yes.
I was a high crotch technician. I could hit so many series off that. So you could go to the duck, I could do the high crotch, hit the fireman's, I could go high crotch, mid single, I go high crotch, double leg. I could do all kinds of things on it, and I loved it. That was my favorite. That was absolutely my favorite. The second thing is, this is what I'm about ready to say will prove to you why I should never be in office, okay? My second favorite move is there's not a guy wrestle that I couldn't tell you his cup size. So, but it was a way to make him really, really mad. And so if I made him mad, I won. Yes.
This will be the last question. Hi, my name's Anthony from Boise, Idaho. Go Broncos. My question is actually about Social Security, and my guess is that the majority of people in this room probably make less than $176,000 a year, which is the limit for Social Security in 2025, which means the majority of the people in this room will pay 6.2% on 100% of their income next year.
Right.
But those making over will not have to pay that extra 6.2%. Would you be in favor of reforming Social Security so that those making under could potentially pay less than the 6.2%?
The question is, am I in favor of reforming Social Security? We're going to be forced to, because if we don't reform Social Security, it's going to go bankrupt. Now, that doesn't mean we take benefits away from people that's paying in it. What it means is we kick people off that didn't pay anything into it. And the last time I checked, that's what Social Security was for. If you pay into it, you're guaranteed to receive back. But we have hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, because we haven't done a full audit, and the Social Security office won't send it to us. But I bet you Elon will figure it out. We have a tremendous amount of false payments going out. We have to do something to it. We can't balance a budget. We can't get our house back in order if we don't get into some type of mandatory spending. 76% of our entire budget is on mandatory spending, and yet we bicker over 24%. Now, how are we ever going to balance the budget off the 12 appropriation bills if we're only going to be able to touch 24% and get a $1.8 trillion spending deficit under control? It's not going to happen. But if we actually get into these programs and audit them and actually get them at doing what they're intended to do, like Social Security, we can keep everybody's benefits where they're at. We don't have to put anybody into worries thinking it's not going to be there for them, because it should be there for them. But we have to, as I said, I'll repeat myself and then I'll end the question, we have to get people off of it that never paid a dime into it. Now, I am 3 minutes and 24 seconds over, so I'm going to end it with this, guys. Thank you. I am the most blessed man with a blessed wife, with the blessed kids, with a blessed life, and to be able to serve in the United States Senate. And it is my honor to serve there. So may God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
I take great comfort in knowing that America will be made great again. And that's good, because that's what the American people deserve. You deserve a secure border, a prosperous economy, safe streets, and free and fair elections.
Every American wants peace and prosperity.
When our families are strong, our country is strong.
As tough as times are, God put us here for this moment for a reason, and it's to save the country that He helped create.
Hello. Boy, that was quite an entrance. I got to thank Charlie Kirk for that one. That is amazing. Hello, how are you guys doing? How do you like Arizona in the winter? This is great. I want to say to you all, welcome to the golden age in America. It starts right now. Right now. And it starts right now because of you. Think about all of the work you did. I'm looking out, and even though some of you are way far back there, I recognize the faces in this crowd. The people who knocked on doors. The people who went out and handed out campaign flyers for me and other campaigns across the country. The people who put on miles and miles of walking to help President Trump get over the finish line. This is your victory. Thank you for bringing President Trump back into the White House. I love that this is going to be called the Golden Age, because it really is. And when you think about it, it started about a decade ago when many of you were maybe 10 years old, maybe in 4th or 5th grade. And now you're going to be reaping the benefits of the Golden Age. But it started when a man with golden hair came down a golden escalator. How many of you remember that? In the summer of 2015. And now it's culminated to what we've been waiting for all of this time. It's culminated into, we will no longer see a two-tier justice system anymore in America under the golden era. We will no longer see a weaponized government going after we the people in the golden era. And we will no longer see open borders in the golden era. I think you're all happy about that. And you think about what President Trump has accomplished. He has literally brought down all of the obstructionists. He brought down the fake news media. He revealed what they're all about. He brought down the obstructionists in Washington, D.C. Now, the bad news is we still have a few obstructionists. Have we seen that in the last week or so? And unfortunately, some of them are right here in our own party. And I hate to say that. I wish we could say all of the trouble was over with the Democrats, but we've seen how a few people with R's behind their name are trying to actually hurt we the people as we go into this next era where America First policies are going to be implemented to make our life better once again. And we need to bring down those obstructionists and help President Trump. Are you up for that? I think about what has happened in just the last week, how much has been revealed in the last week in Washington, D.C. Did you guys vote because you want President Trump's America First policies to be brought forth in this country? Is that what you voted for? Did you vote to make America great again? Okay, I thought so. So we need to make sure that those obstructionists, whether they have a D behind their name or an R, are not going to stop we the people, because President Trump is giving we the people back our government, and we're not going to let them stop him, right? I think back to when I was running for governor, and one of the weak people that I ran against was interviewed many months after that race. And I'm going to read the quote. He said, "Opposing Kari Lake is a suicide mission. She doesn't run to win, she runs to destroy." And, well, we got to win because they're trying to destroy our country. So we've got to win no matter what. And that means when President Trump is going there to implement his policies, we must destroy any person who is trying to stop those policies from making their way into our lives. Are you up for that? Good. And when I say destroy, I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about with our strong voice and our vote. We proved that in this election. We made it too big to rig for President Trump. We proved that. We saw it this week when many of you got on the phone and started calling your lawmakers and your congressmen and said, "What the hell is going on? What are you thinking?" We need to use the same energy that we've used for the last couple of years to make sure that in the next 4 years, we make America great again. Okay? I think about how we want to take a little bit of time off, right? It's tempting because we work so hard. How many of you, just a show of hand, knocked doors, got involved, chased ballots? Let me see a show of hands. Keep them up. You guys are heroes. You guys are heroes. And I want to see you take that same energy that you did when you in Arizona went out in 115-degree heat and knocked on 500 doors in one weekend, and I want to take that same energy. That's how we're going to defeat the obstructionists who are going to try to stop President Trump. Because the work is really just starting now. It's just starting now. And while we are here to celebrate this huge victory of President Trump getting into the White House, we have to realize that the work is just beginning, and he can't do it alone. It's going to take him with his muscle, and that's all of you, to make sure that we truly make America great again. I know you're up for it. I used to say this on the campaign trail, and I meant it. I'm so impressed by this young generation of patriots. My kids are in this generation. And I would say to people, you got to get involved, because your generation has the most to win, the most to gain, or the most to lose. If we weren't successful, then your generation would be, as Ronald Reagan said, plunged into 1,000 years of darkness. But because we were successful, we actually have an opportunity to see the golden age, peace and prosperity for the rest of your lives. And so I thank you for all that you've done. This generation impresses the heck out of me. It really does. But we need to make a promise to President Trump right now that the energy that we put in to helping him and fighting for him to get him back in the White House, that will never stop and will never succumb to the left again and their absolute horrible ideology that has put us into the situation we're in right now. Can you make that promise to President Trump that you will get out there and stay involved in his presidency and in this administration, whether it's volunteering, getting involved, or working for the administration? Are you guys up for that? That's awesome. You know, we watched as President Trump has revealed so much to us about the truths about how corrupt Washington, D.C. is. I actually enjoyed his efforts when he was taking down the fake news. I mean, he's the one who first showed us how much lying was happening in the fake news. So much so that I decided I'm getting out of the fake news. And I'm going to be honest, I'm an optimist. I actually had a thought that maybe the fake news would reform themselves after what they've done the past 10 years, lying about President Trump, committing character assassination against President Trump and, frankly, other people who are fighting for our country. I actually thought that with this victory, they might come to their senses and wake up and reform themselves. But I don't think they're going to do that. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because as Elon Musk says, we are the news now. You are the news, not the fake news. And we've had some great people take the stage. People like Charlie Kirk, people like Benny Johnson. We've had some great people who have incredible podcasts, and their podcasts in one day will have more viewership than the entirety of the fake news in one day. That's how powerful this movement is. The fake news has become, the mainstream media has just become obsolete. But I did think of one thing that they're good for. I know, I'm hearing a gasp in the audience. What? Yes, they're good for one thing. They're kind of like a barometer. If you see the fake news attacking someone, what you should do is say, I got to support that person, right? When they attacked President Trump, relentlessly lying about him, it only made people want to support him more and more. When they attack great fighters like Eli Crane here in Arizona, that just makes me want to support him more and more. And I've always said, whoever the fake news is the loudest and attacking the most, that's who we need to get behind. So they're good for telling us really who the good guys are. The fake news is good for telling us who the good guys are. So keep that in mind if you do ever find yourself watching them. There's so much history that's going to be made in the next 4 years. Can you even, do you lay awake at night just so excited about what is coming in the next 4 years? I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one. It's funny because I used to lay awake at night, wake up at 3 a.m. and worry about, where this world is going. And while an election didn't immediately take away all the problems, we know that the solutions are coming. And we know that things are going to get better. We know that Tom Homan, who's going to be speaking in the next couple of days, is going to get busy deporting people who come here illegally and freeing up this country so that we, the people, can take our country back. And I'm excited about that. I know you are as well. And we're going to have to watch it because the fake news is going to try to make that look like the worst thing in the world. We will watch as we create millions of homecomings around the globe. We're sending people back to their homeland, and we're going to be freeing up our country for the citizens of this country. But we got to make sure that they don't spin it. You know they're going to try to spin it, and they're going to try to make it look like the worst thing in the world. I see it as human beings heading back to their homeland. They will go there and make their homeland better, and we will make our homeland better. And so I'm excited for people like Tom Homan. And we're going to have to push back when the fake news tries to take everything President Trump is going to try to do to make our country great, and they're going to try to spin it in the opposite way. That's when we have to stand up and be that voice and be the media and get out on social media and push back against that narrative. Because that narrative is a false narrative. We know the truth. That truth is President Trump will make America great again. So as I get ready to wrap this up, and I guess I'm going to do questions. I've never done questions at a Turning Point event. This could be dangerous. I want to let you know that I'm looking forward to going and joining the President Trump in D.C. and the Trump administration. I'm honored. Isn't it crazy how they're already trying to bring down everybody President Trump is appointing? Did they do this with Joe Biden? When he had a cross-dressing kleptomaniac who stole luggage at the airport in charge of our nuclear waste, I didn't hear any complaining, really, from Congress and from Washington, D.C. and the media. I didn't hear any complaining, but now when he's putting out true patriots who want to help make America great, the media is going berserk. And that tells you that he's really putting out some great fighters who are not in it for themselves, they're in it for America. So I'm looking forward to it. Because Where I am going, we're going to make sure that the American story is told in an accurate and fair manner. We're going to get back to real journalism, describing what's happening as we make history for the next 4 years in the President Trump administration. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to joining you and this incredible young generation that I admire so much in making America great again with President Trump. So I thank you so much. And let's do some questions, guys. Any questions out there? Right here. Are you the first one, Heather? Can we get a microphone for her? Anybody? Or are the? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't follow the first rule, which is the questions are back there.
Come on.
Do you want to have her ask a question while we wait for Heather?
Okay, I want to say my name is Judy Cervantes. I'm here because of my nieces and my nephew. But we want to ask you, are you running for governor again?
Oh my gosh. You know what, guys? I am going to go help President Trump in Washington, D.C. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to help President Trump. That's where I want to do as much as I can to make sure that we get this country turned around. So thank you for the question, Heather.
All right. So, one thing I love about you, Carrie, is, so many people run for office, but you ran beyond Election Day and you fought in the courts when they stole the election from you. And I believe they did it twice. So my question is what do we have to do to restore election integrity in Arizona? Because if election integrity is a state issue, how can the Trump administration, now that we have the federal government, impact election integrity on a state level?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, we're not where we need to be on elections. And that's one of the reasons I don't want to run again, to be honest. Why put yourself through that torture again? We know the movement that we have in Arizona. If you live in Arizona, you get what's going on, and we're not there yet. Thankfully, President Trump's victory, it was too big to rig. It was too big to rig. I have not given up on election integrity. I want you all to know that. I haven't. But it's really, really hard to fight for election integrity when you've got corruption that is so deep as it is in Arizona. We know that our elections have not been run properly, and there's massive corruption there, and there's massive corruption in the court system. And and nobody can say I did not work hard to push for big changes in elections. What I think we need to do is make sure that we don't stop. And we keep telling our local and our state lawmakers this is priority number one. And we don't want just some fake election integrity. We want real election reform. We got to stay on these Arizona lawmakers to get real election reform. And then I'm counting on President Trump to live up to his promise to get to the bottom of election fraud, and I believe he will. And I'm counting on, actually, the federal government, when it comes to federal races, demanding accountability, transparency, and something closer to Election Day, paper ballots, no machines. Right? Especially when it comes to federal races, so they can call the shots on federal races, and then we'll make sure that those federal races are run well. And hopefully, when there's a federal candidate on the ballot, that means everybody will benefit from those kind of reforms. We got a cowboy over here. Hello.
Hi, Miss Carrie Lake. I met you back at AmericaFest 2021, and you actually approached me. And so I wanted to say I love your character. You love to. I remember. Were you running for governor back then, or when did you start running?
That must have been way back on my very first Turning Point event.
Yes.
I remember it was during COVID, so they had to have just a few people in the room, right? And you must have been like this big.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think I had announced that I was running for governor. I was mulling it over at the time.
Yes, I remember that.
I'm so glad to see that you are a patriot and involved, and thank you. I mean, really, this generation, I am so impressed with this young generation.
I actually do have your signature on this hat as well from all the way back then.
I missed what you just said.
I have your signature on my hat from all the way back then, too.
Oh, my gosh. I love it.
But I just wanted to say, at what age did you feel God's calling to do what you are doing now? Like, what age, like, way back when did you feel that?
To get into politics?
Just becoming a leader.
Oh, well, you know, I've always felt God's calling, that God had made me to be special, just like he made each and every one of us to be special. But it was really during COVID that I had a huge wake-up call, and I realized we have to do more. We can't sit silent. As painful as it is to be canceled and have the media attack you, and to, you know, just what we've all been going through since then, if we don't stand up and step into that thing that we're afraid of, whether it was getting called out, being canceled, running for office, if we don't stand out and step into our fear, we'll never overcome our fear, and we'll never save our country. So I think for a lot of people, COVID was a big wake-up call. That's when I felt God urging me and pushing me into a different direction in my life. And it has not been easy, but I would not change a thing. And if I'm out of time now, but if the powers that be, the corrupt powers that be, think that I'm going away, I'm going to disappear because of the hijinks they've been up to, I'm never going away. I'm never going away. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep fighting for America. We're going to keep fighting for Arizona. We're going to keep fighting for this young generation. And together we're going to save America and save the world. God bless you, Turning Point. Thank you, Charlie and Tyler. And I love all of you very much. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Are you still? Oh, sorry. You're all good. Thank you. Just making sure I didn't catch you.
Masters, how much do you know about the company you're paying to process your digital giving? You wouldn't trust just anyone to count the money from the offering plate. Why should your digital giving provider be any different? I want to tell you about Secure Give, one of the best digital.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this? We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
He's called all of us to not be ashamed. This nation was founded by Judeo-Christian values, freedom, liberty. It's all on godly principles.
What's up, AmericaFest? Man, it's a lot of good people in this house tonight, or this morning, I'd say. But I want to say this to start it off with. I want to give a special thank you to a few guests that are here that mean a lot to me, my motivation, my encouragement to continue to do what I do. And it is my wife, my mama, and my two boys that are sitting right over here. Y'all show them some love. And aren't you guys glad that we freaking won? I couldn't imagine what this event would be like, but we don't have to wonder because we kicked their tail in this election. And I'm excited about it because we deserve the victory. I told you guys last year when I came here to speak, and I told you to be encouraged, I told you to continue to fight, and we're going to make it happen, and we did just that. Conservative values are values that make America great. And if we continue to espouse those values, continue to believe in God, we'll continue to make this country the best that we can possibly make it. And Donald Trump, I have to give my hat off to a man that withstood an assassination attempt, They tried to put the man in prison. They tried to damage his character and reputation, but he stood strong and won this election. And these leftist nut jobs thought they were going to do it this time, using the media to lie, calling us Nazis. What a bunch of idiots. And I'm glad that they continue to say the stuff that they say. I want to give a shout out to The View. Them cackling hens make me so much money. They can't stop losing, but it's good to talk about it. And I'm glad that they're sticking to their guns because they'll never win another election acting the way that they're acting. I honestly believe that with organizations like Turning Point USA and all of you guys in the room, we're probably going to have 12 more years. And I don't know if J.D. Vance sees this, but at first I wasn't a big J.D. Vance fan. When Trump picked J.D. Vance, I heard all that stuff he said about Donald Trump, and I said, Trump, what are you doing? And then I saw J.D. Vance speak, and he get on television and he whooped them like they stole something. And I'm not going to lie, I'm encouraged and excited. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I'm excited for a J.D. Vance presidency as well. And one thing that I often think about every time I speak, because everybody can talk to you about politics and get you all riled up, but one thing I want you to focus on is your relationship with God first. I'm not here to talk about anybody else or any other speaker or anything like that, but I know that there's a need for us to not forget where we came from. The reason that I'm here on this stage right now, the reason that I've been having as much success as I've had, it's not because I'm so handsome and good looking. I know some of y'all think that. I know my wife do at least. It's not because I'm just some great orator and all of that. It's because I put God first and I believed in God's plan for my life. And don't get me wrong, I love politics, but I love my relationship with God even more. And young people often think about this, because most of you guys in here are young college students. Most of you think about this. How do I accomplish my purpose? How do I get to where I want to be in life? And I already told you the first step is God, but the second step is you have to believe in yourself. Never let anybody tell you that you can't accomplish the dreams and goals that you put forward. And you have to be consistent with those things. And you will be who you want to be one day. Y'all can give that a round of applause. Another thing that I often think about, and I saw it on television yesterday, and I think it's embarrassing, is how they've changed their attention from Donald Trump to now Elon Musk. Isn't it amazing that they told us for the longest that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy, that he's going to ruin America, that he's going to crash the economy, that we should be afraid of him, he caused an insurrection, all of that stupid stuff that they said. And now that they realize that they could not stop him from becoming the president, they now have targeted the long game. Because Donald Trump has 4 more years, unfortunately. I almost wish he can do another 8. They robbed him of the first one. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I wish he can do 8. But they understand he only has 4 years. But Elon Musk, for whatever reason, that money can go a long way. And they're going to have to distract him and stop him and damage his character. But that should tell you everything you need to know about the left. When they can't beat you on merit, when they can't defeat you fair and square, they want to ruin your reputation. And I know a lot of you guys experienced that on campus. I've been to campus. I've seen how nutty some of these people are. And I'll never forget at the University of Washington. Who in here is from the University of Washington or go to that school? We got one over here, thank God. But I remember going to that campus and I could feel the vitriol off of these people. I had my MAGA hat on, I'm walking through the campus, and everybody looked at me like I was a 3-headed monster. They had never seen a black man that can think for himself. And to me, the hat doesn't just represent Donald Trump, it represents all of us. I remember when he got shot, and you know how crazy that was? It had to have been the grace of God that caused Donald Trump to turn his head at a 45-degree angle and miss that bullet whizzing by his ear. It had to have been God. There is no way whatsoever that all of those things could have happened that way and Trump came out victorious. But when I saw that, I didn't just think about Trump. Of course, I was glad he was okay. He got up like a boss with his fist in the air. But I thought about them trying to assassinate our dreams, our goals, assassinate what our founding fathers established in this country. They tried to assassinate all the men and women who lost their lives for us to be free. All of the civil rights activists who put in the work, put in the time, took the ridicule and punishment so that we can all sit in a room like this, shoulder to shoulder, believing in something and not have to worry about somebody judging you on the color of your skin. They tried to assassinate our purpose, but God had another plan. I want to establish this point as well. When we look back at the Biden administration, which has been the worst administration on planet Earth, if you ask me, obviously they lost the election in a landslide. But I believe God had his hand in that as well, and let us not forget that. Do we think that God thought that Joe Biden was good enough to be the president? No. It was that God knew we need to wake up. He knew we needed to see what the true colors of the Democrat Party were. And we did. And we decided to vote the right direction this time. Let me speak to the young men real quick. I spoke about this the other day because I want you all to leave here with something other than just politics. The greatest accomplishment that a man will have in his life that's going to be the biggest determining factor in his success by and large is the person you marry. I'm going to let that ruminate for a minute. Same with women, but I'm going to talk to the young boys for now, young men. The person you marry will help you become what God has called you to be, or the person can tear you down. I know you guys seen this little situation going on with Travis Hunter. Do not, by any means, have a woman in your life that's not looking out for your best interests. Young women, I want you to think the same thing when you're looking for someone that you plan on marrying. Make sure it's a young man with integrity. Make sure that you go through life and find your purpose. The problem with these situations, and young people experience this all the time, and the reason I talk about this because when I was your age, a lot of what I was thinking about was being in a relationship and being married and all of that. It consumed a lot of the things that I thought about. But I want to give you guys some guidance to do it the right way. You should be purpose-driven first. Find out who you are. Find out what you like, what your interests are, so you can better navigate the person that you will have in your life. If you go on a date, young women, and that brother asks you to split the bill, I almost told you to call the police, but you can't call the police. They ain't going to do nothing for you. It should be a crime for you to take a woman on a date and you can't pay. And young men, listen to me very clearly, because it's not a knock on your finances. But if you take a young lady on a date and you can't pay, that means you ain't ready yet. I'm trying to look in the crowd. Y'all brothers better be clapping too. I'm trying to school you on some stuff. Because what women deserve and what they look for is protection and stability. If you cannot offer that to a young lady, she should not be with you and should not marry you. Young women, be the light in your husband's life. That give him life, inspire him to be great. Don't be nagging and dragging him down and complaining at a Heisman Trophy award ceremony at a meet and greet. Don't be that person. I got somebody that loves me right over there. Don't worry about it. But those things are the concepts and the reality that's going to make us greater. The attack on the family is what their obligation is to try to stop us from accomplishing what we want to accomplish as the American people. We have to build the nuclear family, and we have to build it strong. And how I know that the concept is true is because God has already ordained that. That's how they get us. They attack the family first. They divide the husband and wife. Then they divide the kids out. You take them to the university, indoctrinate them, and they wake up hating their parents. They wake up hating America. They wake up hating freedom. And then we have a fallen society. Then they want to trick us to give away our rights for the sake of weaponized empathy, for them to have complete control. And we will not have that. I want you all to be inspired to step up and continue to move forward in a way in which you've never done before. Last year, I told you we will win if you do the things that I'd asked you to do, and we did that. But it's not enough to win one game. We have to be focused on the future. We have the message that should allow us to win forever in America. I liken our experience to a playoff game. I know some of y'all can't wait to go look at the NCAA playoffs. I was looking at it back there. It looked like SMU ain't doing a good job, all right? But anyway, hope none of y'all go to SMU. But it's like the first round of the playoffs. You go, you prepare, you win, you celebrate. And what we did after a game when I played college football is that night we celebrated. And the next morning, you got to wake up and get the business. You got to wake up and watch film. You got to wake up and prepare because you have another victory ahead of you that you have to perform for. We just won the election. Have a good time at AmericaFest. Enjoy yourself. Don't do nothing crazy and go to jail out here, especially if you don't live out here, all right? But have a good time. Enjoy the victory. Meet new people. Build friendships and relationships. But when you leave here, you better leave here changed. Leave here with a fire in your belly to be a greater person, to be a greater American, to be greater for your community, to be a great son, great daughter, great husband, great wife. You should leave here better. You should leave here more inspired. You should leave here with the mission that we're going to whoop them every single time we go to the ballot, whether it's local, whether it's federal. In every aspect of your life, you have to be a winner. And it starts with you understanding that God has a purpose for you. And you don't have to build off of somebody else's path and get discouraged or encouraged. That's not up to you to do. You have to understand that God has identified you, know you by name before you were born. Gave you a DNA strand that's unique to you, fingerprints that nobody else have. He know you as an individual, and he has called you to do something special. And you know what that is, and you have to activate. Enough of the talking, enough of the wishful thinking. It's time to activate. And I have the encouragement after meeting with many of you guys at the meet and greet at my booth. I've seen you show up. Y'all flown from all around the country. I'm inspired, and I know we're going to do this again. Are y'all with me? I want us to have that winning mentality. I told them I'll open it up for Q&A. I thought Carrie Lake, that was pretty cool what she did. So I want to just finish with this. Remember your purpose. Remember the plan that God has for you. If you want to ask a question, come to the question area, and you'll see the people with the lights on them with the microphone. I'll answer as many questions as I can in a short period of time. But God bless you guys. God bless America. And let's continue to fight the good fight.
Hi, I know you're a big college football guy. Was Ashton Jeanty robbed of the Heisman?
Uh-oh. I could barely hear you. You said was Ashton Jeanty robbed of the Heisman?
Yep.
I do not think Ashton Jeanty was robbed of the Heisman, okay? Let me just tell you why real quick. You don't have to agree with me. All right, it's America. Let me just, he says a stolen election. Let me tell you why I think so. Real quick, Ashton Jeanty was a tremendous player. The unfortunate part about Ashton Jeanty's experience there at Boise State, they didn't have the opportunity to play against a lot of competition. And so his stats and him running for all those yards didn't look as good to the people who were voting for the Heisman. However, Travis Hunter did something that no other player has ever done, and I don't think ever could do. For you to play every snap on offense, defense, and dominate on both sides of the ball on Colorado's team, which is not a very impressive team, I think that he deserved to have that victory. That's just my opinion. Don't kill me over it. Next person.
Hey, Brandon. So I basically from New Jersey, so we won over in New Jersey. We got 2020, President Biden, he won 15% of the vote in New Jersey. This year, the Democrats won less than half of that. So we're making great strides in New Jersey, and I just want to say I went to thousands of houses, and we also have early voting. So we did a week in advance. You can pretty much vote. I just want to know your opinion on that. Do you think more states should have like early voting?
Well, yeah, I think they should. I mean, I would love for every state to go to just on election day only, but there's too many complications. We saw it in Arizona. On election day, somehow the machines ain't working. We can't have that. We need to have every opportunity for people to be able to go out and participate in the election. There's some people they're too much of procrastinators to have only one day. I'm one of them. I'd mess around and miss the whole thing and forget about it. So we want to have more access for people to be able to have chances to communicate with their family members and get them encouraged to go out and give them a span of time. I look at election and voting opportunities like I do with donations. If you tell a person you can only bring a check into the facility on one day, you're not going to get as many people participating as if you give them the option to do it online. You give them the option to do it a little bit early. I'm not saying you got to vote online, but you guys get what I'm saying. You need to produce a lot more opportunity so people can participate freely. Okay, next question.
Hi, my name is Abigail Vallandingham. I'm from Kentucky, and I was wondering what kind of advice do you have for married couples, and also how would you combat violent threats on campuses due to politics if you were a disabled person and when there's no campus carry?
Okay, I missed the first part of that question.
What kind of advice do you have for married couples?
Married couples?
Yes.
Oh, well, I got it. How much time you got? No, realistically, I think that when you decide to get married, it is a commitment for life. Congratulations. It doesn't matter how you feel. Sometimes you're going to be upset. My wife probably upset with me half of the time. Too bad, because we married, right? But you also have to do this. Let me say this. I think it's important. All jokes aside. As a husband, your entire mission and goal is to say, how do I serve my wife? That's my whole goal in life. And wives, how do I serve my husband? If two people are spending all of their time, effort, and energy not being selfish in what you're going to do for me, but if you think, what can I do for my spouse? Both people doing that back and forth, that's going to be a long marriage. Don't be selfish, and you will have a long-lasting marriage. What were you say? One more?
This will be the last question.
Okay, perfect.
Hello, Officer Tatum. It was a pleasure to see you. I actually had one question regarding about dating and marriage. So I actually also live in Washington State, and it's a prime example over there. And I also wanted to apologize that you had to suffer so much animosity over at UW. But that's actually pretty much like the cause of Washington State, because they don't have the best people. But about dating, don't you think, like in 2024, I personally think in a few ways, that's not a bad idea for the woman to go approach the man rather than the man to go approach the woman. What do you think about that? Because with so much fake cases and whatnot, and with the degradation of respect to a man, I think I would like to hear your thoughts on that. I apologize to ask that, but
thank you for that. Hey, women, what do you think about approaching a man versus a man approaching a woman? I think you got your answer. But I know why a man would feel that way, because sometimes it's very difficult to be rejected. So women, y'all also have to be friendly enough, right? You can't walk around with a resting face, if you know what I'm talking about. Unapproachable. I don't like him because he's not 6'2". Don't be that person. Be open-minded to date. Because I'm going to keep it real with y'all. Me and the wife talk about this all the time. If you worried about height, you finna be single for a long time. Because there's like 1% of guys who are 6'2", and you think they got to make money too? Y'all want unicorns out here. Give a man a grace. They trying, okay? Women, they trying. They need y'all. All right? They need y'all to get the hygiene right. They need y'all to boost them up. My wife, when we first got married, I think I was all right with the fashion and stuff. She didn't want me to wear those holy jeans last time, so that wasn't her. Don't blame her, it was me. But my wife bossed me up. I didn't know how to dress. I didn't know what kind of stuff to have, but I had a good wife that elevated me a little bit. So women, if you see a man with some good potential, give him a little booster. Elevate him up. He'll be the man you want him to be. All right? God bless you guys. I wish I had more time. Keep fighting the good fight. Enjoy your time here at AmFest.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The question everyone in America is asking,
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist. Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to?
I can help you guys out.
Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile, how do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say
We're still on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist.
Am I Racist?
Everybody racist.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
You gotta challenge people, and the point of media is to challenge the powerful.
Corporatism hates competition. Capitalism loves competition.
Cenk, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
So Cenk, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement. And I think we need both flanks, so I'm happy to have this conversation. In terms of what has gone wrong in the Democratic Party, it's the same thing that went wrong in the Republican Party, but I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done. And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes. I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney? My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's. And the Hillary Clintons, and now all of a sudden the Dick Cheneys. What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? Right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden Kamala Harris is doing the Liz Cheney thing, I said, does she want to lose? I mean,
what's amazing is I said the same thing. Look, Dick Cheney polls at 13%. What lunatic thought it was a good idea to wrap yourself around Dick Cheney? I mean, when we started the Young Turks 22 years ago, longest running show in internet history, first ever YouTube partner with original YouTubers, one of the driving forces was get Dick Cheney out of office, right? And now for Kamala Harris to come full circle and say, oh, I've got 90 corporate CEOs backing me, and I've got all these executives on my side, and I've got Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney on my side, was so counterproductive. It's not what the left wing stands for. It's not what the Democratic Party should be about. So the problem is the establishment. They are controlled by the donor class, and mainstream media is their marketing arm. They do not do news. They do propaganda. And one more thing. What I want you guys to recognize is that mainstream media you think is against you. You think they're against the right wing. But they also hate Bernie Sanders. And they also hate me. And they also hate the populists on the left. What mainstream media really loves is the establishment and the elites. They're against all of us combined. And if we dare unite on issues we agree on, they will be livid, and it'll be a beautiful day in America.
And that is correct. I mean, you were kicked off of some of the cable news channels for having heterodox opinions on certain issues. So let's kind of look at the last couple of years. We can go back to the Bernie Sanders thing. Explain to us, why is it that right-wing revolution was successful, and the Bernie Sanders with 2 attempts actually won the primary in 2016, and he had it stolen. Again, stolen election talk can be a little controversial. They stole it from Bernie Sanders in 2016. Why was that revolution not successful?
Yeah, I think it was because Donald Trump was a celebrity and they didn't take him seriously. So they made the mistake of giving him mainstream media coverage. And so they thought, and if you remember, Bill Clinton had this brilliant idea, we'll put will encourage Donald Trump to run on the Republican side, and it'll destroy the Republican Party. How'd that work out for you, Bill? And so I remember saying at the time, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Because what I sensed was you need a non-politician to lead the revolt. So, because all the politicians, and right now they're having a conversation on the Democratic side about 2028, and the only people they mention are politicians. And my answer to that is hell no. Okay? Because the politicians are used to the corruption. They grew up in the corruption. They like the corruption. They got their power through the corruption. So I don't want that. I don't need that. And so when Trump came on, they gave him coverage. And here's when look, some people think that things changed after the election. No, I've been saying this from day one. And so back in 2016, actually 2015, after I think it was the second debate, when Trump was on stage and he said, I gave all these guys money and they did exactly what I wanted. At that point, everyone on earth, certainly in establishment and mainstream media, says he has no chance of winning, none. I went on the Young Turks and I said, he's going to win the Republican primary, okay? Because people hate corruption and they know it in their bones, okay? Now, we will disagree on, is Trump really not corrupt? Is Trump really going to do the things that he promised? Is he really a populist? I would love to prove me wrong. I would love that, okay? And my God, if Trump got money out of politics, one thing we're known for is credit where credit is due, okay? I would give him all the credit in the world. We're not there yet. We're not close to there yet. So when we get into the issues, hey, how about, and remember, guys, you also have donors. Beware of the donors. Don't forget that, and don't let your guard down, okay? But so on the Democratic side, we have got to elect a populist. If we don't, we're going to make the same mistake we made when they anointed Hillary Clinton, when they anointed Joe Biden, and when they anointed Kamala Harris. So my Democratic friends, how many times are you going to lose before you realize that mainstream media and the establishment are lying to you?
And so is that energy forefront in the Democrat Party right now? And I'm not saying this facetiously. Read us into what the power brokers of the Democrat Party are saying. Are they saying we need to run more to the middle, that we need to embrace more populism? We're hearing some of the names, but what is the vibe of the people that do this for a living?
Yeah, so I can tell you definitively that the Democratic leadership and the Democratic establishment will never voluntarily go in a new direction. They will never voluntarily accept populism. They are built on donor money. They are of the donors, by the donors, for the donors. So what I need left-wing voters to understand is that they're never going to give you what you want incrementally. Martin Luther King talked about the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Oh, if we just go a little further with Joe Biden, he'll give us another crumble and another tiny increment. No, they're going to just pick a new and improved corporate robot like Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom, and they're going to come out with a new script, and they're going to say, I am now a populist, and they will wear flannel shirts, and they'll go to barbecues, and they'll pretend to eat ribs, and then they'll sneak out and go to French Laundry, right? So don't believe the corporate robots. Remember how many times they lied to you. We need to do a populist revolt and pick a populist left-winger so we could have a real contest in this country. The establishment Democrats are never going to win. We need to go populist, and the way to do that is not by negotiating with them, it's by defeating them in a primary.
Is the Democrat grassroots, are they invigorated towards that end? Because it seemed as if they weren't obviously thrilled about Biden or Kamala Harris. But you could say whatever you want about Bernie Sanders. I have massive worldview disagreements. He had a legitimate grassroots movement behind him of small dollar donors, of people that were working, of activists. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like that has disappeared a little bit in recent years, or at least has gone to sleep. Am I correct in that? And what would it take to awaken that sleeping giant?
So there's a couple of different branches within the Democratic Party and the left, but the two most important ones are the populist progressive left, that's Bernie Sanders, And we could debate about progressive issues and policies on another day, right? But then there's the establishment wing. So the populist wing is already there. That base that was there in 2016 and 2020 still exists. And remember, guys, and I say this to you and I say it to the left wing, Bernie won the first 3 states in 2020. He was this close to winning until Obama and Clyburn called in all the candidates.
He's right.
And said, you all have to bow to Joe Biden. And then mainstream media then said, Joe Biden is the greatest. And they started talking about how Bernie Sanders, the most successful Jewish candidate in American history, had followers who were brown shirts and fascists and Nazis. Where have you heard that before? So whenever it's an outsider, all of a sudden mainstream media says fascist, even if it's a Jewish candidate, right? So they use the same tricks. And you guys have been canceled. I've been canceled. They do the same thing to both of us over and over again. So the left-wing populists are ready, but we do need some more votes from people who used to be in the establishment Democratic camp. And why were they in that camp? Because they love corruption, they love war, they love change. No, guys. They were in that camp because mainstream media lied to them. And mainstream media told them, oh, Bernie can't win. Bernie was up by 12 points on Election Day in 2016. They said, he's radical. And they called you guys radical and said you couldn't win. They call us radical and say we can't win. But they're wrong. They're lying. So what I need Democrats to understand is stop believing in Morning Joe and The View and all the garbage on TV.
So that's a really good point about the media ecosystem. You guys are, without a doubt, the most popular, progressive, over-the-top, non-mainstream media sanctioned community. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, 27 million subscribers, 30 billion views. I think it's fair to say.
No, I'm not saying that sarcastically. I don't know of anyone that comes close. However, do you think there's a robust alternative media ecosystem on the left that is comparable to what's built on the right? I could say confidently what we have on the right is pretty impressive. We have from podcasting to videos. We don't rely on cable television. Who here listens to podcasts or social media for all your news? Raise your hand. I mean, every single hand goes up. So do you think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks?
Yeah, so we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT that's in the left-wing ecosystem. So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough shows. I think that there's a couple others. One, on the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing, okay? So you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
We're glad Chank's here, right, everybody?
And a lot of people on the left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come join us, right? On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right-winger, you're a fascist, right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right? So, look, I propose simple rules, the 3 rules of the internet. Rule number 1, when we disagree, we fight. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Now, rule number 2 is afterwards we must have a beer together, okay? And rule number 3 is, for God's sake, when we agree, let's unite. So, for the left, we have too much division. We almost never unify. I don't mean with the right. I mean internally. The left loves to attack one another. I love you guys on the left. I love you. But every once in a while, when we get a yes, when we agree, can we please unite? And the second thing we need is for the old, I'm being honest, and on average, not everyone, of course, but for the older Democratic voters, please turn off your television sets. They're lying to you. They're tricking you. They're trying to get you to vote for corruption. They're trying to get you to vote for policies you don't even want. So if we can do those 2 things, then we'll be in great shape.
So I'm not sure how you'll feel about this, but there is a consensus, not a consensus. There is a belief with some people like Seth Moulton and others that some of the embrace of what we would call wokeism or whatever was a reason why Democrats had a less than desirable election outcome. Do you subscribe to that belief? How do you interpret that when some people say we need to kind of shed away some of the more new elements of the cultural implications of politics outside of economics, like the Seth Moulton belief that where he says the trans stuff hurt us?
Yeah, so look, guys, on that stuff, I've been having these debates internally with the left wing. And I explained yesterday, actually, on the Young Turks. Look, everybody's positions are in a different part of the left-right spectrum and on different policies. So I can name you policies where you say, oh, that's pretty moderate, right? I can name you policies that, I mean, you're not sure is left or right wing, but that is definitely populist, right? But some of my policies might be called extreme left in America. So, for example, I'm massively in favor of gun control. You told them not to boo, but I knew they'd boo on that one.
They paused to their respect. You were asking for it, Chen.
Yeah, I did ask for it. So my point to my left-wing allies is, am I going to emphasize and insist and demand on my gun control policies when we're in the middle of a national election? No, because I know those are not winning issues at this point. I've got more work to do to convince the American people before we get there. So if on trans issues or any other, or crime issues, etc., if you really believe in the most far left positions, as I do on gun control, for example, that's okay. But you've got to know what to emphasize and what not to emphasize. And so if you say, no, I'm going to die on every extreme hill, well, you will. Electorally, politically, you will die on that hill. And then you lose on all of your issues, because it's sometimes a binary game. Certainly elections are. So you got to know what to convince the American people of and what to hold your ground on. And the number one thing to hold your ground on is constitutional rights. So I'm going to do some...
Like the Second Amendment.
So, no, I know. So guys, look at that. We totally disagree on that issue, but we just...
You were asking for that one, I'm sorry.
No problem. No, but look, but that was an important moment, because we totally disagree on that issue, but we just shook hands anyway. And you know what we'll do afterwards? We'll have a beer! So, you know what it is when you disagree on something and then you fight about it and then you have a beer afterwards? That's called America. So let me see if I can get agreement, and this I don't know which way this is going to go, okay? So when we talk about trans issues in terms of sports, I know we have massive disagreements, okay? And on one of those issues, professional sports, I agree with you guys. On high school sports, I don't. We'll go get into a bloody battle on that, okay? But I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right and I say it to the left.
For sure. So we're going to go a little overtime because I know the boss here. And there's two things. I want to ask about free speech, and then I want to try to say, can we get one or two action items that this community can get behind in this new Congress and this presidency that are populist that maybe we can push for and advocate for? I want to try to maybe see if we could brainstorm that together. Number one, the first on free speech. Do you think that the left, and you are an exception, is ready to embrace a robust, spirited culture of freedom of speech where disagreement is welcome, where you're able to have these kind of dialogues and forums. And I think it's a tragedy. It seems to be that more the right is willing to do it. Prove me wrong if that really is the case.
Yeah, I'm trying to remind the left of who we are, because the left is supposed to be for freedom of speech. The left needs freedom. If you're gay or you're trans or you're Muslim or you're someone that was otherized at some point in your life, you need freedom more than anyone else does. You need equality more than anyone else does. You need justice more than anyone else does. So if you want those things, you've got to reciprocate. So you've got to not, I want you guys to not assume that we hate you or that we're evil or that we're bad. But if we're going to do that, the left wing has to do the same. They have to assume that you're not evil, that you don't hate them, and you're not all of these things. So I know from time to time we'll still get back into the battles and we'll still call each other names, right? But overall, if we can begin to not hate each other, and so when we disagree, let's try two more real quick here. When we disagree, can we agree to not hate each other? All right, excellent. And when we have these fights, to Charlie's point, can we, for the first time in my lifetime, begin to actually listen to one another? And Charlie, I'll give you credit on this, because one of the turning points, if you will, in how I started to view the right wing is when you came on the Young Turks at the RNC, and, we started talking about banning private equity from buying residential real estate.
Which I totally agree with. That the young people in this audience should not have to compete against BlackRock to be able to own a home. Do you guys agree?
So we've got a populist plank on tyt.com that's one of the 6 pillars, right? And all my life I go on Republican shows, I go on right-wing shows. When I say something against the bankers, they're like, no, the bankers are great, the bankers are great. Oh, I was so frustrated. And now all of a sudden we got the right-wing populists saying, let's ban the bankers from buying our homes so they don't drive up the prices. Yes! The left, take yes for an answer. Take yes for an answer. And look, what I said online on X was, at least what we got out of this election is we're no longer in an establishment prison. Now we're in the populist woods, right? And if you say, yeah, but we're going to fight in the populist woods, yes, but at least we're all human out here. We defeated the corporate robots, and we've got more fights with the corporate robots to come. But out here in the woods, when I see you guys, I don't hate you anymore, right? I see my fellow Americans. And so in these populist woods, we'll sometimes have skirmishes, sometimes we'll have battles. But the main thing I'm trying to drive with the 6 points of the populist plank, higher wages for Americans, time off for moms after they have a baby, anti-corruption,
totally agree with
anti-war. The reason
audit the Pentagon.
Oh, yes. So the reason I picked those is not because they're the most left-wing positions, because those are the positions we all agree on, right? And God help the establishment if we actually work together to do those things. And finally, to the heart of your question, Charlie, I proposed on X, cut the Pentagon, make sure the generals cannot work for the military-industrial complex afterwards, and free Edward Snowden.
I agree.
So it's beautiful that we have populist agreement on the right and the left on those issues. So I'm asking you guys, let's make those a reality, because right now, a lot of my friends on the left don't believe you. They think, no, they can't possibly be telling the truth, right? No way they're going to cut the Pentagon. No way they're going to have a conflict of interest rule for the generals. No way they're going to do any of this, right? Prove them wrong. Prove them that you are actual populists, that you do mean it, and that we can work together to get those things done.
Cenk, thank you so much. Guys, that was great. Thank you.
doesn't fix anything.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this? We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
I'm getting used to being hopeful. Like, actually hopeful. I've not felt this in years. 4 years, precisely. It's been a very dark time in our lives and the life of our country. From the lockdowns, through the shot mandates, to the destruction of small business, the brutalization of the children with the mask mandates and the school closures and the surveillance and all these terrible things. It was a couple of years ago, I was on a show you might know called The War Room. You know, Steve Bannon, right? The philosopher king of MAGA, I would say. And in the break, we were talking, and I said, Steve, what are we going to do? Everything, civilization itself seems to be collapsing around us. Between the spying, the pillaging, the poisoning of the public, I'm not sure I understand whether we have a system in place to deal with this. And he looked at me, and it was in the commercial break, he looked at me and he said, I always remember these words, he said, what man has made, man can unmake. We're going to unmake this disaster, and we're going to rebuild for freedom. Wow. So I wanted to believe that. But I wasn't sure. Election night was quite something, wasn't it? That was a revolution. That was a regime change within the democratic form. And we've watched over the last several days how this works itself out in practice with the debate over the budget. What a beautiful thing that was to see the free media of X employed in service of the people. It was glorious. So I'm very hopeful. I'm very excited. The House Subcommittee on Weaponization of Government just came out with a new report. Did you see it? 17,000 pages of things that the Biden administration was doing over the last 4 years to weaponize government. I know I've not read it. I don't know anybody could, 17,000 pages. But it's just the beginning. And, you know, we all know it. How many of you in this room know this term debanking? You know this term debank? This is when your bank sends you a letter suddenly and says, we're not going to work with you anymore. Enclosed, you'll find your funds, find a new bank. People don't talk about it because it's deeply embarrassing. It's terrible when it happens to you and you're having to scramble to find a new bank. They never explain to you why it's happened. We didn't know until Melania Trump's book came out that this happened to Melania. It happened to Melania and Barron. They were both debanked in January of 2021. And until Mark Andreessen did an interview, I think it was with Joe Rogan, or maybe it was Tucker Carlson, pointed out that there hasn't been anybody in the world of crypto and Bitcoin that hasn't faced debanking. The companies, the individuals, it's brutal. It's a form of
terrible coercion that doesn't use guns. They don't have to show up to your house. They just unplug your ability to live a normal life. They never have to explain why. This was a Biden administration policy. They've been waging war against many new industries, particularly in the cryptocurrency space. And what it's done is it's driven a lot of capital out of the country. Most countries in the world are desperately clamoring for Bitcoin companies and crypto companies to come there, rolling out the red carpet to all the innovators. The U.S. has been waging a war on these companies ever since this technology was invented. And it's been brutal and terrible. Fortunately, the Trump administration is swearing to change that. I hope we're going to. So far as I'm concerned, blockchain technology and cryptocurrency is one of the great innovations, certainly in the history of modernity, maybe of all time, because it introduces the possibility of dramatic freedom in which individuals themselves can fully control their financial lives. And it's a beautiful vision, beautiful vision. So now I want to tell you about a friend of mine. His name is Roger Ver, V-E-R. He was the first American entrepreneur, maybe in the world, to really see the potential of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. He knew it from 2010. I didn't know it. I had been seeing attempts at digital currency come and go. I became dismissive of all these things at some point. It took me 2 years later before I realized what was really going on with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And when I saw it, it was a revelation. You know, this is the best innovation in thousands of years, as far as I could tell. But he knew it from 2010. He became an investor, early investor in cryptocurrency, in BitPay and later in Kraken and Ripple. And he helped develop the very first self-custody wallet online with blockchain.info, which I think has changed its name to blockchain.com now. A brilliant innovator and a great humanitarian who cares about one thing more than anything else, and that is the topic of human freedom. And I became his friend, a great man, a great idealist, a tremendous humanitarian who's been helping people all over this country and all over the world and donating to pro-freedom causes. Just a tremendous, real American. But in 2013, the Treasury, U.S. Treasury Department, through the office called FinCEN, sent out a single-page PDF to, all over the country. They issued an edict. No legislation, just an edict. Classic administrative state thing. And what it said was that from now on, the U.S. Treasury Department would control all the on-ramps and off-ramps for anything related to cryptocurrency. And in that instant, they've destroyed possibly more than 10,000 budding businesses in the United States and consolidated the entire industry to just a handful of companies that could comply with these regulations. That was in 2013. In 2014, my friend Roger Ver said, you know what? I love freedom. I love America. I love free enterprise. I love innovation. And I want this to be my life. I don't think I can do that in the United States. So he took up citizenship in a small country called St. Kitts. Very beautiful place, great place. But like a lot of entrepreneurs in the space, he left. Sad about that. We hope to bring him back. My goal is that next year he's going to take this spot on this stage speaking to this audience. I hope he does. I'm glad to give up my space for him. But I'll tell you what happened about 3 months ago. He released a new book on the topic of Bitcoin, and he was attending a conference in Spain. And a man came up to him and said, "Are you Roger Ver?" He said, "Yes." "Roger Ver?" "Yes." "Well, I'm with Interpol, acting on behalf of the U.S. Treasury, and you're under arrest. And they threw him in a Spanish prison in Spain for a month. And now he's in Spain right now as we're here, and he waits extradition to the U.S. to face possibly 100 years in jail the rest of his life. For what? Well, as with Melania, as with Ben, and as with Donald Trump himself, it's all about the valuation that he placed on Bitcoin when he left the country. So they're using the tax system as a form of lawfare, as an example to the rest of the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency world. Don't you dare innovate. Don't you dare think you can act on your own without permission of the U.S. government. They're trying to throw him in jail. And I'm here to tell you that would be a terrible tragedy. He's awaiting extradition right now. Again, his name is Roger Ver. We've started a petition on his behalf. You can sign it. That'll help. FreeRogerNow.org. You can go there and sign that thing. But I tell you what, after Inauguration Day, we're going to see the American version of Bastille Day. The people from January 6th are going to be out of prison, right? We're going to free the victims of lawfare in this country. Just like Donald Trump is a victim of lawfare, so is Ross Ulbricht. So is even Ian Freeman. So, yeah, free Ross. And you know, Roger Ver funded Ross Ulbricht's defense for years. He was the benefactor. That's why they call him Bitcoin Jesus. I would like to see Roger Ver's name on that list. Do you agree with that? Get that man back. Free Roger Ver. He's a great man, and I'll tell you something else, because I know him personally. And this is a little bit emotional for me, because the world over the last 4 years, over some long time, has become a pretty dark place as far as I'm concerned. Lacking in ideals, lacking in a vision of freedom, lacking in basic ethics and morality. Roger Ver has never given up his ideals. When you talk to him now, and he was interviewed on Tucker Carlson the other day, and it was inspiring. This man fundamentally believes in the morality, the goodness, efficacy, and power of the idea of individual liberty, first and foremost, above everything else. That's all that drives him. It's not money. It's innovation on behalf of the great project of emancipation. Let me just conclude with this remark. That word emancipation, I like it. That's what it feels like these days. I feel like we're undergoing an emancipation as a country from the ruling class, from the administrative state, from the deep state, from the lawfare, from the financial terrorism that has so oppressed our best minds. The future, my friends, I'm so happy to say, and I can't believe it. I can't believe I can say it. The future finally looks bright again. Can you imagine? As I say, I'm having a hard time getting used to it. It's exciting. It's wonderful. Let me just conclude with this. Again, I want to see Roger Ver on the stage. I want you to welcome him next year with open arms. I want him to be a free man. I want Donald Trump to issue a pardon for this man, along with all the others. Roger Ver, FreeRogerNow.org. Thank you very much for listening to me. All the best. Yeah, free Ross, too.
Republicans are in the best place possible to actually win Pennsylvania and therefore the presidency. And all of our time, talent, and energy is going just to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We have cut in half the Democrat advantage in just 4 years' time. I feel this from the top of my head to the tip of my toes, I love our great country. Thank you to every single patriot that showed up today.
My name is Scott. I love you back, baby. My name is Scott Pressler. I am the founder and executive director of Early Vote Action. In 2022, we should have had that beautiful red wave, but a lot of terrible things happened. In the great state 48 in Arizona, the machines went down. In Nevada, it snowed on Election Day. And in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, they ran out of paper ballots. And I said, guys, we're going to continue to lose elections unless we do something different, unless we have an all-of-the-above approach to voting. And that's why I founded my organization. And so immediately, we were starting to go to Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. And I just remember my folks telling me, Scott, if you're going to do something right, you do that one thing really well. And so we spend all of our time, all of our talent, all of our energy going into the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Some might even call it today Presslervania. No, I'm kidding. And so, what are some demographic groups that we reached out to who may not be able to vote on Election Day? We reached out to our truckers. There are 80,000 of them in PA. And Joe Biden, the election in 2020 was decided by 80,000 votes. Truckers could literally save our country. We went to the truck stops and we went to the rest stops registering voters. And in Pennsylvania, we have a beautiful community called the Amish. We went to farmers markets and we went to dairy farms and sawmills and we courted the Amish vote. And I just want to say to this community, thank you for voting. You helped deliver the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. With 800,000 veterans in the state, we went to VFWs and we went to American Legions to court the veteran vote. And with 930,000 hunters, knowing that 30% of them were not registered to vote, we went to every single gun show and gun range. And I encourage you to use the website gunshowtrader.com and spend the next 4 years registering voters at every single event you can, because if every single hunter votes, we will continue to win elections. A lot of people said, Scott, voter registration doesn't make a difference. They said, Scott, voter registration doesn't matter. Well, you know what? In 2023, we flipped Beaver County, Pennsylvania from blue to red. And 2024, this year, we flipped Bucks County from blue to red. This county, we won by 300 votes, the first time that has ever been done since 1988. And we even flipped Luzerne County, the home of Joe Biden, from blue to red. And furthermore, Early Vote Action registered 50,000 voters. To any person that says that your vote doesn't count, you don't matter, listen to this. Senator-elect Dave McCormick He won his race by 15,000 votes. Luzerne County, Pennsylvania alone delivered 22,000 more votes for him and delivered that Senate seat, defeating Democrat Bob Casey and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the only swing state to deliver a Senate seat, and it was because of voter registration. Now, what is the pathway forward? Do I got New Jersey in the house? Well, to my fellow New Jersey patriots, we are going to use the Pennsylvania model. We already have 23 staff on the ground, and our intent is to help flip the New Jersey governorship from blue to red. We'll see you in Camden and Newark and Trenton and even at the Shore and Wildwood on the boardwalk registering voters. Now, on Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, Wisconsinites, I need you to make a plan to vote. You vote because you have the power to flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court from blue to red Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. Pennsylvania, you have the opportunity to flip the Pennsylvania Supreme Court November 4th, 2025, you make a plan to vote. With 1 minute left, I want to offer a stern warning to my MAGA and my Trump supporters. The Democrats, while they are already licking their wounds, they are celebrating. Do you know why? They think that you are going to stay home. They think that this was a one-off win for America First. Are you going to stay home in 2025? Are you going to stay home in the midterms? Are you going to stay home in 2028? And now let's do it positively. Are you going to vote as MAGA America First patriots in every single election? This work has been the greatest honor of my life. I would not be in the position I am without every single one of you. I'm extremely grateful for the voice that you have given me, for the platform that you have given me, and I just want to say thank you. You have given America a second chance at survival. Thank you to Turning Point Action. Thank you to Charlie Kirk. Thank you to Tyler Boyer. And thank you to every single person. I look forward to seeing you in 2025, 2026, and beyond. And we are going to continue winning and delivering for the American people and the United States. Thank you, guys. Love you. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. And buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
For a four-year college. So I'm Jan, and I'm with TradeWorks USA. I have a booth out there, and trades can be a really great option. Now, raise your hand for the tradespeople here. Woo, yes, exactly. However, there are times when a four-year college is necessary. there's Olivia that's here, and she wants to go into pre-med, so we want her to go to college, right? And the lawyers, we need them too. And the engineers and all of those people. So why TradeWorks? I had a company, and I sold the company. After I sold it, my head came up to see what was going on in the world, and I heard so many people say, we need people. We need people. So I thought, well, what are we doing about it? So I got this crazy idea of TradeWorks USA to make an awareness out there. So there's so many people that are needed. So President Trump wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., right? So I was in manufacturing, so we need people. And one of the ways is to start it as a company, even through a temp company, a temp agency. And there's so much that you can learn at a company. You will learn whether it's for you, for sure, and what areas might be best. We had people that came from a temp company, and they became machine operators, they became shift foremans, and it was really great. Actually, part of our management team was from beginning as like a temp. And companies are willing to learn, to teach. So there's other trades. Massage therapist, that's a trade. A phlebotomist, the one who takes your blood. I know a friend of mine who was a phlebotomist, was very excited about that. Her dad talked her into going to engineering school. She hated it. It didn't work out for her. And now she runs a dog rescue. But that's cool, right? There's the paramedics. There's the people in construction, of course, the tool belt group. And we need a lot of them. There's the truckers. So who do we talk to? We talk to the high schoolers. We talk to the people that are wanting a career change. Like Leo. I met Leo yesterday. He was in sales, and he landed up becoming a master plumber, and he's super happy about that. And then there's Matthew. Matthew, he had a job. He got married, went on a honeymoon, came back, and he got laid off. That sucks. So he decided he really wanted to see about becoming an electrician. He went to this one company. He went there day after day, and finally the guy said, apparently you want a job. He became an apprentice, became an electrician, and now he owns his own company. Give it up for Matthew, right? What you can do. So what happens when your kids get launched? Maddie, she decided to become an esthetician. And if you see Maddie, she looks great. So what do we do at TradeWorks? So some people need somebody to talk to. Because you have mom and dad, but sometimes you need somebody else that you can talk to, like a mentor. So on our website, there's a career assessment, and you do that. It's only like 5 questions or so, and you get a good feeling of what might work. And then we have mentors that can help guide. And now the mentors, they don't do the work. They're just there for encouragement and to make it happen for you. So for your goals and ambitions. But the people, they have to take the initiative. So on January 16th, we're having a big webinar. So come to the booth. You can get information on that. And I need mentors. Mentors, we already have a score book or a book on that, so it's easy peasy. It takes 2 to 4 hours a week. Come by the booth. Let me know, and we'll get you signed up for that if that's what works for you. And my next dream, I'd like to see a trade fair. Wouldn't that be cool? Thank you. Don't buy the lie. Look at options.
Can
Paxton is the Attorney General of the state of Texas and one of the primary checks against federal power.
We're constantly having to use the 10th Amendment to push back on the federal government because they want to take more than they deserve and more than they're entitled to under the Constitution.
Don't let people make you feel stupid for bringing up the obvious.
We have to make sure that free speech is not being controlled by a few very wealthy tech people.
I'm not afraid to stand my ground and fight for what's right.
We don't fight that. We're going to use Texas rules.
Wow. I love the smoke. Thank you. I'm going to be the first person to come out here and say I have one disappointment about being here, and it is that I didn't get a sign around my body like that last lady. I wish I'd had a sign. I'm also probably, for two reasons, the most excited person to speak today. And the first reason is it's the first time I've ever spoken at Turning Point, so I'm glad to be here. My second reason, I don't think any speaker can match. My daughter, Katie Paxton Seifer, is a member of the staff, and she's here for her first conference. So, Katie, wherever you are, I'm glad we're here together. So I want to talk about three things that I think we need to focus on and not forget, even though I'm excited that we won the election, now it really matters what we do. Because if we don't do the right things in the next 4 years, we could easily be back in the same situation we were with another Joe Biden or Obama. And so one of the very first things we need to focus on, and you've heard a lot of speakers already talk about it, this lawfare issue. Now, for those of you who don't know me and haven't followed what's happened to me over the last 10 years since I've been AG, before I was AG, Attorney General of Texas, I had never even had a speeding ticket or a parking ticket. I'd never been in trouble in my life. I become AG. First, I get debanked by 4 different banks. Then I get indicted. I get sued by the SEC. They try to take away my law license, which they're still trying to do. The FBI investigates me for 4 years under the Biden administration. And then I get impeached by supposed Republicans. I was shocked when this started happening because I was thinking, I'm in America. Not only am I in America, but I'm in Texas. Actually, a quick aside, when I first met the president and his wife, I gave them, you know, the red hats that y'all are wearing that says Make America Great. I gave them a little different version, and it said, in the same color, same style, it said, Make America Texas. That's not a bad thing. So my experience, my most recent experience, a year and a half ago, I was impeached by the Texas House after just being overwhelmingly elected. And they did this without any due process. I don't think anybody suffered less due process than I had. They did it in 3 days at the very end of session over a holiday weekend. I wasn't allowed to come in with any evidence. They didn't interview any of the witnesses. They didn't swear them in. We didn't know who they were. They put a gag order on me so I couldn't respond. And they did it during a period of time after my campaign where I'd just been elected by the people of Texas overwhelmingly when I had no money. And because of the rules during session, you can't go raise money. And I don't know if you've ever tried to hire lawyers without money. It's not very easy. And despite all that, by the grace of God and because of the amazing people of Texas, despite the fact that the politicians wanted to take me out, the establishment, I survived it, and on all 20 counts, I was cleared. And look, this was a combination because of the things that we did. We might be a little controversial. We sued the Biden administration over 100 times in the last 4 years. 3 weeks after I announced that I'm investigating Pfizer for lying about the vaccine, I get impeached. I also might have sued a couple of other big companies. I think I've sued Google 5 times, Facebook, a lot of other big companies that deserve to be sued for censoring. But those are the types of things now that instead of, if they can't beat you at the ballot box, they come after you with the legal system. And if you're making a salary in state government, I can tell you my salary in state government for a year, if I could have used all of it, would have paid for 1 month's legal bill during the entire time I've been in office. I've incurred over $100,000 a month in legal fees trying to fight various ways of taking me out of the office that are not ballot box related. And I am so excited that we've got choices for Attorney General Pam Bondi and Kash Patel for the FBI. And I'm telling you, we need to encourage them to clean house, because right now we have an FBI and Department of Justice that are not about justice. They're about political witch hunts and taking out people that they disagree with, and that needs to change. The second thing, and obviously you can't do much about this, and the second thing that we need to focus on is our budget and the deficit. If you'll remember, when George W. Bush finished, from the time of Washington, through the Civil War, through World War I, through World War II, through Vietnam, through Korea, our entire national debt was $10 trillion approximately. By the time Obama was done in 8 years, it had been doubled to $20 trillion. On purpose. And now, after Joe Biden, anybody have the count? You can look it up. I think we just crossed $36 trillion in debt. And I am so grateful that two amazing guys, Elon Musk and Vivek, are going to be there to change our system. And finally, I want to talk about something I think is so easy to forget after winning an election, and that is election integrity. And I want to tell you a little story. When Joe Biden was running against Donald Trump, I had a conversation with the president. I said, look, I'm really concerned that you're going to lose on mail-in ballots. And people think you're crazy for saying that. But I can tell you what happened in Texas and why I believe that happened and why I believe there's election fraud going on still. It's just that this time, the reason we didn't lose is the margin was too big to lose. That's exactly what happened. But I'm going to tell you what happened 4 years ago. In Texas, all of a sudden, out of the blue, we have 12 lawsuits in all the liberal counties. Travis County, which is Austin. Bexar County, which is San Antonio. And in each of these judges are coming out, liberal judges, because there's liberal counties with liberal Democrat judges, and they come out and they tell us that even though Texas law limits who can get a mail-in ballot, now everybody should get one. It's going to be mailed out to everybody. And what's the problem with that? Well, when you request a ballot in Texas, and it's similar in many states, you have to apply for it. You sign the application. So they have your signature. They mail you back a ballot and an envelope. You vote, you stick it in the envelope, and you sign the envelope, and they can at least compare signatures. And it's limited to certain types of people. You got to be disabled. You have to verify that you're going to be out of the county during the election. You have to be over 65 or you're in jail and you're not a felon. Other than that, you can't vote by mail. So it's limited. And yet these judges were saying, okay, we're not following Texas law this year because of COVID. We're just going to overrule Texas law, fiat from judges. And so we ended up in 12 lawsuits. And I told the president, I said, if we lose any one of those lawsuits, you won by 600,000 votes the first election. They are going to find a way. If Harris County has 7 or 8 million ballots, you're not going to win Texas. And I think he was shocked by that. I'm not sure he believed me. But sure enough, we fought, and we ended up winning all 12 of those lawsuits. Yeah, it was huge. But when I saw on election night, and I was with a bunch of my staff, and I saw what was going on election night. And you remember, it's the first election in my lifetime where they stopped counting votes. They stopped counting votes. That was not an accident. They needed to catch up because Trump was winning by more votes than they expected. And I went home at 10:30 when Trump was ahead in all of those states, all the battleground states, he was winning. And I told my staff, I'm going home because I know exactly what's going on here. This is over. They are going to stop counting the votes, and they're going to count mail-in ballots until they get to the right number. And sure enough, it took 3 days, but they got there. And that's the thing. If you'll remember, we ended up suing 4 of the states. We sued them because we were arguing that they didn't follow their own state laws the way they mailed their ballots out. And under the Constitution, they are required to follow their own state laws, and they didn't do it. And so we sued those 4 states, and unfortunately the Supreme Court, at least 7 members said we didn't have standing, which is crazy, and we weren't able to finish that lawsuit. But the reality is, that's how they won. And this time, even though we won, I can tell you, why do you think that Joe Biden came out? He didn't wait a month. He didn't wait a week. On the first day of his administration, I don't know if you all remember this, but he announced that he was no longer going to deport people who came here illegally. Why? Why is it a rush? And why would you want to publicly announce that you're not going to deport anybody, to tell the cartels? He's telling the cartels, bring people here. We're no longer going to arrest them. You don't have to hide from Border Patrol anymore. Just bring them to us, and we'll transport them to the states we need them in. And I am convinced that that was their plan this time. And you know what the problem was? We got too many people out voting for Donald Trump, and their plan didn't work. And that is a credit to so many people working. I know that my daughter came out here with this organization, with Turning Point, and I want to thank Charlie Kirk for the work that he's doing. It's amazing. It may be the best effort at attempting to affect the youth that we've ever had. But I know that my daughter came out here and she walked door to door in Arizona, even though she lives in New York, and Trump won Arizona. Trump won Arizona. I think my daughter was part of that. And it was so exciting for me, 2 days before, the Sunday before the election, I had the opportunity to meet with Elon Musk at his house for a couple hours to talk about the election. And aren't you all glad he's on our side? So I was talking to him. I spent about 2 hours, and we were going over election, and he told me he had all this data. And he told me how we were reaching out to Republicans we'd never reached out to before. And he told me, he said, I can tell you right now, I'm responsible for this. He said, I'm involved in every battleground state, and we're going to win every battleground state. And I am convinced that whatever he did, whatever rocket science thing he did, made a huge difference in this election, along with getting people out to vote like this organization did. So there is truly hope for the future because of what you all are doing, for the involvement of getting new voters and getting younger voters involved in this process. Because we have 4 years, and we shouldn't waste a single day. We need to fix this lawfare stuff so that we have a justice system that we can trust. We need to balance our budget and cut our debt so that you guys are not paying the debt off for the rest of your life, and so we don't bankrupt our country. And then we need to make sure that our elections are free and fair, because if we have the opportunity to get our ideas out, we're going to win a lot of elections. So I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to open it up for questions. And they tell me that there's a line back here somewhere, and I'll assume that these are the 2 lines, and I don't know what order I go in. Why don't we start over here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Attorney General. My name's Duke. I live in Williamson County, Texas.
All right.
I've personally written you letters and called your office encouraging you to run, and my question is, when are you announcing that you're running against John Cornyn for Senate?
How about if I say this? Not yet. So we are definitely, I am praying about it. We are looking at that. I'm talking to a lot of people in Texas over the next couple months. Yes, sir. And ask me that question in a couple of months, and I'll have a different answer. So thank you. Let me ask this. This is like my first, I have not run a poll, so this will be my first poll. Who would want me to run? That's good. Let me just say that was a very encouraging response. Next question over here.
This will be the last question.
Thank you, Attorney General Paxton. My name is Brian Bidney. I'm at the Parker County Conservatives. We're glad that Glenn Rogers is out. Mike Alcott's in, and I want to thank you for everything you're doing on the border. And can you give us an update on your lawsuits with that?
Okay, so our most recent lawsuit was about building the wall. Congress appropriated money for the Biden administration to build the wall, and as you might expect, he didn't do that, and he started selling off assets. So Texas sued him, me, and we finally, it took several years, but we got an injunction to stop him from doing that. However, we're back in court, and by the way, on December 23rd, the response has to come from the Biden administration, because we went back to court because we were hearing stories that the Biden administration was selling off assets that they were not supposed to sell. We will find out, because the Department of Justice on December 23rd, which is my birthday, has to come in and answer that question. So we will find out. So I am told that was the last question. Thank you. God bless you for everything that you're doing. Bye. Thank you.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in. He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60s, eh? I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
It started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How can she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
This year, I visited nearly 50 college campuses, meeting thousands of students and sharing with them why America is the greatest country ever to exist. We've been the driving force of the grassroots movement, getting young Americans to the polls and standing up for conservative values. But we're just getting started, and there's so much more to do. None of this happens without our generous supporters like you, so please donate to Turning Point USA and help us keep this movement alive.
Together, we'll continue to shape the future of America. Join us. Let's keep pushing forward.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut Shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. And buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time, Foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
Social issues, this is the highest percentage ever.
Nobody works harder, nobody pushes harder than Turning Point, and nobody produces results like Turning Point USA.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a, let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How can she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
This year, I visited nearly 50 college campuses, meeting thousands of students and sharing with them why America is the greatest country ever to exist. We've been the driving force of the grassroots movement, getting young Americans to the polls and standing up for conservative values. But we're just getting started, and there's so much more to do. None of this happens without our generous supporters like you, so please donate to Turning Point USA and help us keep this movement alive. Together, we'll continue to shape the future of America. Join us. Let's keep pushing forward.
The question everyone in America is asking:
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist. Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to? I can help you guys out. Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile. How do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still
racist.
on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some
journeying to do. Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist. Am I Racist? Everybody racist. Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this? We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60s, eh? I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
Suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a, let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
This year I visited nearly 50...
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter, Connecticut Shade Dawn, is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. And buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this?
We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous. Oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60, I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
On children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex, and maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
This year, I visited nearly 50 college campuses, meeting thousands of students and sharing with them.
The question everyone in America is asking:
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist. Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to? I can help you guys out. Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile, how do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still
racist.
on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist. Am I Racist? Everybody racist. Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship with my series Marriage. In a series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time, foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The question everyone in America is asking,
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist.
Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to?
I can help you guys out.
Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile, how do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still
racist.
on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist.
Am I Racist?
Everybody racist.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this? We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremysrazors.com now.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close the deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time, Foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut Shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest on this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60s, eh? I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
Loan payment where they can afford it, with a custom term loan and a custom payment that's built around their ability to pay. We custom package this for them. And then we said, you know what, we got to create a way to fund this company, which is another opportunity for innovation, which I'll tell you about that in just a moment. So you fast forward now, and we've got ourselves a company, we've got ourselves a product, and we've got ourselves a market. Let's talk about the market. What does that look like? Well, student loan debt in 2017, when we started this company, the distressed private student loan market, folks, was $21 billion. And thank you to our current president, Mr. Joe Biden, with all of the inflationary issues. Most private student loans, by the way, are variable interest rate loans. So that market in the last 4 years, people have gotten absolutely wiped out, decimated. We're looking at a $45 billion market right now of borrowers that are in distress. Now, as the chief investment officer and one of the founders, one of the things that I really enjoy doing is listening to the borrowers and their testimonials. I make it my job to listen to these stories, to talk with these borrowers, to hear their stories. And the reason I do that is because I want to convey that message to you. So let me share with you what I know. When we're talking with these borrowers, now keep in mind at this point, by the time they make it to me, they're out of trouble. We have refinanced their loan. So I ask them questions. Hey, tell me about your story. How'd you get in this situation? Where are you at? What's going on? I cannot tell you how many times I have heard the story where they have given up hope. They're looking at suicide. That's the option. That is not an option. I'm sorry, but that is not an option. We hear it too often. So fast forward to where we are today. We have this wonderful opportunity to help these people. And I won't go into the greatest detail on how we do it. I will just tell you that here we are almost 8 years. January of 2017, we started this company. Here we are coming into our 8th year in the business. And let me tell you how wonderful this is working. We are sitting and looking at a nearly 98, 99% success rate. Okay, that means borrowers are paying their loans, are getting out of debt. Here's the interesting thing that a lot of people understand. You know, you've heard the fable, right? You give a man a fish, you teach him how to fish. In this case, we give these folks the dignity to pay back their debt. Well, if you give them the dignity to pay back their debt, lo and behold, they'll take it. And if they take it, well, their whole life changes, right? So we give them that opportunity. So let's talk about forgiveness, because I'm sure a lot of you are sitting there thinking, student loans, they're going to forgive them. No, they're not. They're not going to forgive anything. In fact, I just saw Biden just walked away from a whole bunch of his promised forgiveness. It isn't going to happen, folks. On top of the fact that we don't do federal student loans, maybe we'll have some opportunities there under President Trump to actually fix that system. But on the private side, there is no forgiveness. So we don't have to worry about forgiveness on our side, right? Because it isn't going to happen. On top of that, again, they're bankruptcy protected. So these folks are looking for a solution. Now you're going to laugh at this. All of our borrowers, they call us. We do not do any outbound phone calls. No outbound robocalls, none of that garbage. I'm literally sitting backstage and my phone rings. I answer it. And it's a company that's offering me student loan forgiveness. Can't make that up. It actually happened. So I share this with you because what do we do here? Right? We underwrite these people very carefully. We thoroughly underwrite them. It's kind of like getting a mortgage. We're going to put them through this process. We're going to help them discover what they can and cannot do. Let me share a little bit about why refi and how we underwrite. First thing is we do not underwrite on FICO score. Why is that important? Well, they're in default, folks. Their FICO score is not great, right? 400, 500 co-borrowers, 500, 600 FICO scores. These are not great FICO scores. We do not underwrite on FICO score. Why would we do that? Well, they'll never get a loan, right? In our world, we're going to work with this borrower and we are going to give them a low fixed interest rate. Borrower is going to walk out with us with an average interest rate of 3.9%. Average term, thank you. The average term sitting around 10 years. So these folks can actually afford these payments and get out of debt quickly, right? How do we do it? Well, we settle a loan at a deep discount. We pay it off 35, 40 cents on the dollar. We refinance it back to the borrower at 100 cents on the dollar. Now, a lot of people stop me right there and they say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why would you do that? Why don't you give them a little break? Help them out. And the answer is we could. We won't. Why would we take off the top? Now the borrower gets hit with cancellation of debt, income tax. Now they have an IRS problem. So we don't do that. We share it through a low fixed interest rate, 3.9. Now, why would I be up here? I'm here to talk to you as potential people that might want to help us with our goal. What does that look like? Well, what we do is we raise our capital. We don't want that corrupt institutional capital. We have been able to keep that out of our company. Thank goodness. We do not want the corrupt institutional capital. We want to work with accredited investors, folks just like you, where you can invest a minimum of $50,000 and you can make a healthy return. Okay, you've probably heard Larry Elder, Charlie Kirk on the radio, on the TV talking about that 10.25% fixed interest rate. Yes, that is true. We calculate interest on a daily basis and make monthly payments to you. Okay? So how do we make 10.25 if we're only charging our borrowers 3.9? This is yet a concept that corporate America hasn't figured out. We share our profits with our investors, not to the detriment of the borrowers. That's why it works. Corporate America needs to learn some of that. Okay? Thank you. So now, I'm going to end on a couple of notes here. I'd like to give you an idea. If you're sitting on an investment, let's say you had $100,000, sitting out there, you're making some money on it, it's earning you, let's use a CD. Then we'll go back to rates a couple of months back. Let's pretend you were getting, I don't know, 4.5%. Let's go with 4.5. On $100,000, that's what, $4,500 a year, $375 a month. That's pretty good. That's only for 1 year. Let's pretend you took that $100,000 and you put it into the Y-Refi investment, got 10.25. That's going to generate $840 a month. That's a big difference. That's big. Well, let's take that $840, let's split it in half, okay, and let's take and put some away for you. Let it compound. Maybe you take that income, about half of it. You take the other half, and what are you going to do with it? I don't know. I know an organization or two that might be really excited to get your contribution. Maybe your church, maybe Turning Point, maybe Preborn. What's important to you? And when you're done, guess what? You still have more money at the end than you would have if you were left that money in the CD or wherever it's invested, because you get your $100,000 back at 5 years in this example. So just an idea to chew on and think about what you might want to consider doing with an investment. So I invite you to take some time. We have a booth out in the exhibit hall. Come by and visit with us. I have a whole team of people here that would love to talk with you, answer your questions, give you the whole story. We're right here in Phoenix, born and raised. Okay, so come on by our office and visit. Go to investYRefi.com. I won't spell Y-Refi. It's for you everywhere. InvestYRefi.com. Or give us a call. Okay, come by and visit with us. Learn a little bit about us. We'd love to share our story, explain who we are, what we do, and how we do it. Okay? If you ever have any questions, give us a holler. And I want to say thank you very much for having us here as a sponsor of Turning Point, allowing me to get up in front of you and share our story in the few minutes that I had. Thank you very much. Enjoy the remainder of Turning Point.
Named Gary, and I heard he can do some incredible stuff.
There's nothing I could ever do for you, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to introduce you to this guy named Gary Brecka. Since I met you, the impact that you've had on my health and my life, I will never go to a doctor ever again about my general health.
He spent 20 years working in life insurance, predicting when people were going to die to the nearest month. And now he's on a mission to extend your life.
This guy is a genius, and he says to me, give me 10 weeks, I promise I'll change your life.
For 20 years, I spent my lifetime
working in the insurance industry, predicting mortality to the month.
Once I started seeing the results, it was a lifestyle change. But over the last 9.5 months, the progress that I've made, I'm in the best shape that I've been in 25 years.
Years and years of this type of research and analysis, I realized one thing, and that I didn't want to spend another day of my lifetime predicting how long people were going to live. And I wanted to help them live happier, healthier, more fulfilling lives.
I spent 22 years of my life in mortality research for large life insurance companies. We could tell the insurance company how long you had to live to the month. And yes, it's that accurate. And I made a decision that day to turn in my resignation to leave that industry and spend the balance of my lifetime helping people live healthier, happier, longer lives. If the pandemic didn't teach you anything about the intention of our government, about the intention of modern medicine, about the intention of our officials, then you must have been asleep at the switch. So it's not up to them, it's up to us. Wow! Yeah! I got serious problems with dancing. I got serious white boy disease going on. Thank you, Donald Trump, for a dance that I can actually emulate. Great to see you guys. Woo! It's so good to see you guys, too. My name is Gary Brecka. Come on, the younger generation getting healthy up in here. Come on now. Guys, my name is Gary Brecka. I'm a human biologist, a biohacker, and a researcher. And for 22 years, I was a mortality researcher for large life insurance companies. And a mortality researcher means that if I got 10 years of medical records on you and 10 years of demographic data, the team that I was associated with could predict your life expectancy to the month. And I get a lot of flack for saying that. People say if you could predict life expectancy to the month, you would have won a Nobel Prize, and I've never won a Nobel Prize. But I promise you it is some of the most accurate research in the world. You want to know how accurate life insurance and annuity companies are at predicting death? Just look at what happened during the 2008 and 2009 financial services crisis. We had 364 banks fail. Not a single life insurance company failed. No other financial services enterprise takes that level of risk on a single variable. How many more months a human being has left on Earth? And I always used to say, if that database that I had access to could see the light of day, and unfortunately it never will, it would permanently change the face of humanity. It would upend modern medicine in a way that would be catastrophic. You see, we've been misled. We are not as sick or as diseased or as pathological as you think you are. Human beings are nutrient deficient. You see, we believe this in we believe this in plant physiology. If any of you had a palm tree in your house and the leaf was rotting in the palm tree, and you called a true arborist, a true botanist out to your house, and you showed them that leaf, they wouldn't touch the leaf, they would core test the soil. And they would say, you know what, there's no nitrogen in this soil. They would add nitrogen to the soil and the leaf would heal. Human beings are no different. When you deprive the human body of the raw material that it needs to do its job, you get the expression of disease. The United States is the largest spender of health care worldwide. We spend $4.5 trillion a year on health care. We lead the world now in 7 things: infant mortality, maternal mortality, the lowest life expectancy of the next 66 civilized nations at birth, morbid obesity, type 2 diabetes, and multiple chronic diseases in a single biome. And this is because it begins in our soil and ends at our table. I am out here to get the message out that we should believe more in what God gave us than what man makes us. And so, thank you. Guys, are they seeing that slide? Oh, there it is. You know what this chart is? There's a quiz on this in 20 minutes, so please pay attention. I need you all to commit this to memory. What this slide is showing you, this is a slide of what is going on inside your cellular biology. This process is going on inside of every single human being in this room 300 billion times a day. Because when you woke up this morning, 300 billion cells that were with you yesterday are not with you today. We have 32 trillion cells, and every 84 days, all of the cellular structures, the live cellular structures, for the most part, turn over, which means 84 days from today, you will be a completely different cellular human being. So you tell me, what can we not heal from? Why have we lost the faith in humanity and mankind and the body's ability to heal itself and the power that this has over this? The reason why I show you this chart of cellular biology is because what you will not see on this chart are chemicals, you will not see synthetics, and you will not see pharmaceuticals. You will see nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. All human beings, every single person in this room needs exactly the same thing. You need 91 essential minerals. You need 8 essential amino acids, and you need 2 essential fatty acids. If you are missing any one of those things, you get the expression of disease. And now you are told you have a mental illness. You have an autoimmune disorder. You have gut dysbiosis. You have thyroid condition. You have hypertension or high blood pressure. Or even worse, you are told that because the disease or the condition runs in your family, that you genetically inherited the disease that you need to now subscribe to a lifetime of medication for. The next time a physician tells you that you inherited the disease from your ancestor, that you have high blood pressure because your uncle or your aunt or your father has it, or you have diabetes because your mother or your father or your uncle had it, I want you to look them in the face and say, if I inherited this from my ancestor, what gene did they pass to me that caused this condition to exist? And you watch their face go blank. Because infrequently and almost never do those genes exist. We do not pass disease from generation to generation. We pass the inability for the body to refine a raw material. We are nutrient deficient. We are mineral deficient. We are amino acid and vitamin deficient. And usually when I take a stage like this, by the grace of God, I will offer the audience a chance to tell me any ailment that they are suffering from. And we will talk about what deficiency could be going on in that body that could be causing the expression of that disease. And so I feel incredibly blessed to be associated with this Make America Healthy Again movement. Finally, someone has the intestinal fortitude to stand up for the corruption in our food supply, for the corruption that controls our public policy nutritional research and gives us a food pyramid that says that Lucky Charms is more nutritious than grass-fed steak. And that is the research that determines the public policy that feeds our children and has led to the highest rates of childhood cancer in recorded history. Sadly, the United States now, as of December 6th, and don't worry, I'm not like Hulk Hogan it or anything, I'm just getting a little hot, right? You don't want to see me with my shirt off. Sadly, woo! I got a woo in the back. If I get enough woos, I'll take it right off. Come on. Oh. You guys are a bunch of freaks. What kind of conservative convention is there? You want the dude ripping his shirt off on stage? Wow, you dirty little varmints, you. All right, maybe at the end. I didn't work out this morning either. I would have been back there doing some push-ups, for the love of God. The United States is now sadly ranked 66th in the world behind many sub-Saharan African nations. These are nations that do not have clean water or sanitation. Why is this? Why do we lead the world in chronic disease, morbid obesity, the lowest life expectancy on earth? It is because we have been misled that we need chemicals and synthetics and pharmaceuticals to thrive. The truth is this: the further that we get from Mother Nature, the sicker we become. If you look at the Blue Zone research, there's no continuity in diets. It wasn't keto or paleo or pescatarian or vegan or vegetarian or carnivore. It wasn't a dogmatic diet. You know what it was? It was whole foods. That's what they were eating. Whole real foods. You can look up the research. You go to Sardinia, the highest carbohydrate consumption in the world, one of the longest life expectancies. In Singapore, one of the highest meat consumptions in the world and one of the longest life expectancies. The Mediterranean, very high fatty fish and oil consumption, long life expectancies. And then the French are screwing the whole thing up because they're smoking cigarettes and drinking wine and living forever. Right? So if you're French, good for you. But the truth is, it is whole foods. But you know what was consistent in the longest life expectancies on earth? Sense of community, a sense of purpose, and mobility into later in life. So why is it that we have pulled physical education out of our public school system? Why is it that 66% of the diets of prepubescent teens are entirely highly processed foods? How is it that the American Association says that heart-healthy oils are oils that are seed oils that are compressed in a compressor, that come out gummy, that are degummed with hexane, a neurotoxin, heated to 405 degrees, then turned rancid, and then deodorized with sodium hydroxide, a powerful carcinogen, and then put on the shelves with heart-healthy labels for the public to consume? Yeah. So, guys, please support Robert Kennedy and the rest of, and Donald Trump. And those of us that are willing to risk our careers and our reputations, because you're going to see the media turn on me very soon. I run the largest media platform in the world for wellness and longevity. And my father, who's a Navy captain, Captain John Brecka, says, if you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing. So today I am publicly standing behind this movement. Finally, we have someone with the intestinal fortitude to stand up to the corruption in our food supply, the corruption in our nutritional research, and the corruption at our Federal Drug Administration, the Food and Drug Administration. Guys, 18% of our teenagers. How many of you are under 18 years old? Raise your, woo! Love you guys. Yeah! He's like he won the lottery. I love it. I love you guys. I love you guys. Come on, Doug. So that's it. That's the future of America right there. 18% of our teenagers have fatty liver disease, which is a condition that did not even exist a generation ago. That's, by the way, our National Institute of Health published that. Our Centers for Disease Control say that nearly 30% of teens are pre-diabetic. 30% of our teens are pre-diabetic. And possibly the most disturbing statistic of all comes from our U.S. Department of Defense. 77% of young military-aged adults do not qualify for military service due to their poor health. Who does not think that this is a national security issue? Guys, we have 4 years. And by the grace of God, during this 4 years, with the right administration, which I believe that we have, we can make a difference. We can change public policy, and we can make America healthy again. So, woo! I love you guys, man. You guys, normally when if I talk about vaccines, religion, Jesus, or politics, I just get booed right off the stage. But I love you guys. I feel like we could talk about Jesus. Yeah. Oh, people are standing for that one. Yeah, it was saved 24 years ago to Promise Keepers Convention. I'm not even sure if Promise Keepers is still around, but that's the route I took. But guys, my advice to you, and then I want to open the floor to some questions. My advice to you is to get back in touch with Mother Nature. We get 3 things from Mother Nature. We get 3 things that God planted in the earth. We get magnetism from the earth. We get oxygen from the air, and we get light from the sun. The magnetism from the earth is called earthing or grounding, and it is very real. It is not voodoo or boohoo science. It is actually very real. Think about the last time that you had bare feet, touching bare soil, dirt, grass, or sand. That is the last time as a human being you discharged into the earth. We know that if we want to keep our bodies alkaline, that is a disease-free state, versus acidic, which is a disease-prone state, we want our pH of our blood to be high. We want to be more alkaline. It is a complete fallacy that you can get alkaline by drinking alkaline water. But you know what does put a charge into the body? The magnetism, the low Gauss current of the earth that God provided. So take your shoes off and touch the surface of the earth. It's free. I wish I could sell it to you, but it's free. We get oxygen from the air. The one thing that we realized in the mortality space after 22 years of research was, again, that the reason why people were not living longer, healthier, happier lives was because of modifiable risk factors, not the absence of chemicals or synthetics or pharmaceuticals. It was modifiable risk factors. The second was that all human beings leave this earth exactly the same way. Everyone in this room will pass of the same thing. It is called hypoxia. It is lack of oxygen to the brain. Now, it might be a heart attack, a gunshot wound, a bus, a stroke, but you will be defined to be dead once your brain can no longer sustain that activity. We are slowly suffocating to death. After 30 years old, 90% of the people in this room will never sprint again for the rest of your life. Your auxiliary muscles of respiration begin to atrophy. And for free, you could wake up every morning and just deep breathe again. In fact, you want to know a breathwork exercise that'll raise your mood, elevate your emotional state, get your blood going, and flood your brain with oxygen? How many of you would do that with me right now? All right, it's going to sound really creepy in here for a second. So I want all the people that are outside that wonder what's going on. I want them to think it's just a giant cult going on in here. So here we go. Sit comfortably. All we're going to do is we're going to take 3 obnoxiously deep breaths like you never thought you were going to breathe again. In through your nose like this. You're going to hold and you're going to go out through a straw. You're going to take a second one. You're going to hold and you're going to go out through a straw. And now you're going to take your last one. Ready? You're going to hold and you're going to go out through a straw. If you just started every morning doing 3 rounds of 5 deep breaths and working your way up to 5 rounds of 30 deep breaths, you would change the entire trajectory of your life. And the last thing that we have gotten so distanced from is the sun. 85% of the surface of the world's population is clinically deficient in a nutrient called vitamin D3. When God made human beings, he made us with the ability to make one vitamin. We make it from sunlight and cholesterol. It's called cholecalciferol. It is vitamin D3 and is arguably the most important nutrient in the human body. And statistics say that 85% of this room is clinically deficient in that. We have been taught to fear the sun. The truth is that most of us are not getting enough sun. It's not that we're getting too much sun. If you actually were to chart the incidence of skin cancer's parabolic rise, it would be superimposable with the use of sunscreen. Since 2018, 23 brands of sunscreen have been pulled from the market for directly causing skin cancer, and we have been taught to fear what God gave us. Right? So my message is a message of hope. I will do everything behind the scenes with my platform and my voice to make America healthy again. And I deeply, I really love you guys. And so, dude, you guys are all yelling at these guys over here. And so I always like to take a few minutes. Normally my stage talks are a lot longer, but I'd love to take a few minutes and take the last few minutes of my speech, and I'd love to turn it over to the crowd and answer any questions that you might have. Right back there with the light. Yeah, right. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Alston, and I've heard a lot, especially in school, about mental health. Could you elaborate on how some specific ingredients are really poisoning our minds?
I'll give you one real fast. Yes. So we spray our food supply with a chemical called folic acid. We've been told that folic acid is a natural vitamin, vitamin B9. It's not. We make it in a laboratory. Folic acid does not exist anywhere on the surface of the earth. You cannot find folic acid anywhere in Mother Nature. Folate exists in Mother Nature. What's the first thing that we tell a pregnant woman to do when she gets pregnant? Take high doses of what? folic acid. Why are we giving pregnant women a man-made chemical that didn't even exist until the 80s something and calling it absolutely necessary for a healthy pregnancy? Folate and something called methylfolate. I'll tell you another quick one. In the United States, we are required to spray our entire grain supply. All flour, all rice, all bread, all pasta, and grains of any kind, including cereals of any kind, with the chemical folic acid. Although we don't call it sprayed with folic acid, we call it fortified or enriched. So fortified or enriched foods we feed to our children. Half of the population has a gene mutation that does not allow them to process that. Do you know what happens when you put high amounts of something into the human body that it can't process? It goes dysfunctional, and then we send our kid to school after it's a full contact sport to get them in the car to go to school, and the phone call comes home and they say little Johnny can't pay attention and he doesn't follow directions and he doesn't listen. We need to bring in the Adderall or the Ritalin to solve this. We need to take his little mind that's racing, and instead of calming his mind, we need to go into his central nervous system and break it and race the central nervous system with amphetamines to match the pace of the mind. That's the solution. No, the solution is get the folic acid, the fortified and enriched nutrients, fake chemicals out of their diet and watch their behavior change, right? We don't get a flat tire and then get out of our car and slash our other 3 tires to create equilibrium. So why would we break a system in the body that's not broken to match one that is? Guys, I've got 18 seconds. I just wanted to, I'll see if we can squeeze one in really quick.
So the University of Newcastle estimates that the American has 1 credit card's worth of microplastic in their body at a given time. What's the most efficient way to expel these from your bloodstream?
Activate your natural detoxification mechanisms through dry sauna. Guys, we can sweat. We don't just eliminate waste through stool and urine. We actually can eliminate it through our skin. The data on sauna is in. It will reduce all-cause mortality. It improves your risk of cardiovascular disease and is one of the best ways that God gave us to eliminate waste from our body. Guys, thank you so much for your time.
Side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to vote, effectively.
I could no longer remain in today's Democratic Party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers who are driven by cowardly wokeness.
This is what starts on day 1 of the second Trump term, I believe, is the mass deportation of 3 million federal bureaucrats out of Washington, D.C.
Why should there be one standard for the elite political class and another set of rules for the rest of us?
Any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever that was involved in any of the DEI woke, it's got to go.
Don't you want a president of the United States who's going to make our country healthy again?
To the comment section. My name is Brent Cooper. It has just been a wild last couple of months. There has been a major realignment in America's culture. We still need to shout out Gen Z. You guys showed up. The tides have turned. Like, they can't call a movement of this magnitude fringe and dangerous anymore. This is our future that we're voting for. The ability to own homes, to start families, to keep our families healthy. That is what we voted for because our futures are worth fighting for. It is obviously time for celebration. We deserve it. But then let's get to work because obviously there is a country to save. Hello. Hi. This is crazy. Can you guys hear me all right? This is wild. Could I grab my notes from you? 1 minute, guys. Hold for a moment. Woo! All right, we got this. Guys, I came after the greatest speaker because I was backstage doing like breathing exercises. It was fantastic.
It is so great to be here with you all. This is literally insane. I'm so happy. I have wanted to speak at a TPUSA conference for ages, and I'm so happy to be with you all now. We have been listening to some absolutely legendary speakers this week on Trump, on our future, on DEI, on immigration, on gender identity politics. But for the next 10 minutes, I want to talk directly about you guys, because you are the foundation of our culture. Now, you're very important. You're super important. Now, to just backtrack a bit for those of you who might not know this story, funny story a bit. 3 years ago, I attended TPUSA's YWLS as my first ever political event. So to be on stage now with you, literally just 3 years later, is very, very surreal. I'm incredibly honored to be here. And it feels so full circle because TPUSA came into my life, you know, during COVID, during 2020, at a time when so many of us felt isolated and lonely. You know, I had been effectively canceled by all of my friends. I had left my sorority due to the rabid politics, and I wasn't working in Hollywood after 10 years because I refused the vaccine. And one day, after seeing a video that I did, woo, yeah. But one day, after watching a video that I had done for PragerU, this random girl slid into my DMs. She said, number one, I think that we'll be best friends. Number two, would you please come to YWLS with me? And obviously, at that point in my life, I had nothing left to lose. I was like, I don't even know what I'm getting into. So I went. And thank God I did. Because these events, what you guys are doing today, they gave me my best friends, like that girl. But they, more importantly, actually not more importantly, equal importance, they gave me the confidence and the tools to get in the fight. And like so many of you guys, I just absolutely threw myself in. And it is not uncommon in this room with you guys and the amazing speakers that have been here this week. But I spent every single day over the last 4 years thinking about the 2024 election and working towards trying to change our culture. I mean, within months of YWLS, that first TPUSA event, I was already working for PragerU. I was working for Young Americans for Liberty. I was writing for, woo, amazing! I was writing for the Foundation for Economic Education. I had gotten into law school. Thank God I didn't go. That would have been terrible for me. But I ended up moving to Nashville, where I launched the comment section. But which I hosted until just a couple of weeks ago. Good things coming, good things coming. So I became, all that to say, I became highly engaged in politics and the culture war. But in this, I quickly found myself becoming dependent on the news cycle to regulate my mood and regulate my hope. And obviously that's understandable. These are consequential times that we're living in. The stakes are high. But as this became my job, as I was doing a twice daily show, this dependency only worsened. And I had to learn how to find hope and humor and joy and purpose outside of the news and outside of this constant noise. And I wanted to make sure, more importantly, that I was showing up positively for every single person who clicked on my channel to watch a video. And now, 3 years later, funnily enough, that is the question that I get asked the most, is that amidst all of this chaos and unrest, how do you still show up with joy every day? And that's an important question, and it's one that we all must answer, especially as we prepare for these challenges ahead. Because even after all of this, even after the greatest political comeback in history, this battle is not, it's amazing. Amazing. But even after that, which was so amazing, this battle is not over, because there will be slandering. They're slandering. There will be mockery. There will be attempts to villainize President Trump and those who support him. So the question is, how do we withstand that pressure when we are entrenched in politics every single day and we care so much? In my opinion, that starts by addressing a fundamental mistake that I think that we all make, which I kind of call the of external fulfillment. Because It is very easy to believe that external forces, whether they be political wins or career milestones or material gains, dictate our joy, our meaning, and our success. And sure, all of those things, they feel great. You know, winning an election is exhilarating. Getting a nicer home is exciting, and achieving a personal goal is rewarding. But those are feelings, and those feelings are fleeting. True, lasting fulfillment and resilience, more importantly, does not come from external forces. It comes from within. It comes from living a life that is grounded, that is steady, and that it is aligned with your values and your purpose. I mean, to borrow a page from my friend Jordan Peterson's book, he's the best. He's amazing. None of those external wins will matter in the long run if your room isn't clean, if your life is not in order. And while that is obviously easier said than done, it is crucial for this long-term joy and resilience. So obviously, how do we do that? That's the next question. For me personally, it all starts with gratitude. Now, some of you guys might know more of my story than others, but for those who don't, I did not have the most conventional or stable upbringing. It was turbulent, it was confusing, it was often dangerous for a young child. One of my brothers passed away at a very young age. Another brother of mine is a diagnosed schizophrenic. He was homeless for many years with me as his primary contact. Parents are divorced. I emancipated myself at 15 years old, if that tells you anything about what I went through. But as a child, I constantly asked myself, why me? Like, why is this going on? And those feelings of helplessness and anger were loud. But at 14 years old, and I'll never forget this, my mom handed me a journal, and she told me to write down 10 things every single day that I was grateful for. And these are like the bare essentials, you know, a home, a roof over my head, food on the table, a mom who loved me. And as silly as that sounds, and even when I'm saying it, I'm like, oh my God, that was so silly what I was doing, it was transformative. My outlook completely changed, and suddenly the world as a teenager seemed a lot less dark. Because gratitude literally rewires your brain to focus on goodness and joy. That is scientific. It builds resilience in the process. It shifts your perspective, helping you navigate even the most chaotic of times, like we are living in literally every single day. It's getting a lot better, but it's been crazy. And as Americans, we have even more reason to be grateful. And yes, we fight for change. And yes, there are challenges that we will face, but we still live in the freest nation on earth. A place that millions of people from around the world dream of coming to. Our daily struggles are still somebody's dream life. There are people around the world, especially women, who would literally kill to be in this room with us, who would kill for the opportunity to be able to speak publicly about their values. And for me, that overwhelming sense of gratitude, that matters more than the daily squabbles that we see online, the social media slanders, the debates, the hit pieces, whatever they throw at us. That matters more. That gratitude is what gives me the peace and the perspective, and more importantly, the strength to focus on what actually matters. But not only those three things, this also gives me my purpose, which in my life is my second key to resilience. Because when you are driven by something that is bigger than yourself, these daily wins and losses matter less. You will not find this type of purpose in likes or clicks or viral moments. Those will not sustain you. I learned that the hard way. For me, purpose is waking up every single day with the goal of making the world a little more sane, to empower every single one of my viewers to feel a little bit more confident in their values, to leave a lasting legacy. That's what I think about every single day. It is the determination to one day be able to tell my future children that I stood firm in my beliefs, that I was not bullied into silence, that I fought to make the world better, and that I did it joyfully, that I showed up on my show every single day joyfully because it mattered. And that is the kind of purpose that makes you literally unshakable. No matter what storms come your way, whether they are personal or professional or political, that keeps you rooted. But of course, and you guys are probably guessing this, we are still missing one component, and it is arguably the most important, and that is family and community. As I navigate life, I have had to learn that individual friends come and go, politicians will come and go, people will disappoint you, and sometimes alliances shift. The figures that I once trusted might fall short. Everyone goes through this. It's not just me. But on the other side of all of those changes and all of those disappointments is a better us. If we stick to the values and the principles that act as our guiding compass. Our values, our faith, our families are the bedrock of our lives. They are the constants that keep us grounded amidst the chaos. They are our anchors that remind us who we are and why we fight for what we do. So when the world feels uncertain, when people let you down, remember that it is not these fleeting moments or fleeting figures that define you. It is the legacy that you build through your actions, through your convictions, and through the love that you cultivate with those around you. That is the foundation of your life. That is what you should be investing in every single day. So yes, get involved in politics. Come to events like this and vote and find things that you believe in, but spend time with the people that you care about. Build strong connections, because with that community, you are then truly unstoppable. That gives you the strength to then go tackle everything else. I mean, guys, one of the biggest lies that I was told as a young woman was that getting married and then later starting a family would ruin my life, that it would hold me back, that I would be literally settling. And guys, I heard that from the left and the right. I heard that from people that I once respected. But I just want to tell you today, wholeheartedly, that my husband that is somewhere standing off stage, I don't know where he is, there he is, that he has made me, oh my God, you're getting a standing ovation, that you have made me bolder and braver and more ambitious than I have ever been in my entire life because of your love. He and our family and our communities, they form the basis of my life. And it is within these communities that we create the most meaningful change. And this is why I said that I wanted to talk directly to you and about you guys. Because real change starts at home. There's so much that we can do online and in politics, and there's so much that we can do, and obviously TPUSA has shown us that over the last 4 years because they've been so incredible. But at the end of the day, change starts with your values and your personal integrity and your family and the life that you build together. Because when it comes down to it, in my opinion, the best way to win is to live a great life. That pisses them off because you're so happy and because you're so successful. That is the way to win. So focus on that. Embrace gratitude. Stay grounded and rooted in your values. Be a good person and build a rich community. Because nobody can take that away from you. No matter whatever happens in a given election cycle, no matter what the mainstream media is spewing, no matter what happens with your job or the daily troubles that we all face. Because here's the truth. You might not have control over the world or the circumstances that you were born into or these political outcomes, but you do have control over yourself. You have control over the way that you approach and respond to the world, and that is your personal responsibility. That's my personal responsibility. So make the choice to live a life of purpose, of joy and of resilience, and fight the good fight, but not just for the political wins, but because at the end of the day, it's not really about the headlines or the applause. It is about staying true to yourself and leaving behind something meaningful for those who matter most. Because it's true. Because that is how we win, not just in politics, but in my opinion, also in life. So thank you guys for having me. It was so wonderful to see you guys. I'm so honored. Goddard.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
In Wisconsin, where a judge ruled schools must notify them about a child's transition.
Dobbs restores our opportunity to reaffirm motherhood and in so doing to empower women.
Next steps are we're waiting on a decision from the court, and we believe firmly that if Title IX means anything, it means that our lawsuit should move forward and no other girl should have to compete against a biological male in her sport.
And I think it's just important to point out that when we allow the government to use code words like misinformation or disinformation, that is state-sponsored censorship, and that blurs the lines between democracy and dictatorship.
Matthew Hoffman is with us from the Alliance Defending Freedom, great organization. We just at ADF want to stand beside those courageous students to make a difference and inspire others on campus to do the same.
We are committed to excellence. We are committed to victory. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Navy SEAL sniper, entrepreneur.
Now represents Arizona's 2nd Congressional District.
So 9/11 happened, and then I joined the Navy the next week. I'm proud of what I did, and I'm glad I did it. I'm just really concerned about this country. I love this country. I think it's a phenomenal country.
All the issues that we're facing, the number one priority, I think, for us right now is getting President Trump back in office.
I think we've forgotten a lot of the ingredients that have got us here in the first place.
The American people, though they may be busy, they're not dumb. They do expect us to fight.
All right, can you guys hear me? Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you, Turning Point Action, for putting on another amazing event. I think it's so great that we get to come here, fellowship with each other. I also want to say thank you to Turning Point Action for everything that you guys do on our college campuses, everything that you guys did in this last election. And I want to say thank you to all of you guys for coming out and making sure that we won here in Arizona. Thank you so much, guys. One other thing I love about Turning Point is just the entertainment that comes out of here. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but sometimes I like to get on my phone and start scrolling around social media, and inevitably I'll come to a reel of Charlie Kirk debating a college liberal on one of the campuses across the country. You guys know what I'm talking about? I saw one the other day, and it was pretty awesome because, there was this young gal that came up to Charlie, and you could tell she really wanted to take it to him, and she was like, I'm a feminist, and, she started attacking him, and he said, hold on, you're a feminist. What's a woman? And it was just like beautiful. It was like immediate checkmate because she couldn't even tell him what a woman was. And that's the crazy world that we live in right now. It's one of the reasons I ran for Congress. I never wanted to be in Congress. I hate Washington, D.C. I hate wearing a suit every day, but I feel fortunate and very blessed to have grown up in this country. I feel so blessed to have grown up here. My parents thankfully raised me to understand that me and my brothers, we had it really good because we were born here and raised here. And I didn't, like many of you young folks in the room back over here, I didn't really know what that meant until I started traveling around the world and seeing some of the worst war-torn places in the world. And so I'm grateful to grow up here. I'm grateful that we have patriots that are trying to make sure that our constitutional God-given rights stay intact and we continue to be free and prosperous. What do you guys think about this this group that President Trump has appointed, the Doge Group? In ways, it's kind of sad that President Trump had to do that because it just shows how dysfunctional Congress is, the body that I serve in. And I'll tell you guys a quick little funny story. It was funny. Elon Musk and Vivek came up to Washington, D.C. about 3 weeks ago, and they were going to meet with the Republican members of Congress, and I thought this ought to be really good. And so I wanted to go to this meeting and see what they had to say, but I also, more importantly, wanted to see what the other members, what their response to Elon Musk and Vivek was. And we go in this big room. There's probably a couple hundred of us in there. Elon and Vivek give their little spiel, and then they open it up for question and answer. And it was funny because I thought immediately all the moderate establishment Republicans ran to the mic, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be real good. They're going to tell Elon and Vivek why we can't cut any spending, why we can't cut any funding, just like they tell us every week at conference. And that's not what they told them. It was so bizarre. They got up there and they introduced themselves and they said, hey, I'm so-and-so from this state, and I can't wait to work with you on cutting spending, right? And all of us conservatives were sitting together and we're like, what? Huh? You guys won't cut spending for anything. And so anyway, we saw this charade play out. It was even gaslighting at a level that you don't expect from politicians. Well, this last week we had a spending bill come to the floor. It was supposed to be a clean CR. Many of you guys that follow politics know about it. It was our conference came up with a 1,500-page bill for this clean CR that was just supposed to fund the government. And then thankfully, Elon and Vivek got on social media and started raising hell, and they reduced this bill tremendously. So what I can tell you guys is they're already doing good work, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to help President Trump carry out his very robust agenda in this next Congress. I love you too. Thank you. I mean that. It's interesting, guys, because we can talk about politics all day long. I know you're going to hear from many better speakers than me. I don't put my faith in politicians. I'll never put my faith in what goes on in Washington, D.C. And it's interesting because here we are on the week right before Christmas. And I know we all love Santa Claus and we all love the Christmas lights and everything. But I want us all to remember in this room what that day is really about and what this season is really about. It's about the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I wanted to tell you guys, especially these young guys back over here, I've been blessed to do a lot of cool stuff in my life. I dropped out of college. My senior year, I became a Navy SEAL. I went and did five deployments. I started a small business with my wife, Jen, who's here today. We went on that show, The Shark Tank. It was a very successful business. And then I got the opportunity to run for Congress. And a lot of people see the highlights, but what a lot of people didn't ever see was many of the dark times and the struggles that I went through. And I know I'm not the only one. I know there's a lot of you in here that have gone through a lot of struggle in your life. And I would highly recommend that you never put your hope or your faith in politicians, but you put your faith in the one true Savior, Jesus Christ. And you guys might say, Eli, why are you thumping a Bible at us? I'm not trying to thump a Bible at anybody. But just like I am up in Washington, D.C., I will try and tell you what I think is the God's honest truth, what I think will actually turn your life around, and what I think will turn this country around. I tell people all the time that we're in this place as a country because we've allowed God to be pushed out of everything. And anytime that happens in your family, anytime we allow that in our community, and when we allow it in our country, it always goes the same way. And now we're having conversations about what's a man and what's a woman. Happens every time. So guys, it has been an honor to be here today. I know you guys have some amazing speakers. God bless you guys. God bless Arizona. God bless the United States of America, and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
About you, Turning Point, but I'm ready to get started. Our country is in decline. Americans can't continue like this. They want a leader who is going to be focused on them, and they wanted Donald Trump. It is time for America to unite. What we have witnessed is the greatest political comeback in American history, and now the job begins of doing the real work, the things that the American people care about. And if there was ever a time to come together, that time is now. We did this thing, baby. We did it. I don't really care what you call me, Turning Point. I'm just happy that we won and we beat the Democrats. It was an epic election. It was a fantastic election. This lady came out there. Her name was Kamala or Kamala or... I'm sorry. That's... You know, when you win, you get to have a little bit of fun. But we're on the precipice of something amazing. The opportunity is in front of us all to unleash the great next era of our country. Donald Trump calls it the golden era of America. But that's something we all can put together. There's going to be several things we're going to have to do. It's already starting now. First, the lawfare. The lawfare must go and never return to the United States. You see, Fannie, you remember Fannie, right? Well, they disbarred her. They did. Bye, Fannie. We won't miss you. Jack Smith, all of a sudden, he's gone. Merrick Garland, he will be gone in about 30 days. Chris Wray has already told us he's resigning. My good friend, the former Attorney General of Florida, is going to be the next Attorney General of the United States, and Pam Bondi. And a man who is a patriot for all of us, Kash Patel, is going to make sure that the corruption leaves the FBI once and for all. We're going to secure the nation. We're going to close the borders. We're going to build the wall again. We're going to start the largest repatriation force in American history when we repatriate illegal aliens back to their home country. The tragedies that hit the families of Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, and Jocelyn Nungari, those are tragedies that were preventable. They didn't have to happen. Donald Trump will make sure they will not happen, because we're going to make sure that these criminal illegals are out of our country starting on day one. We're going to shrink the bureaucracy. We're going to go through the bureaucratic stake. We're going to say to them, no more of your foolishness, no more of your overregulation, no more of your wasteful spending. That ends now. If you saw what happened this week in Washington, there was a bill that came up, same type of bill, comes up every lame duck right before Christmas. Everybody's trying to get out of town and slip one past the American people. But thank God for Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy for standing up with members of Congress to say, we are not doing business like that anymore. So they turned a 1,500-page bill to a 100-page bill. But we're not doing this type of business in Washington, because when we won in November, what we wanted is a country that was actually going to use common sense, a country that was going to spend money responsibly, a country that was not going to be bloated. We wanted a country that is for, by, and of the American people. And so this is why when Donald Trump comes in, one of the first orders of business is going to be getting men out of women's sports. We're going to do that one immediately. We're going to make sure that kids are protected, that their puberty is protected, because this radical insanity of transgenderism for teenagers is gotta stop, and it stops on day one. Now that's all the fun stuff. Let's talk about the real stuff. We wouldn't have had this election victory if it wasn't for all of you. You all collectively did the work that I can't do, that Donald Trump can't do, that J.D. Vance can't do. You were in your communities, in your schools, in your colleges, talking to your friends. You were knocking doors and making phone calls, talking to your neighbors. Oh, we got a phone caller over there. Hey, man. You were doing that work. But see, if you want to have the golden era of America, yes, it starts in about a month, but it doesn't stop there. What's in front of us is the largest political movement that this nation has ever seen. But that movement starts working also in about a month. You see, if you really want to win the future of our nation, it requires building the relationships that we need in every community in America. It requires the advocacy we must have in every community in America. It requires having people decide, you know what? These people who wear red hats, or these people who go to Turning Point, or these people who call themselves America Firsters or Tea Partiers, or they want to make America great again, they're just like me. They want common sense to reign in America. So our mission at this point is clear. We won the election, and I'm telling you, it was great. I was there when the garbage truck rolled out on the tarmac. It was great. I was there when he came down in the garbage, in the vest, in the sanitation vest. I was there. I was there. I've been there in every city in this country fighting hard to win this election. But the thing I know is that we're not going to win future elections without you. Now in Washington, we have one simple job that we got to do. And we got to deliver the agenda that you worked hard for, that you gave up your time for. And I'm going to tell you this, we're going to accomplish that agenda in Washington, D.C. And if any of my colleagues decide to get in the way, you will hear it directly from me, and they will be held accountable. I'm 46 now. Yeah, I know, I'm getting a little older. I'm getting a little older. But you know, black don't crack, you know. Black don't crack. Sorry, folks, it's a thing. We keep it together. I decided to get into politics because I truly believed in this country. And I figured that I had time and ability to do something about it. And my life has gone and it's changed in so many ways, and I've been able to do so many amazing things because of just taking that opportunity, taking a leap of faith to decide and to go out there and putting my name on the line, and frankly, putting my family on the line to fight for this country. Thank you. And I want to tell you, it has been worth it. Every sacrifice, every 6 a.m. flight, every 1:30 a.m. into the hotel in a town where the campaign event starts the next day, it's been worth it. And I want to challenge all of you here. If you commit yourself to ensuring that the golden era of America doesn't stop with one election, I promise you, you'll wake up at 46 years old and you'll be like, man, Byron was right. This is the greatest thing that could have ever happened to my life. We got a great country. We have an awesome people. We have a terrific message. And let's just be honest, we are right and the Democrats are just crazy and wrong. So let's stand together. Let's continue to fight for this country. God bless you. God bless America. The golden era is upon us. Let's get it done.
College students around the country are being forced to take diversity classes, and taxpayers, well, we all may be footing the bill.
Speech First investigated 248 schools and found that 2/3 of the institutions mandated a DEI course to satisfy general education requirements.
They should not be forcing them to adopt ideas they don't believe in.
Speech First has filed a complaint against the group. That group, Students for Justice in Palestine, is blamed for disrupting the event.
They're not only violating campus policy, they're technically also violating state law. So we're calling on the university to hold these students accountable. Accountability cannot just be some distant boogeyman that never materializes.
Most of this is not constitutionally protected speech. It in fact is vandalism. It is destruction of public and private property. It is harassing conduct against Jewish students. And there's a huge double standard here when it comes to equal protection and by use of their policies on their campuses.
The lawsuit filed by Speech First claims that TSU and its officials have, quote, deter, suppress, and punish constitutionally protected speech.
This lawsuit that we have launched on behalf of our student members, it targets these policies that specifically restrain, deter, and suppress, and punish this constitutionally protected speech.
We're very excited actually to announce that the 11th Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals has actually granted what's called a preliminary injunction against the DOJ and the Biden administration's Title IX in favor of Speech First.
The right to free speech does not include the right to silence others, and that is something that universities should be very clearly teaching to their students.
And that points to something that's much more insidious going on the campuses with the administrators and with the leadership, and it's a serious dereliction of the leadership's duty, honestly, at this point.
Cherise, you are doing God's work in the devil's kitchen.
Stand before you as your next congressman.
You know, the people of Arizona, they want some change, and they're hopeful. They're hopeful for the future, and this is why I'm so excited. When I'm in Congress, I'm going to introduce legislation to classify the drug cartels as a foreign terrorist organization.
We can't make the same mistakes we have been by electing the same old type of establishment politicians to get us out of this mess.
And I can't wait to join President Trump in Washington.
I know our country is worth fighting for. That's exactly why we're all here today.
Love it. Love it, guys. Wow. Did we give them a November to remember or what?
Now, on November 5th, we shook the hell out of the establishment, the entrenched political class, and the crooks in the media. And we gave President Donald Trump the greatest comeback in the history of our country. You know, President Trump, he didn't do this alone, did he? We had Charlie Kirk, we had Tyler Boyer, we had Elon Musk, so many other organizations, and every single one of you who contributed to this historic moment in our country's history. It's something we should be proud of, and it's something that you should never, ever forget. I'm so proud to be part of this America First movement. What a movement. This movement is fueled by everyday Americans who love our country. I mean, the coalition that President Trump built was so unusual. You had blacks in inner cities. You had Hispanics on the border. You had Arabs in Michigan. I mean, just what a broad coalition. And have you seen President Trump's new cabinet? What do you think of them? We even have some Democrats a part of his cabinet. How about Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence? President Trump, he even unified a Kennedy. We got Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as going to clean up our health system. Now, in just 2 short weeks, I'm proud to be joining them in Washington, D.C. as your next congressman. Now, we're going to make some special things happen. We are going to secure our border once and for all, especially with the leadership of Tom Homan. We are going to pass election integrity at the federal level. I know election integrity matters more than most, and believe me, President Donald Trump does as well. Now, we stop the radical Marxists in their tracks. We truly stop them from turning our country into the point of no return. But I want us to understand that the battle has just begun. Think about if the radical left won on November. Take a moment and think about it. So many of the speakers you've heard here before, so many of you maybe have been hunted down and persecuted by this radical lawless regime. It's a miracle that President Trump won, and it's because of all of your efforts. But never forget what they've done to our country. That should motivate you to fight even harder in 2026.
Focused on political pandering, not focused on the bad guys.
but we cops, we know how to bounce back. And we bounce back with strong leaders. Leaders like Congressman-elect Abe Hamadeh, who from day one has had our back. Abe, we love you, brother.
Love you too.
We bounce back with strong leaders like Kash Patel. Kash is going to lead the FBI and take the fight to those who would attack this country. Yeah, we lead back with strong leaders like President Donald J. Trump. You know, President Trump said, without law enforcement in this country, everything that we have disappears. He gets it. Yeah, we bounce back because of good people like you, patriotic Americans who have our six. Thank you and God bless.
We love Kash Patel, don't we? He's going to shake up the FBI. But truly, I want your takeaway to be, we are happy warriors because we love our country. We have been put on this earth at this moment for a reason. Embrace it. The battle has just begun. There's a lot of work left to save our country. So let's get started very soon. January 3rd, Congress. January 20th, we got the 45th and 47th President of the United States. And we need all of your help. God bless you, America. God bless our brave troops. And let's keep winning. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Masterful comeback. Well, this guy he's not just a hero, he's a legend now. He's up, he's resilient. Once energy gets flowing again, prices will come down by about 40%. As any American knows now, the federal government is so upside down big, it needs to be made right-sized again. And then Congress has got to get its act together on spending and actually quit spending so much. We have a $2.5 trillion a year structural deficit. You have to bring that down. These are the facts. We've got to do more to right this ship.
Thank you for giving us Donald Trump. Who made phone calls? Who knocked doors? Who talked to your crabby neighbor about Donald Trump and got him to the polls? I'll tell you what, you're heroes. You're heroes. The country is being realigned right now. The Republican Party is being realigned. And we're being realigned demographically, economically, philosophically. And people are coming to us. And why are they coming to us? Because we've got some answers to questions that they've had. And let me tell you this, I got a bit of a problem. How many of you elected Republicans to keep funding the World Health Organization? What? How many of you are okay with Joe Biden selling off the border fence? How many of you are okay with the bill that just passed out yesterday from Congress where they're still funding the CBP One app and the Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela? Those two programs in and of themselves brought over 1.5 million illegal aliens into the country last year alone. That's what that bill did yesterday. I asked them, I said, can we take some money and set it aside, sweep it from the IRS new agents? They got $40 billion left. I said, can we take $10 billion of it and put it in account so on January 21, Tom Homan will have the money he needs to immediately start buying airplane seats, bus seats, soft-sided facilities. Can we do that? You know what they told me? They said, no. We got a problem. We have a problem. We can solve this problem. And it begins with Donald Trump being sworn in on January 20th of this year. But I want to do some prep work. I want to do some prep work for that. And that means I'm working now. My colleagues, some of them, are working now. Because what I want to have happen is when Donald Trump gets sworn in on the 21st, I want him to be able to sign a bill. The 20th, I'm sorry, he gets signed in on the 20th, but I want him to be able to sign a bill on the 21st that basically starts securing our border. That's the key. That's the key. And I'll tell you this, that's what he wants to do. I want us to get the tax package done as soon as we can, so our economy will recover. We need to do the energy package immediately. Why is that? Because when you start unleashing the natural resources that we have, all of a sudden our gas and oil prices start dropping. Prices start coming down by about 40% within 6 to 8 months. And when that happens, guess what? Every American will feel freer economically. And when you feel free economically, you feel free overall to pursue your dreams and become the person that God intended for you to become and that you want to become. This is the greatest country. It needs to give us the greatest opportunities. And it will. I'm not overselling and I'm not overpromising, but you need to be aware. Some of our guys have hinted this way, Byron and Eli and Abe. We don't have everybody just yet. So I'm going to take an informal poll right now, because I don't think America elected Donald Trump and Republicans, but gave Donald Trump a landslide victory. Every battleground state, every blue state moved to the right. I don't think they did that because you want to give illegal aliens amnesty. So I actually heard this week in a bit of a debate, because I brought Tom Homan in to a meeting with 30 members of Congress, and had a lady say, hey, look, what about those poor people who've been here for a while? You know, they haven't broken any laws. And Tom Homan, to his credit, said, sure they did. The second they crossed our border illegally, they broke the law. And so it's now time for us. This is our time to stand up to save this country. You've done it. We've elected President Trump. But I'm telling you right now, the midterm elections have already begun. The other side is not rested. They're a little discombobulated, though, don't you think? They're not quite sure what to do, but the one thing they do is they raise money to come after, and they know how to destroy and defame and slander, and that's what they're going to do. We're better than that. We're going to rise above it, and we're going to produce for the American people. And when we produce a great economy, a secure border, we'll see what's already happening around the world. Stability and peace breaks out. You know who the President of the United States is already de facto, right? It's Donald Trump. Today. Every foreign leader is talking to Donald Trump. You had SoftBank, big Japanese country, say, we're going to give you $100 billion and invest in America. Did they go to the White House? They went to Mar-a-Lago to Donald Trump to make that announcement. He is the de facto president. You're great Americans. We're going to make America great again together. Don't give up. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
We are Refresh LED, a nationwide LED video wall company. We specialize in transforming spaces into vibrant, engaging atmospheres using our LED video wall technology. From universities and businesses to churches and corporate.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Here. Can you hear me? Last time I was here, I brought some things from the American Journey Experience, which is our vault of history. And if you remember, if you were here last year, I ended with this video right here.
To trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
Last year when I was here, I told you there's a million ways this country can fall apart. And there is only one way it stays together. And that is a miracle from the Almighty God. If we all do our part, and stand where we're supposed to stand, and God will help us push it over the edge and do the things we cannot do, we'll win. God showed up, and so did you. It was a miracle when Donald Trump went down on the ground. I saw it within a minute of it being live. And I was with my family, and he went down and had no idea what was going on. And I thought immediately, if he's dead, we're in civil war. For him to turn his head and only be nicked, if that's not God saying, you know what? I think there is a new generation that's standing up and will fix this country the way it's supposed to be, to serve people. Now we are waiting. Now we are here, and he is waiting for us to do the rest of the work. We have a lot of work in front of us, but man, take a minute. Doesn't it feel good to win? If we would have won in 2020, this is the way God works. It's so amazing. I thought for sure we're done. We're done. There's a million ways to fall apart. One that will hold us together. We're done. If we would have won in 2020, if Donald Trump would have been our president, he wouldn't have had the same mindset he has today. He wouldn't have done all of the homework that he's done in the last 4 years. He wouldn't have done all the vetting to get as many weasels out. He wouldn't have had the long list, and believe me, he's checked it twice, of all the people that need to go. We have a chance to reset this nation pre-Woodrow Wilson with Donald J. Trump. I want you to know you have defeated the evil empire. And it was just as hard as this. This is from the movie, the original Darth Vader, A New Hope. This, defeating him in the movies, it is the same story, except I don't think Kamala has come out and said, I am your mother. But she could have. It was this hard to defeat the evil empire. And that is what we're looking at. When I was your age, many of your ages, I was lucky enough, 1984, first president I ever could vote for was Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan saw the problem in the world that everybody had been messing with since World War II. And he was the first one, against all advice, against everyone, to say, I'm sorry, but that is an evil empire and we will defeat it. Communism, he brought down the wall because he had the courage to speak the truth. You, Donald Trump, have spoken the truth. That was an evil empire they were building, and it will come down now. You know, when you look at the structure of everything that they were building, I honestly don't know, and a lot of my colleagues, people who do what I do, said the same thing before the election. If he doesn't win, if we don't win, we're done. I mean, personally, we're done. They will extinguish our voices. How they do that, I don't know. But they will silence anyone who stands up against it. But you know what happened? When I first went in and started the Blaze in 2010 or 11, everybody said, that's insane. Roger Ailes at Fox News actually said to me, come on, you're not really leaving to do that internet thing. That's a fad. I said, I don't think it is. I knew that the mainstream media would burn itself to the ground, and I didn't want to be anywhere near. And when we started broadcasting on Blaze TV, there was buffering. Nobody was watching because you'd see me go, and let me tell, and then the little wheel would spin for a while. Media Row out there is more powerful than ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and MSNBC combined. It's a new world. It's a new world. And believe me, you have a better chance of seeing the next 2028 presidential debate on something like Blaze TV than you do seeing it on ABC. They're done. They are done. However, nobody gives up that much power willingly. They're not going home going, oh, gee, we lost. Gee, what are we going to do now? I don't know, Bill. You're not qualified to do anything in life. So what are they going to do? They are going to fight with everything that is in them. This is a time of peace. Right now, it seems like, whoa, dig this, we won, and there's no resistance. Believe me, when you come home after the new year and you start seeing the lead up to him being sworn in office, things are going to start happening because they are serious. It's the same thing that happened. There's all these books. These were published in England in the 1500s and 1600s. This is very, very rare. There's only a few of these. There's lots of these. These are the books that were encouraged by the king to say, yes, witches are real, and here's how you find them. This one, almost every copy was burned by the crown because this one said, no, that's not true. That's misinformation. These aren't witches. This is all about control of the individual. The king didn't want this one. He wanted everybody to read this. That's the same evil empire that we have been living under for a while now, saying, no, this is the truth. When the truth they have tried to destroy the truth every possible way they could, and they'd burn it, all of it, if they could. But the truth always wins. But they are going to continue to confuse and manipulate as much as possible. If I'm on the other side and I needed to defeat us, I know exactly how I would do it. I would confuse you and I would divide you. I would make sure that I could get in, you know, the Declaration of Independence, the original first draft, which I brought last year, in Thomas Jefferson's hand, is missing one word in the title, and that word is unanimous. The unanimous Declaration of Independence from Congress. The original draft was not unanimous. John Hancock knew everybody's got to raise their hand. We have to vote on every line, because if there's just a little space between us, any space, the king will see that light and he'll weasel his way in and he'll break us all apart and he'll divide us and then he'll hang every one of us. So we have to look for the light that is between us. We have to know who the good guys are, who the bad guys are, who's actually on the team. And now that we have all of this popularity, suddenly Donald Trump is cool with everyone. We have to make sure those who wear masks are not coming in and claiming to be part of this team, and they have no intention of being on the team. I asked a bunch of small people, I guess, for a chalkboard, because this is as good as it got. Just think of me as a giant in this actual size. This is where we have been, and I just want to show this quickly to you. I'm going to do an episode on this later, but yesterday I was flying here, and this kind of came to mind. This has been a timeline, if you will, of anarchy and totalitarianism, and I've gone over it several times. The United States, when we were founded, we were trying to get away from total control, an anarchy through a king, despot. What we wanted was freedom. We wanted to be ourselves. We wanted to explore our own journey. We didn't want to have to jump through hoops and unions and everything else. We didn't want somebody above us to say, I'm sorry, you're not born of the right parents. You can't do that. We wanted freedom, and we wanted total freedom, but total freedom, when there is no authority, it goes into anarchy. So total control and anarchy. When we first won, we did the Articles of Confederation. Most people don't know this. George Washington was technically not our first president. Our first president, I don't even remember his name, but he didn't last long because it was under the Articles of Confederation, and he wasn't a real president like we understand now. That was too weak, and the states were still fighting amongst themselves. We couldn't get trade done. We couldn't get anything done, and they knew it. And so at night, they got together again and said, we have to come up with something new. And that something ended up being our Constitution in 1789 and in 91, just for the stupid people that they knew would become politicians. They said, let's clarify a few things and put them under the Bill of Rights. I'm convinced everything after the first 10 amendments to the Bill of Rights, the first 10 are there in the Bill of Rights. Everything else, almost without exception, is, and I think it's the liberty lovers that had to say to the then Democrats, good Lord, guys, no. When we say all men are created equal, that does mean black people too. The next amendment, no. When we said that means black people too, that means they can also vote just like you. I mean, it is just an excoriation of stupid politicians after the top 10. But Jackson and Lincoln and Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, who destroyed us, thank you. I love anyone who hates Wilson as much as me. They kept moving us, slowly but surely moving us towards total control. And by the time we got to Joe Biden, we were right here. We were within arm's reach of total control. So, luckily, people woke up. But it was hard to defeat because we had against us the mainstream media, the Democrat progressives, the rhinos, Republican progressives, the unions, all the Soroses out there, the NGOs, the Marxists, the anarchists that are actually communists. I love those guys. How confusing is that? Then the corporations. We also had on the on the left, voting and pushing their control with the Democrats in a different understanding, people like Elon Musk and Tulsi and RFK. They were all on that other side. And then COVID began to wake them up. And they were like, oh, dear God, they actually don't believe those top 10 things in the Bill of Rights. I think I'm with the wrong crowd. And they slowly started to peel off from there. And now we have Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is trying to take us here. Donald Trump, if he can do the things that he is claiming he can do, and I believe he can, if we stay together and with him, he's going to undo everything Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and FDR, and Johnson, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden did. He will reverse this, and we will be close to true freedom again, the freedom that only Americans truly understand. But here's our job. Our job is to make sure, because they all, I don't know if you've noticed this, a lot of people now are saying, I'm with Donald Trump. Are you really? There are those that were over there, like The View. Those ladies will go down with a ship in flames. Liz Cheney, some unions, the Marxists, the communists that are also anarchists, some NGOs, they're with the old regime. They're with the dark empire. Some of them have come down here. For instance, Morning Joe, the mainstream media. Morning Joe is like, you know what? I know I called him Hitler 40 times a day for the last 16 years, but I think he's a really good guy. Right. But he's now on the bandwagon. They're now like, oh, we like Trump. I mean, we don't really love him, but we understand him. Wait, if he's Hitler, that doesn't work for me. So you were either lying then or you're lying now. My guess is you were lying both times. We also have the rhinos, the Mike Johnsons of the world. Guy who claims to have our values. I think he's a decent human being. He's a good Christian, but he is not on the train. That's obvious by what we saw on Tuesday and Wednesday. He's somebody who will stand in this line and say, I'm with, but not really. Better one is John Cornyn, the same thing. Mitch McConnell. The rhinos are in this as well. Some union workers, some unions are down here as well now with Trump, and some union workers. I think most of the union workers are kind of with us and really with Trump, but we have to be careful because all of the unions aren't the same. All of the people aren't the same. So if you've ever been over here, we have to be careful. We have to watch, trust, as Reagan said, but verify. Then you have the NGOs. You also have Elon, Tulsi, and RFK here, who I have to tell you, Elon Musk, if you had something broken in your business and you could ask anyone on the planet, I think it would be Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk, if he understands and what he's done to X, which gave us the chance to speak free, what he's done with X shows me he understands the Bill of Rights. RFK 20 years ago actually called me a traitor to the United States, and I said to him, you know, that's the only thing that has a consequence in the Constitution. Treason is you should execute. And he said, I was like, oh, okay. So when he started to run, he asked if he could be on the show, and I sat down with him for an hour, and I started there. Do you remember? It's funny. We can laugh now, huh? When you called for my execution because I believed in the Bill of Rights, he said, I changed. And I said, yeah, a lot of people can say I changed. Tell me when you changed. He said, Glenn, I believed a lot of that stuff because I was so convinced that I was right and others were wrong. And I never really thought our government could ever really truly get out of control. But when COVID hit, I saw the light. I never thought we would ever do that, and we did. I want nothing to do with that kind of control. And Tulsi is as honest as the day is long. I just love Tulsi Gabbard. Let me tell you now what we have to do to stay together. We just have to recognize what our values and principles are. And last year I asked if you would read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, because the Declaration of Independence is our mission statement. That's what we're trying to build. And there's no more glorious mission statement than that one. Let me give you something this year that will make it easier for you. Does anybody recognize what this is? Why don't you all stand up for just a second? Just stand up, take your hat off for just a second. Say this with me. You ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right? Let me translate that for you. Let me translate that for you into something that shows you what you're actually saying, because we say that all the time and the words become almost meaningless. So let me show you. I pledge, solemnly promise, pledge allegiance, which is loyalty, to the flag, a symbol of our country, and to the republic. What is a republic? A state in which supreme power rests with the people, and the people have a right to vote. For which it stands, remains firm and steadfast, and to let's see, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, a people of a land, any land, a people collected in any land that are aware of their unity. You can't have a country unless you're aware of our unity and what brings us together. That's what we have forgotten. God, a creator, indivisible, incapable of being divided, incapable of being divided. Liberty and justice for all, free from despotic rule, with equal and just laws for not just me, but all. This is what we pledge. It's not about the flag. If you want to find out, is somebody truly on our side, you look for these things. You look for someone who is truly taking a solemn promise to stand with loyalty to a republic, a state which its supreme power rests with all of us, not just me, but you and you and you, all of us. We will remain firm and steadfast to defend these things. We believe in a creator. If you don't believe in a creator, I don't know how you can truly understand America, because we are different. We're different than the rest of the world. We were created by a God that gave us these rights, with this republic protects. So you have to have a creator, and understand that when you have all of these, because if we're in a land where everyone is aware of our unity, we're united on these rights, we are incapable of being divided. From despots, from totalitarianism, from all of the things that we stood up against, we will win and continue to move the ball forward if we look at who we're standing next to, who's now claiming, I've been with you the whole time now. I don't think so. Do they take these things seriously? Do they? That's why we were here. That's why this cup, made of wood, traveled on the Mayflower with our pilgrims. This is why they came. To serve God, and to best serve God, you serve your fellow man. Blessed be the peacemakers. That doesn't mean your life is going to be full of peace. Jesus didn't have a lot of peace in his time. They executed him. But he stood as a peacemaker. Peacemakers stand at a time when there is no peace and speak the truth, so others may have peace, so their children and grandchildren can have peace. Because I want you to know that we live in an incredible country with incredible things just ahead of us. We have now, with this election, turned the page to an entirely new chapter. We're like halfway through the book. And instead of putting the end, we just said part 2. But you get to write what this nation does. That's an incredible opportunity and an incredible responsibility. But remember, all you have to do is believe, truly believe, not in magic, but in the republic and the things which she stands for. You have to believe in the best of one another. You have to stand together to make sure evil does not creep in. But when you believe, you have the power. We have had the power the whole time. Just like Dorothy did in The Wizard of Oz. It's not quite as easy as clicking your heels together, but almost. Now, one more thing. The shooting of the healthcare executive on the streets of New York. There are people that are saying this is a good thing. If we lived in a cartoon world, it might be. If we lived in the former Soviet Union, maybe, but we don't. What the people on the left that are supporting the killer are actually saying is, we need Batman. This is the fireproof mask from Batman Begins. We don't need Batman. Batman is vigilante justice, and it's okay if you live in Gotham. But we do not live in Gotham. Vigilante justice goes against everything we just said. We do it the right way. We stand for the right things, and we let the rule of law judge, not this. There was a movie where this was opened, and he put it back in his pocket, and then he traveled the world. And when he saw his father said, surely my son's not dumb enough to pack my journal all the way over here. And Indy went, Dad, this is the journal from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. This is the journal that his dad wrote down everything to help you find the cup of the carpenter. And there were several things that you had to know that he had written down in this book. Otherwise, you'd never make it. This book is our Constitution. This book is the Federalist Papers. This book is our Bill of Rights, our Declaration of Independence. Everything you need to know to be able to get to the cup of the carpenter, this is the one Indy picked. To get here, you have to know what has been written down. You don't need to make it up. You don't have to go ask all these experts on TV, because it's already right there in one little place. Read it. And if you want to keep a free country, read it, read the Bible, and choose carefully. Thank you very much. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending our session. We will be back in